The further he went, the hotter it became. Eventually, even the ground started to look dry and withered. The 10-point map's description of the burning lands was accurate though. Despite the crazy temperature, the region was brimming with a strange sort of vitality. There was no way an ordinary spirit plant could have survived otherwise. It was rumored that there was a priceless treasure at the center of the burning lands, and it was the true cause behind its paradoxical environment. Over the years, countless cultivators had ventured to this place hoping to find the rumored treasure, but they either returned empty-handed or died in the wilderness. The Burning Lands was classified as a forbidden area on the 10-point map sold by the Divine Trade Association for a reason. All places dangerous enough to earn the label were usually too dangerous for a cultivator to survive. It wasn't just the environment that was hostile toward cultivators. There were other factors that contributed to the classification as well. For example, one of the reasons the Burning Lands was so dangerous was the spirit beasts. A lot of fire attribute spirit beasts lived here due to its unique environment, and most of them were beyond the ability of an ordinary cultivator to defeat. The fire chameleon Lu Yi was fighting was one such example. The creature had been sitting on the ground and waiting for a prey to pass by its hiding spot. It looked identical to its environment. Lu Yi was unable to detect it until a long tongue appeared out of nowhere and caught the bottom of his spirit boat. If he hadn't reacted quickly and slashed its tongue with his flying weapons, the fire chameleon would have succeeded in pulling him toward the ground. Its concealment ability was as good as some of the best ghost cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm, if not better. The fire chameleon's tongue was also flexible enough that even Lu Yi's flying weapons weren't able to slice it completely. Not only that, it spat a jet of flames at him after it pulled back its wounded tongue. Lu Yi immediately soared higher and hurried away from the fire chameleon. And not a moment too soon. The bee swarm arrived at his previous location just in time to become caught in the blazing flames. Dozens were scorched into a crisp by the searing heat. The sight was unexpected but most welcome. The ball of frustration that had been gnawing his insides for the past couple days had diminished considerably. Of course, the mutant bees weren't the type of creature to live and let live. The 100 EE elimination front cultivators they had stung to death a few days ago were proof of their viciousness. They might be lacking in terms of intelligence, but their vengefulness was off the charts to put it mildly. Lu Yi had only stolen their royal jelly and some honey, and he had been hunted all the way to the Burning Lands. Technically, the fire chameleon had been aiming at Lu Yi. However, it didn't change the fact that it had slaughtered their numbers. Naturally, they weren't going to let it live. The buzzing grew more intense as the mutant bees descended on the fire chameleon from every direction. At first, the fire chameleon was able to burn dozens more mutant bees with its flames, but it quickly turned stiff and collapsed limply on the ground. From time to time, it would spasm in response to the venom coursing through its veins. It wasn't the only fire chameleon in the area either. At least a dozen fire chameleons were dead by the time the bee swarm had finally passed through the area. That said, the fire chameleons were some of the weakest spirit beasts in the Burning Lands. In fact, most of the spirit beasts that lingered at the periphery of a valuable land were the weaker ones because they were pushed out by more powerful contenders. Generally speaking, the deeper one ventured into the Burning Lands, the more fire attribute spirit beasts they would encounter. Their threat level was much higher as well. As with most animals, these spirit beasts generally never left their territories, unless they were going out on a hunt. No one had thought that death would suddenly descend on them one day until it did. Perhaps it was because some of their numbers were killed by the fire chameleons before, but the bee swarm did not hesitate to kill every spirit beast who was unfortunate enough to happen along their path with or without provocation. As a result, the spirit beasts living in the Burning Lands lost many of their numbers that day. Maybe it was because the heat was getting to them, but the mutant bees were acting as if they had lost all senses. They were enacting their vengeance on any and all living beings they could find. Or maybe they realized even with their small brains that Lu Yi, the thief who had stolen their precious treasure, was about to make his escape. Half a day passed, and Lu Yi had reached the inner depths of the Burning Lands. At this stage, the environment couldn't just be described as hot anymore. The air was completely distorted by the rising heat, and the ground itself was an unnatural dark red. Lu Yi was sweating buckets despite channeling his spiritual power to shield his body from the heat. His sweat evaporated immediately after it exited his pores. His clothes felt uncomfortably dry and stiff against his skin. He was suffering even though he was a Heaven 7 cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. Almost anyone else would have collapsed a long time ago. It was worth it though. The bee swarm had lost much of its numbers because of its senseless violence against all the spirit beasts it passed. The survivors seemed to be growing weaker and weaker due to the environment as well. Not only were they moving much slower than before, the weaker ones had fallen so far behind that they were nowhere to be seen. Besides that, some of them were taking damage to their wings because of the burning heat. As a result, they fell to the ground and began burning alive. When they were completely dead, their bodies would suddenly explode into fireballs. Relief washed over Lu Yi when he looked back for the umpteenth time. His gamble had paid off. Considering the mutant bee's persistence and vengefulness, the burning lands really was his only shot at shaking them off. He continued forward a while longer when he realized that the buzzing that followed him was subsiding. He looked back one last time and saw that the few remaining mutant bees had stopped in their tracks. For a moment, they simply watched him soundlessly from a distance. Then they turned around and went back the way they came. Lu Yi watched them until they had completely disappeared into the horizon. For a while he had thought he would never shake off these bastards. In the end though, he had won and they had lost. As the tension left his body, what felt like a crushing wave of exhaustion struck him from every direction. It was so that his spirit boat wobbled a little. He hurriedly took out the superior quality honey and gobbled it down to restore his stamina and spiritual power. He also swallowed a couple of spirit pills. After that, Lu Yi did not head back to the forest or proceed deeper into the burning lands. Instead, he descended to the ground to get some rest. It had been a few days since he was hunted by the mutant bees, and he hadn't had the time to get a proper rest at all. The environment was hardly suitable for resting, but at least he wasn't being chased by murderous mutant bees anymore. Plus, poor rest was still better than no rest at all. The reason he didn't leave for greener pastures was because he was afraid that the mutant bees might wait for him outside. It had taken him literal days to finally shake them off his tail. He never wanted to interact with them again if he could avoid it. The second reason was because the tree of glyphs was reacting oddly. Since half a day ago, he had felt a strange reaction from the tree of glyphs. To be specific, it was acting like when it was consuming the flames of earth and spirits. When he looked within himself, he could even see it stretching out its roots from his source spiritual point as if in search of something to consume. However, it was unable to determine the location of its desire. This affirmed Lu Ye's suspicion that there was a fire attribute treasure in the burning lands. Not only that, it was a treasure that the tree of glyphs could consume. Lu Yi was very tempted to seek out the treasure because the flame of earth and spirits could only be purchased from the Vault of Providence, and each one cost 200 contribution points. 200 contribution points was a sizable sum to any cultivator, and Lu Yi had spent almost 20,000 contribution points on them. If he could acquire this fire attribute treasure, then he would be saving a ton of contribution points. Whether or not he would actually succeed, he thought it was worth the attempt at least. Time passed slowly as Lu Yi gradually recovered his strength. The scorching heat around him felt much more manageable as well. It wasn't because the heat itself had decreased, of course. It was his body slowly adapting to the environment and growing some resistance. He hadn't felt this until now because he had been flying toward the center of the burning lands at top speed. As a result, the environment was worsening faster than his body could adapt to. Now that he had come to a stop, his body finally had the time to slowly adapt to the environment. Realizing that this was an opportunity, Lu Yi gave up his original plans to fly into the center. Instead he walked. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 365. The Wonderful Use of the Tree of Glyphs. The midday sun was shining brightly in the sky. Lu Yi was holding the inviolable and walking deeper into the burning lands. A scorching hell on the Spirit Creek battlefield that spanned thousands of kilometers in the misty mountains. He wasn't channeling his spiritual power to protect himself. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. He was withstanding the fearsome heat with his body alone and sounding out his absolute limit. Back when he was a mining slave in the Evil Moon Valley, he was quite skinny because the labor was hard. and his masters hadn't deemed it necessary to feed him more than was necessary. Ever since he became a cultivator, though, his physique had slowly but surely grown in size and strength. This was especially true after he obtained the dragon scale from the dragon spring. His physique had been growing at a visible rate. Today, his upper body might as well have been chiseled from steel. The innumerable scars on his skin only made him look stronger. After all, they were proof of his many battles and, more importantly, his survival. In fact, his second senior sister had removed all of his scars when he returned from the inner circle and stayed at the headquarters for a month. However, a cultivator's life was full of blood and strife, so it wasn't long before his unblemished body was covered in scars once more. Sweat slid down his back and chest before turning into vapor. Even for a Heaven 7 cultivator like Lu Yi, he had to drink constantly from his water skin to replenish the water he was losing. He wasn't walking quickly because the environment was constantly tempering his body and making it more resistant against the surrounding heat. His footsteps weren't swift, but it never stopped unless he ran into a spirit beast. The spirit beasts who lived here were all fire attribute spirit beasts, who were drawn over by its unique environment. Here they grew much faster than they would have anywhere else. The deeper he went, the stronger the spirit beasts became. Thankfully, he hadn't encountered anything that was beyond his abilities just yet. He did not just leave the spirit beasts he killed to burn on the ground. Instead, he harvested everything he could. Some body parts were known to be excellent forging materials, and the skin could usually be sold for a good price. Even their flesh and blood were usually very nutritious for a cultivator. Amber in particular loved eating raw meat. Speaking of his companions, he had communicated with Yi for a bit and learned that they had left the Misty Mountains and concealed themselves at a secluded location. Lu Yi told them to continue doing so, and that he would meet up with them once he was done with his business. Nighttime soon arrived and a white round moon rose to the sky. The temperature of the burning lands did not change much though. It remained as hot and unbearable as ever. Lu Yi was still marching forward without pause. Early morning, the third day after he had shaken off the bee swarm, Lu Yi had finally reached the deepest parts of the burning lands. Looking at the 10-point map, he was less than 100 kilometers away from the centermost area. However, he was almost at his limits. A cultivator's body was adaptable, but there was only so much it could adapt against such scorching temperature. In fact, Lu Yi had been channeling his spiritual power to protect himself since last night. And now, he could not go much further even with his spiritual power to shield him from the worst. He could not see a single spirit beast everywhere. Even the fire attribute spirit beasts were unable to withstand the scorching heat of the centermost location. There was a reason the burning lands was labeled as a forbidden area, a place no cultivator should enter. Lu Yi was reluctant to give up, however. If the rumors were true, and the burning lands did contain a fire attribute treasure, then it had to be at the centermost area. It was one thing if he was still hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away from the center, but less than 100. Plus, the past 3 days would be a waste if he gave up now. However, he really was at his limits. To push himself further would only result in pointless suffering or worse, crippling injuries. He went through everything he had to see if there was anything he could use to overcome this obstacle. In the end, his gaze landed on the Tree of Glyphs. The Tree of Glyphs could devour fire attribute energy. Theoretically speaking, he should be able to use it to block out the heat. The problem was how. Not only was the Tree of Glyphs rooted in his source spiritual point, it was neither illusory nor real. It had also never manifested itself outside of his body, so how could he use it to his advantage? He considered this for a moment when he realized something. The fact that the burning lands was so ungodly hot meant that it must be overflowing with fire attribute spiritual chi. It was just invisible to the naked eye. Since the Tree of Glyphs was capable of devouring fire attribute energy, he didn't need to manifest it to protect himself. He only needed to activate it and devour the surrounding energy. Suddenly, Lu Yi realized that he had misused the Tree of Glyphs this whole time. Assuming his theory was true, he would have an overwhelming advantage over any enemy who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. Lu Yi activated the Tree of Glyphs with a thought. The next instant, it suddenly grew a ton of roots that vanished into somewhere he couldn't perceive. It was almost as if they had entered some sort of unknown space. When Lu Yi noticed this, he immediately applied insight to his eyes. Then, he looked down at his own hands. The surrounding scenery surprised him a little. Insight allowed him to see what was invisible to the naked eye. The flow of spiritual qi was one such example. Usually, the world looked like rainbows when he applied insight to his eyes. It was the color of different attributes of spiritual qi minging with each other. Here though, he saw red and only red. There was just too much fire attribute spiritual qi in these lands. The spiritual power flowing through his hands was mixed with a bit of gold. This was because, though his primary attribute was fire, his supplementary attribute was gold. This time though, his spiritual power was covered in countless tendrils. They were swaying back and forth as his energy circulated within his body. The tendrils were obviously the roots of the tree of glyphs. It wasn't just his hands either. There were tendrils all over his body. At first glance, it was like he was some sort of tentacle monster. Lu Yi had never inspected himself using insight while the tree of glyphs was consuming the flame of earth and spirits. It was only now that he realized how the tree of glyphs usually devoured them. It was clearly using his body as the medium and the roots as the bridge. No wonder he could not feel the heat when the tree of glyphs was consuming the flame of earth and spirits, not even when he was holding one with his bare hands. It was because his entire arm was covered in its roots. And it was working. He could feel the unbearable heat around him fading at a visible rate. It was such a drastic change that he almost doubted his own senses. To confirm that he wasn't dreaming, Lu Yi started striding toward the center. Activating the tree of glyphs usually did not use up his spiritual power, but it definitely drained away at his mental strength. Already, he was feeling more tired than he was a moment ago. He had better move fast. After walking for a moment longer and confirming that his plan had worked, Lu Yi brought out his spirit boat and flew forward. Obviously, flying was way faster than walking. He breezed through tens of kilometers in just a short time. Suddenly, Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and looked down. There was a person curled up on the ground. Their voluptuous figure and milky white skin painted a stark contrast against the dark red earth. She was wearing a corset and a short skirt made of animal skin. Not only did she look beautiful, she looked like she was overflowing with strength. There's someone here. Lu Yi thought in disbelief. It was because he hadn't encountered even a spirit beast since he came here. The last thing he expected to find at this forsaken place was a fellow human. She should be alive though. He could sense her vitality. Whoever the woman was, she was probably here for the Burning Land's so-called treasure just like him. That she could come this far despite the unbearable environment proved just how powerful she was. She was clearly at her limit though. Otherwise, she would not have curled up on the ground like this. Lu Yi was just about to activate insight and get a good look at her cultivation level when suddenly, the woman rose to her feet and looked straight at him. In complete contrast to their surroundings, the gaze behind her crimson pupils were ice cold. Realizing he was in trouble, Lu Yi immediately controlled his spirit boat to go up. Not a moment too soon, a blur passed right through where he used to be and landed some distance away from him. It was so fast that it actually destabilized the spirit boat a bit, and almost knocked him off his feet. Lu Yi looked. The woman who was curled up on the ground just a moment ago was currently crouching on all fours. Not only that, she was burning with fiery red spiritual power and baring her teeth at him like some sort of wild animal. Her fiery red hair was dancing in the air. The crazy amount of spiritual power coming off of her body and the brightness of her aura shocked Lu Yi, to say the least. He had never seen such a brilliant aura even from Feng Yuechan or Li Baxian. Wait a second. That's not spiritual power. That's mutant power. The woman was a mutant. A tyrant-level mutant no less. Alarm bells rang in his head as Lu Ye's heart abruptly clenched so tight that his solar plexus hurt. It was his powerful mind informing him where his enemy was targeting. Instinctively, he constructed a protection in front of his chest, almost the instant he sensed the danger. There was a blur, and the female mutant who was on the ground just a moment ago was now in front of him. She then curled her fingers and thrust straight at his solar plexus. There was a snapping sound as the woman's fingers thrust through the glyph and caused cracks to appear all over its surface. He could even feel her fingernails piercing into his chest and drawing blood. If he was even a bit slower, He would be missing a heart already. Metal rang as Lu Yi ejected all 9 of his flying weapons from his weapon holder and sent them flying toward the female mutant. She withdrew her arm and spun in midair like a bird. The movement was simple, and yet it allowed her to dodge all of the attacks and whip her leg at him. Without hesitation, Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable, empowered it with 2 sharp edges, and swung it straight at the incoming leg. He missed though. The enemy had changed her attack from a turning kick to a front kick at the last moment. She was so fast that he was unable to respond in time. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 366, Tyrant-Level Female Primal. Lu Yi nearly fell off his spirit boat when the female mutant landed a kick on his chest. The chances Lu Yi might survive a tyrant-level mutant without a flying spirit artifact were exactly 0. That was why he had curled his legs around his spirit boat immediately after he took the kick. Both him and his spirit boat were sent flying to the distance. After he managed to stabilize himself, Lu Yi hurriedly looked around for the female mutant. However, she was nowhere to be seen. That was the moment he sensed danger coming from above and looked up. The female mutant was falling down on him. He tried striking her with his flying weapons, but she easily knocked them all away with her claws. This scene terrified Lu Yi to say the least. For the first time, he realized just how wide the gap between himself and a tyrant-level mutant was. He had witnessed 2 tyrant-level mutants before this woman. The first one was Beaky and the second was the Great Serpent. However, Lu Yi had never fought either of them directly. This would be the first time he fought a tyrant-level mutant in battle. He had killed many Heaven 9 cultivators as a Heaven 7 cultivator until now, but even a Heaven 9 cultivator was just fodder before a tyrant-level existence. Why was a tyrant called a tyrant? It was because they alone were enough to rule over the entire battlefield. To be fair, he was partially responsible for the crisis he was in. The tyrant had been resting and bothering no one until he got curious and went near her. Lu Yi felt extremely unlucky as of late. First the mutant wasps, now a tyrant-level mutant. Why couldn't he have minded his own business? There was no dodging the female mutant falling on him, so he had no choice but to suck in a deep breath and raise the inviolable. There was a flash as 2 sharp edges appeared on its surface. Then, he waited until the last possible moment before stabbing at the female mutant's neck with all his might. Honestly, he thought his chances of wounding and even killing the female mutant were pretty high. However, the female mutant easily turned her neck to one side and dodged the brunt of the attack. The blade did slice through her skin and draw a bit of blood, but that was it. Before he could turn it into a horizontal sweep, he took yet another kick to the chest. This time the kick was powerful enough to numb his whole chest. There was a slight pause before both him and his spirit boat flew toward the ground at high speed. In fact, the impact was so great that his flying spirit boat actually snapped in half beneath him. Boom! A small pit appeared on the dark red soil as Lu Yi crashed onto the ground. The female mutant wasn't done though. Just a second later, she brought her claw straight down on his head. There was a loud bang and a cloud of dust cloud, but Lu Yi just barely managed to dodge out of the way before leaping to the side. He then ran like hell while applying his legs with windwalk. He was bleeding through his mouth and his nose right now. This was easily the worst battle of his life. The power gap was so huge that the most he could do was to put a small cut on his opponent's neck. A cut that should have healed completely by now. As if that wasn't bad enough, he had lost his flying spirit artifact as well. Lu Yi could feel death breathing down his neck like an invisible beast. However, the presence of death gradually faded over time. When he looked back, he discovered that the female mutant was just standing there and staring at him quietly. In fact, she even leaped back dozens of meters and landed exactly where Lu Yi had found her at the beginning. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief when he confirmed that the female mutant had given up on him. Then, he realized that it wasn't that she didn't want to kill him, but she couldn't. The burning lands grew hotter the deeper one traveled. If Lu Yi tried to make it to the center with his own power, the furthest he could go was 100 kilometers before the center. The female mutant might be a tyrant-level existence, but even she had her limits. Her absolute limit was her current location. Any deeper than that, and she risked injuring herself beyond her ability to recover. That was why she had jumped back to her original location. Lu Yi relaxed completely when he realized this. While standing almost 300 meters away from the female mutant, Lu Yi looked down to inspect his chest wound. His solar plexus looked like a complete mess because the female mutant had plunged her fingers in it. Thankfully, it wasn't deep enough to cause any real damage. His chest also looked a little dented. When he gave it a tentative push, pain would erupt from his ribs. He wouldn't be surprised if some of his ribs were cracked or even broken. He did take 2 kicks, especially the last one to the chest after all. With that done, he sheathed the inviolable and returned his flying weapons back to his weapon holder. It was only then he took out several healing pills and swallowed them. He rested for a brief moment. Once he was sure he was safe, he finally grabbed the inviolable and walked toward the female mutant once more. Compared to before, the female mutant's crimson eyes held less malice and more curiosity. She couldn't understand why the weakling before her could withstand an environment even she wasn't able to endure. She tilted her head as Lu Yi walked closer and closer to her. Her eyes were filled with scrutiny. When Lu Yi was 200 meters away from the female mutant, he stood still and matched her gaze expressionlessly for a moment. Then, he unleashed all 9 of his flying weapons at her with lightning speed. The female mutant was powerful, but what did it matter if she couldn't get close to him? He would be a fool to fight her at close range after witnessing her impossible flexibility, but it was a different story to wear her down bit by bit with his flying weapons. The flying weapons whistled through the air and reached the female mutant at nearly the same time. He controlled them so that they would hit her from multiple angles. It was then the female mutant showed him what it truly meant to move like lightning. Her claws blurred around her at high speed as she sent 6 of his flying weapons flying. Not only that, she had caught 3 of them with her claws. They were unable to escape no matter how much they struggled. It looked like this was the first time the female mutant saw a spirit artifact. It was because she was examining the struggling objects in her grip curiously. Lu Yi could not stop his eyes from twitching. He could accept the female mutant dodging or sending off his flying weapons. She was a tyrant-level existence after all, a creature that represented the absolute pinnacle of the Spirit Creek battlefield. But to snatch 3 of his spiritual artifacts out of the air like they were nothing? This was embarrassing to say the least. Worse still, he couldn't even get his spirit artifacts back. He had gone for wool and came back shorn. With a thought, he created an explosion on all 3 spirit artifacts. Lu Yi had been able to imbue his flying weapons with glyphs since he came back from the lost city of Xianyuan, but this would be the first time ever he imbued them with an explosion. In fact, he had only ever used explosion on an explosive ward. Unfortunately, the female mutant proved to be exceptionally perceptive. The second the glyphs took form, she immediately tossed the flying weapons into the air. 3 loud explosions later, the 3 flying weapons clattered lifelessly on the ground like mortal weapons. In fact, the explosion had taken out most of their spiritual power, and the enhancements imbued within the body were completely destroyed. It was a miracle that they were still glowing a little. Even if he could retrieve them somehow, they would no longer function as intended. Lu Yi briefly calculated his loss since he ran into this female mutant. First, he had lost a spirit boat. Second, he was forced to destroy 3 of his flying weapons. Third, he himself was beaten black and blue in the battle. It was one of the biggest losses he had suffered since becoming a cultivator. Without hesitation, he turned around and headed to the center. The power gap was just too huge. He had given up on killing the female mutant completely. He blamed the Divine Trade Association for his losses. The 10-point map clearly stated that there were only 3 tyrant-level existences in the Misty Mountains, so why was there a 4th in the Burning Lands? He hadn't made an error in judgment, it was the intel he received that was faulty. Wait! The female mutant called out suddenly. Her voice sounded a little raspy, but there was the hint of a charm somewhere. Lu Yi was surprised yet again. He did not think that this mutant would be able to speak. He was sure she wasn't a mutant cultivator. He had observed her carefully just now and confirmed that she did not possess any spiritual artifact or cultivate any cultivation technique. Her fighting style could basically be summed up in a few words: instinct and vast mutant power. A true mutant cultivator could coexist perfectly with humans. After they had assumed a human form, they would unlock spiritual points and cultivate just like any other human. There were plenty of sects in JoJo with mutant disciples, and they looked almost identical to a human. So no, this female mutant was no mutant cultivator. She was probably a primal. Although primal and mutant cultivators both shared a human appearance, they weren't quite the same as one another. The former's way of life and cultivation style were more primal and closer to a spirit beast. Lu Yi couldn't identify her original form because she looked almost human. Judging from her ridiculous agility though, she probably wasn't very big. The female primal hadn't said a word during the fight, and she had obviously never seen a spirit artifact before. That was why he thought that she had never encountered a human until now. It would appear he was wrong. At the very least, she was capable of speaking the human language. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. When their eyes met, the female primal said, "Bring me what's in the center." "And what is in the center?" "A flame. I can sense that it is a powerful flame." He was right. The female primal was looking to enter the center of the Burning Lands and seek out the legendary fire attribute treasure. Although she wasn't strong enough to get there, she was close enough to sense that it was a fire. So it's a treasure that even a tyrant lusts for. This is good news. This reminded Lu Yi of the Great Serpent. Just like the woman, the Great Serpent greatly desired the dragon's scale. If he had to guess, the fire probably had the same beneficial effects to the female primal as the dragon scale to the Great Serpent. He turned back toward the center and walked forward. He heard the woman calling out to him, "I'll be waiting for you here." Lu Yi simply pretended he hadn't heard her. Even if they didn't share the same objective, that was the legendary treasure that resided at the center of the Burning Lands. The female primal had kicked his ass and cost him a spirit boat and 3 flying weapons. Why in the world would he hand over the treasure to her? Flame, she had said. It was probably the thing that had created the Burning Lands. Lu Yi very much desired to witness the flame that could transform several thousand kilometers of land into a scorching hell. Lu Yi rummaged through his storage bag as he continued forward. Now that his spirit boat was destroyed, he had to refine a new flying spirit artifact as soon as possible. The spirit boat he was using had belonged to Yuan Guang of the Sky Pillar sect. Since Yuan Guang was just an ordinary 9th order cultivator, the quality of the spirit boat was so-so at best. Lu Yi had killed and looted plenty of heaven-grade cultivators as of late. He was sure that one of them would have a flying spirit artifact that fit his needs and wants. A while later, he chose a spirit artifact that looked almost the same as the spirit boat he was using. He then channeled his spiritual power to refine enhancements within the flying spirit artifact. It wouldn't take too much time or effort to do so considering his current cultivation level and spiritual power purity. An incense stick later, Lu Yi was flying a spirit boat-shaped flying spirit artifact once more. In fact, it was definitely higher quality than the one he was using before. He blitzed across the sky after empowering it with a windwalk. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 367. There's something wrong with her head. Lu Yi was about 50 or 60 kilometers away from the center of the Burning Lands right now. It took him less than an incense stick to reach it. There was a massive pit at the center. The heat rising from it was enough to distort even space itself. Lu Yi circled around the pit for a bit in an attempt to see what was inside it. He could vaguely see what looked like a ball of flames. It would seem that the female primal was right after all. There was a ball of flame inside the pit. It was so hot that even the ground had been burned through. He was the first person ever to discover the truth at the center of the Burning Lands. After all, the cultivators operating in the Spirit Creek battlefield were only at the Spirit Creek realm. Not even champions like Feng Wuchan and Li Baxian would be able to reach here safely. Even a tyrant like that female primal could not go deeper than 50 or 60 kilometers away from the center. Lu Yi himself would never have made it here if he didn't have the Tree of Glyphs. His head felt a little faint right now. It was a sign of mental exhaustion. He had experienced this many times while he was challenging the 100 Wards Tower. He took out his last bottle of soul-cleansing water and consumed a single drop. Only then did his mental fatigue fade away swiftly. He could not delay this any longer. The spirit boat beneath his feet was literally creaking from the sheer heat brushing against its surface. He flew down into the massive pit. It was a couple of kilometers before he finally reached the bottom. He then put away the spirit boat and looked at the ball of flame in front of him. He was amazed by what he saw. The ball of flame was only the size of a wash basin. It was orange in color, and it gave off a noble and sacred feeling. Moreover, the flame contained both overwhelming destructive power and an indescribable sense of life. It was as paradoxical as it was powerful. Lu Yi did not know what it was, but that was fine since his curiosity was cursory at best. He was only here to consume it with the Tree of Glyphs. The Tree of Glyphs was writhing about like it was alive inside his source spiritual point. He applied insight to his eyes again and saw the roots covering his whole body twisting and stretching like they desired nothing more than to root itself in the flame. He had never seen the Tree of Glyphs reacting this lively. Lu Yi slowly extended his hand toward the orange flame. This time, not even the Tree of Glyphs could fully insulate the heat emanating from the flame, but it was still nowhere hot enough to burn him. At the same time, the roots started absorbing its energy to strengthen its main body. Lu Yi turned his gaze inward. He was curious to know how many leaves would be ignited after the Tree of Glyphs had consumed the ball of flame. Something unexpected happened. Usually, the Tree of Glyphs would ignite the leaves in a sequential manner. This time though, the energy flowed past the unburned leaves and reached the upper part of the tree instead. An instant later, an entire clump of leaves burst into light. At least 100 or 200 leaves had lit up at the same time. Lu Yi was surprised to say the least. In the past, the leaves on the Tree of Glyphs had ignited one by one. He had never seen 2 leaves igniting at the same time, much less 200. Is it because the flame is that powerful? He quickly realized his assumption was wrong though. The unknown flame was powerful. It could not have turned thousands and thousands of kilometers of land into a scorching hell otherwise. But these leaves hadn't burst into flames. They were only covered in glowing patterns. As the Tree of Glyphs continued to consume the flame, the patterns on the glyphs started growing brighter and brighter. Finally, the leaves burst into flames. The flame of these leaves were different from the usual ones though. They looked as orange as the flame the Tree of Glyphs was devouring. Moreover, Lu Yi felt that the flames had joined together to form a picture. At first glance, it looked like a burning bird was crouching on the crown of the Tree of Glyphs. That the flames were swaying here and there only made the bird more lifelike. In fact, it looked very much like the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts. It was as beautiful as its tail was long. Lu Yi couldn't be sure if it was just a coincidence or not. He did not hurry to investigate the tree leaves. After all, there could be dozens of new glyphs on the Tree of Glyphs right now. He could inspect them one by one at a later date. By now, the orange flame had been fully consumed by the Tree of Glyphs. It was only then Lu Yi relaxed both literally and mentally. He couldn't relax while the Tree of Glyphs was active. That he managed to endure until now was a testament to his mental strength. He was just about to leave when suddenly, he heard a whistling noise above his head. The next moment, a figure landed not far away from him. She was as slender as she was bountiful at the center. Her crimson eyes shone like a pair of ghastly flames in this poorly lit pit. Lu Yi immediately tensed up and gripped the inviolable once more. The pit wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. The surrounding rocks had all turned into glass due to constant exposure to extreme heat. It would be extremely unwise to fight a tyrant here. His heart was heavy. He was so focused on consuming the flame that he had completely forgotten that the flame was the one thing that kept the female primal away. She wasn't able to get within 60 kilometers of the center, because the flame was too hot for her. Now that it was gone, of course she could no longer be kept away. She examined their surroundings once before asking, "Where is it?" She acted as if Lu Yi had promised to bring her the flame when he had, in fact, not. "I didn't see it." Lu Yi brushed his fingers along the hilt of his saber while staring at the female primal's smooth, slender neck. He wondered what his chances of success were if he were to attack her now. In the end, he concluded that it could only end poorly for him. Impossible. The female primal shook her head. "I sensed it until a while ago." "You can search for it yourself if you want to." The female primal did just that. She crouched down and started digging the crystallized earth with her bare hands. It instantly shattered into a million pieces and kicked up a lot of dust. "I'll leave you to your business," Lu Yi said while summoning his spirit boat. He kept an eye on the female primal in case she decided to attack him, but to his surprise she didn't. Right now, she was completely consumed by the task of finding her non-existent flame. This woman. She's strong, but I think she's not quite right in the head. Though to be fair, who would have thought it was possible for a human to consume such a powerful flame? Lu Yi thought back to his previous encounter with the female primal, and eventually came to the conclusion that the woman wasn't actually hostile toward him. She had attacked him only because that was what her animal instinct commanded her to. The female primal paid no attention to Lu Yi and continued to dig the ground with all her might. It wasn't until a long time later that she finally realized that something wasn't right. She tilted her head in thought before growing feathers on her arms all of a sudden. Once they had transformed into wings, she took to the sky and looked around as if she was trying to spot Lu Yi. Of course, Lu Yi was long gone by then. Right now, Lu Yi was flying forward with a windwalk-empowered spirit boat. The female primal might be stupid, but he would be the stupid one if he thought she was stupid enough not to suspect him about the flame's disappearance. That was twice he had run into the tyrant in a single day, and he had no intentions of meeting her a third time. It wasn't until over 3/4 of the day had passed that he finally came to a stop. He could have pushed further, but he had used up too much spiritual power already. He found a resting spot in the forest, brought out his ward flags and set up a couple of wards in the area. Only then did he finally relax somewhat. Before he became a ward cultivator, he mostly relied on Yi to keep an eye on his surroundings. Now, he was good enough in the way of wards to not need to bother her anymore. With the right ward flags, it was all too easy for him to set up wards meant to alert, conceal and protect. While resting, he briefly recalled his experiences since he came to the core cycle. First, he was hunted by the Thousand Demon Ridge. Then, he was pursued by the mutant wasps. He thought he was finally safe after he ran to the Burning Lands, but then he encountered a tyrant of all things. It truly had been a harrowing 2 weeks. He ate a couple of spirit pills to chase away the traumas. Then, he activated Gluttonous Feast to quicken his digestion. The pills quickly melted and replenished his depleted spiritual power. First things first, Lu Yi contacted Yi. Once he learned that they were safe, he shifted his attention to the Tree of Glyphs. The Tree of Glyphs had ignited over 100 leaves this time. It was a massive harvest to say the least. He wondered how many glyph-bearing leaves there were. He did not rush to investigate them though. It could wait until he had recovered fully. Next, Lu Yi shifted his focus to a storage bag. It was the one containing the good stuff he had stolen from the massive wasp nest. The superior quality honey alone weighed over 1,000 caddies. He could personally attest to its efficacy since he had consumed it multiple times while running away from the mutant wasps. While they did not restore spiritual power as quickly as a mystic fruit tree, it was still much faster than a spirit pill. But of course, it wasn't as convenient to consume as a spirit pill. There might be other effects he hadn't noticed. He should bring it back to his second senior sister for research. It might still have some pleasant surprises in store for him. The other thing he swiped from the nest besides the superior quality honey was the half a bowl of royal jelly. Lu Yi did not know what its effects were. He hadn't tasted it yet. However, he did suspect that the biggest reason the wasp swarm had pursued him until they literally couldn't was because of it. The nest was massive, and the mutant wasps were innumerable. And yet, their combined efforts had culminated in just half a bowl of royal jelly. It was obvious how valuable he was. If Lu Yi did not have invisibility, he would have failed for sure. Heck, a Heaven 9 ghost cultivator might not necessarily have done better than him. So he took out an empty jade bottle and filled it up with the royal jelly. He then consumed the liquid in one gulp. For a while, sweetness permeated his entire mouth. His spiritual power and stamina began recovering at an accelerated rate. It was more potent than the superior quality honey in this regard, but that was it. He did not feel anything. Wait. Lu Yi suddenly noticed something odd going on with his body. An indescribable energy was beginning to circulate throughout his veins and bones, causing his flesh and blood to become more tight-knit. His vitality and even his spiritual power was starting to flow faster as well. The royal jelly seemed to improve his circulation by a tremendous degree. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 368, Inheritance. Vitality and spiritual power were the two main things to cultivate for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator. A powerful vitality meant a powerful physique, and no cultivator, no matter which cultivator faction they belonged to, would argue against having a stronger body. Spiritual power was even more self-explanatory. It was the foundation of all cultivation and combat. The flow rate of both energies directly affected the strength of a cultivation. There were several reasons why a cultivator experienced a massive boost in strength after cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique. 1. Their spiritual power control would improve by leaps and bounds. 2. The flow speed of their spiritual power would experience a qualitative increase. Since the royal jelly improved the flow speed of his vitality and his spiritual power, Lu Yi was physically and spiritually stronger even though his cultivation level hadn't changed one bit. The only question now was whether the effect was permanent or temporary. If it was temporary, then it wasn't very valuable. Some spirit pills such as the Qi boosting pill could temporarily increase a cultivator's strength, although the aftereffects were pretty severe. A cultivator who used the pill and pushed themselves too far carried the risk of damaging their spiritual point beyond repair. If the effects were permanent though, then the royal jelly might as well be priceless. There was no way to tell if the royal jelly's effects were actually permanent though. The only way to know was to wait and see if it would wear off over time. With that done, Lu Yi switched his focus to the tree of glyphs. Speaking of which, the more he looked at the orange flames burning on the crown of the tree of glyphs, the more it looked like a bird to him. The impression was the same even if he tried looking at it from multiple different angles. It was quite strange to say the least. As usual, he calmed his mind and randomly selected a leaf to examine. He was going to check out the patterns when suddenly, something unusual happened. In his vision, the bird along the tree suddenly came to life and flew down the tree. It flapped its wings, dragged its long tail, and filled his vision with orange flames in an instant. At the same time, a long melodious cry resounded inside his head. Lu Yi dropped unconscious just like that. This was how Lu Yi had reacted when the Tree of Glyphs first came to life, and he had received his first ever glyph in the mining caves of Evil Moon Valley. However, he hadn't even unlocked a spiritual point at the time, so of course he could barely withstand the packet of complex information that was shoved into his brain. As he grew in cultivation, something like this had never happened again. This was especially true after he returned from the lost city of Xianyuan. His divine soul had become so strong that the massive amount of information in the leaf only felt like a breeze these days. That was why he hadn't anticipated that he would be knocked out for an entire day. It had happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In a dim and silent inheritance site, a naked woman suddenly emerged from a bluish pond. Translucent water slid down her smooth white skin as she sucked in a deep breath. She looked like she had just been reborn. She suppressed a shiver as she stared at the seemingly innocent pond in front of her. The past few weeks had been pure torture, so much so that she wasn't sure how she had managed to endure until the end. The pond wasn't translucent at the beginning. In fact, it was an unnatural aquamarine. According to her inheritance, it was a pool of pure poison. Without the secret art that only she, the inheritor, possessed, even a divine ocean cultivator would have to make a great sacrifice to survive the poison. She recalled the day she had made the decision to accept this inheritance, and wondered how she was able to muster the courage back then. Assuming she could redo her past, she wasn't sure if she could have made the same choice. It was precisely because she had lived through the experience that she knew just how painful it was. It was bad enough that it tormented both her body and her mind, but she didn't even have the luxury of falling unconscious. She was aware of every second of it. Thankfully, that was all in the past. She slowly stepped out of the thousand-poison pond. After evaporating the water droplets on her body with her spiritual power, she pulled out a set of clothes from her storage bag. She was a quiet and demure young lady, which was why the large majority of her wardrobe was made up of white dresses. But for some reason she didn't feel like wearing white right now. She thought for a moment before replacing the dress with a green one. Now she was satisfied. After she was fully dressed and groomed to perfection, she tapped on her battlefield imprint with the intent of sharing her joy with her friends. Then she recalled that this inheritance site was isolated from the outside world because it was a pocket space of its own. She would not be able to communicate with the others until she went outside. She then recalled a certain someone and smirked impishly. She was going to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget the next time he grabbed her hand without permission. She triggered the control gem controlling the ward surrounding this pocket space. The scenery changed, and she found herself standing beneath a bright moon and a starry sky. She opened her arms wide as if to embrace the moonlight while feeling freer and more comfortable than ever before. From now on, she would never have to worry that she might not be able to catch up to him anymore. Starting today, the scariest medicine cultivator in all of Jojo had emerged from her closed cultivation. Oh! Luya's consciousness was a jumbled mess right now. He didn't know where he was or what he was doing. He felt like he was in a cramped space and instinctively tried to stretch his limbs, but something was keeping him from doing so. An unknown amount of time later, he abruptly realized that he had fallen unconscious. But if that was the case, then how was he conscious right now? It was strange. It was like he was experiencing a lucid dream, but not quite. The reason he said this was because he couldn't wake back to reality no matter what he tried. His consciousness grew clearer and clearer, but his environment remained the same as before. An unknown period of time later, he suddenly heard a small crack. A ray of light abruptly pierced through the darkness. When he looked up, he saw that a crack had appeared in the sky. The crack grew bigger and bigger. Finally, the world around him shattered into pieces. It was then he saw a tiny feathery thing surrounded by a floor of eggshells. It was only now Lu Yi realized that he wasn't living through the experience himself. He was watching a chick being born from a third-person perspective. On second thought, it's probably not a chick. The reason he thought this was because the creature was way bigger and cockier than your ordinary chick. Moreover, it immediately ate all the eggshells around it until its tummy was as full as it could be, which he was pretty sure wasn't normal chick behavior. Finally, it burped out tiny jets of flames after it was full. After that, time was accelerated by a great deal. The scenes before him began speeding up so fast it was like he was outside the passage of time. Long story short was that the chick had grown into a massive bird with rainbow-colored feathers. It was covered in orange flames and carrying a long tail behind its back. It was none other than the sacred beast, the vermilion bird. Lu Yi would continue to witness the vermilion bird's life. He saw it growing day by day and eliminating many powerful enemies. He saw it dominating everything until one day, even the world it was born to could no longer suppress its desire to explore. So, it took to the sky and entered the world beyond the heavens. It soared through infinite space and stars in search of a wider world. An unknown amount of time passed, and a ball of orange flames descended from the sky. It burned through the heavens, split the sky in half, and finally landed on the ground. The flame was so hot that it burned through the ground. The entire world was shaking from the aftermath. Everything within tens of thousands of kilometers of the epicenter had turned to dust. Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes. At the same time, he was assaulted by a pain beyond the ability of any language to describe. He could only say that it had made him curl up like a prawn and shake like a leaf. His face was so white he looked like a ghost. His divine soul wasn't as strong as a real Lake Realm cultivator's yet, but he wasn't that far behind. However, the information he received from the Tree of Glyphs still knocked him out in an instant and left him as miserable as a wretch. Heavens only knew how much information he had received just now. He took out the soul-cleansing water with a shuddering hand. Normally, he would try to ration his usage, but now was not the time to do so. He filled his mouth to the brim and gulped it all down in one go. It was only then the pain afflicting his divine soul faded bit by bit. However, he was so exhausted from the ordeal that he dropped back to the ground and fell asleep just like that. The next day, he woke up with a start and lingering fear. When he shook his head, it felt like his brain was sloshing weakly inside his skull. It had been a very long time since he felt something like this. It had topped all of his previous experiences to become the most painful experience of his whole life. Not only that, Lu Yi highly suspected that he would have become a retard if his divine soul wasn't as powerful as it was. After sorting out the jumbled information in his mind, he finally figured out why this had happened. He thought he was gleaning one leaf's worth of information when he was inspecting the new leaf, but that wasn't the case. The power of the orange flame was so massive that it took over 100 leaves to bear it all. In other words, he had accidentally tried to absorb over 100 leaves worth of information into his brain. Not even his insanely powerful divine soul could consume that much information in one go. That was why he had been knocked out like a light. The strange scenes he saw while he was unconscious didn't originally belong to the Tree of Glyphs though. It belonged to the ball of flame that was consumed by the Tree of Glyphs. The ball of flame had come from the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts. To be specific, it was an incomplete ball of true phoenix flame. So much time had passed that the true phoenix flame, which was incomplete to begin with, weakened to the point that it only annihilated tens of thousands of kilometers of land when it impacted Spirit Creek battlefield. It was also why the scenes he saw in his mind were discombobulated and missing some pieces here and there. After all, he did not know what had happened to the vermilion bird after it left its own world. He only knew that it got its ass kicked so bad that it was turned into a ball of incomplete flame and hurtled through space for heavens know how long. In the end, it landed on the Spirit Creek battlefield and created the Burning Lands. It was said that a phoenix could achieve nirvana and come back to life. While Lu Yi had no idea if that legend was true, he knew that this phoenix at least wasn't coming back to life. Why? Because its flame had been fully devoured by the Tree of Glyphs, of course. He had gotten a single glyph for his misery, and it was a spell technique. In fact, glyphs and spells weren't that different from one another. It was just that the former had a wide variety of uses, while the latter was heavily focused on combat. If one had to make a comparison, then a spell technique was a simplified version of a glyph. The new glyph Lu Yi obtained was called Glyph Fire Phoenix. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 369, Yi and Jujia's Crisis. The new glyph was extremely powerful. In fact, it was far more powerful than anything Lu Yi had mastered until now. Unfortunately, Lu Yi could not see himself using it unless absolutely necessary. The complexity of the glyph alone suggested that it would take a tremendous amount of spiritual power to construct. At his current cultivation level, he would probably need to use all of his spiritual power to construct the glyph. In that sense, it was something like a trump card. It should be used only in a do-or-die situation. Its name brought up some unpleasant memories though. Back when he was cultivating the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, the cultivation technique had come with 2 spell techniques, and one of them was called Fire Phoenix. To this day, he still did not know why the spell technique had turned into a fire quail in his hands. It wasn't until he came back from the lost city of Xianyuan and possessed a much stronger divine soul and spiritual power control that the form of the spell improved. These days, Lu Yi rarely cast spells anymore because every cultivator in Zhouzhou knew that he was a combat cultivator at this point. Plus, he did not need spells when his telekinesis was enough. The Tree of Glyphs had consumed a weakened and incomplete true phoenix flame to give him glyph Fire Phoenix. Not only that, he had witnessed the vermilion bird's life experiences while he was unconscious. As a result, his understanding of the Fire Phoenix technique had reached an unspeakable level. In fact, one could say that there was no one in the entire Zhouzhou who understood the Fire Phoenix better than him. With a thought, he lifted a finger and cast the Fire Phoenix technique, launching a fiery red flame toward the distance. Not only did it look almost identical to the vermilion bird, the patterns and even the feathers on its body were clearly defined. The spell weaved back and forth like a living creature under his control. He made it circle around his head for a bit before landing on a nearby branch to groom himself. Finally, it exploded in a shower of sparks. There was no doubt that his Fire Phoenix technique was many times more powerful than what it used to be. It was thanks to his stronger cultivation level and everything he had experienced since entering the Burning Lands. This was a pleasant surprise. Telekinesis was great, but the weapons themselves were guaranteed to run out of power in a protracted battle. Spells did not have such problems. As long as he still had spiritual power, he could cast as many spells as he wanted. There was one more thing that Lu Yi was really happy to learn, and it was that the royal jelly's improvement to one's vitality and spiritual power was permanent. He wasn't sure how long he was unconscious, but he did notice that his vitality and spiritual power were actually flowing faster than before. This could only mean that the royal jelly's effects were permanent. He should have known, really. It had taken millions and millions of mutant wasps to create just half a bowl of royal jelly. Of course it had to be extraordinary. Next, he checked the wards he had set up earlier. He discovered that they had, in fact, been triggered by nearby spirit beasts. This discovery made Lu Yi really glad that he had taken all the necessary precautions first before checking his glyphs. Otherwise, he might have been dead already. Suddenly, he felt something from his battlefield imprint. Lu Yi looked down and saw that it was a message for me. His expression grew serious. As it turned out, Yi hadn't sent him just one but multiple messages. He was just unconscious for most of it except the latest one. Looking at the time of the oldest message, it had been 5 or 6 days since he fell unconscious. The messages were all cries for help. Yi and Zhu Jia had been hiding outside Misty Mountains and waiting for Lu Yi to meet up with them. But a group of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators happened to pass by the area and discovered them first. They had no choice but to make an escape. However, Zhu Jia was far too recognizable, not to mention that plenty of people had seen him with Lu Yi. The 1,000 demon-rich had lost hundreds of people trying to kill Lu Yi. As if that wasn't bad enough, they didn't even succeed in their mission. With that in mind, why wouldn't they take it out on Zhu Jia? Luckily for Zhu Jia, he was one of the most resilient body-tempering cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield. He was tougher than even an ordinary Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator, so he was ultimately able to escape even though he was cornered for a time. Originally, Zhu Jia was going to take Yi and Amber back to the Misty Mountains. It was because they were sure that he was there. They might not know why he wasn't responding to their messages, but they knew that their chances of evading their pursuers and meeting up Lu Yi would be much higher if they could make it inside. However, Zhu Jia was no Lu Yi. He lacked his seemingly infinite bag of tricks and telekinetic speed. After failing several times and noting that their enemies were only growing in numbers, they had no choice but to escape in the opposite direction of Misty Mountains. In this regard, Zhu Jia was stronger than Lu Yi. As a body-tempering cultivator, he already possessed a monstrous amount of stamina. However, he also possessed a unique mutant core, where he kept a massive amount of spiritual power in reserve. So long as he didn't run out of stamina or spiritual power, he could fly on his spirit artifact for as long as he liked. This was something no other Spirit Creek realm cultivator could compare. As time passed, more and more 1,000 demon-rich cultivators joined in on the hunt. The Grand Sky Coalition did their best to hold back the enemy, but even they could not stop the hunt altogether. Right now, Zhu Jia and Amber were hiding in another forbidden area known as the Myriad Poison Forest. They weren't doing too well, to put it mildly. For starters, the Myriad Poison Forest was a forbidden area just like the Burning Lands, a location known to be extremely hazardous to any cultivator. The danger of the Burning Lands originated from the broken and incomplete True Phoenix Flame. The closer one was to the center, the hotter the environment would become. Near the end, not even a tyrant could get within 50 kilometers of the flame. In the Myriad Poison Forest case, it was poison. The forest was permanently shrouded in an endless haze of poison, and the deeper one traveled, the deadlier it became. Not only that, every living creature in that forest, small or big, ants or giant boas, was poisonous to a certain degree. Even the plants were incredibly deadly as well. The reason they chose the Myriad Poison Forest was because they literally had no other choice. The number of pursuers had grown to the point where it was either that or death. Right now, they were hiding somewhere near the periphery of the Myriad Poison Forest. They couldn't break out because the 1,000 Demon Ridge had the entire place surrounded. The one silver lining of this situation was that the 1,000 Demon Ridge did not dare to go deep into the forest and risk getting poisoned themselves. Their plan was to keep Zhu Jia pinned and wait for the poison to kill him slowly. Also, they were waiting for Lu Yi to show up. They were certain that Lu Yi would not abandon Zhu Jia to his fate. As long as they kept Zhu Jia pinned, Lu Yi would appear to them of his own accord. As time passed, more and more 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were gathering at Myriad Poison Forest by the hour. "Hang on. I'll be right there," Lu Yi hurriedly messaged before withdrawing his ward flags. Then he summoned his spirit boat and took to the sky. Yi responded to his message not long after. "We're doing okay. The place we're hiding at isn't too toxic, and it turns out that the honey we collected from the Misty Mountains can neutralize the poison to a certain degree. We're not at our limit yet, so don't rush things and be careful." The ordinary honey can neutralize poison. Lu Yi hadn't expected to hear that. On second thought, he should have thought of it himself. The mutant wasps were venomous creatures. Naturally, the honey they created would have a neutralizing effect. It was the same logic as venomous snakes usually residing in places where anti-poison herbs could be found. Thank goodness they had collected all those honey beforehand. Otherwise, neither he nor Wuxia could have held out until now. Looking at the 10-point map, the myriad poison forest was quite far away from the Misty Mountains. This meant that the trio had flown on Wuxia's spirit artifact almost non-stop. It was the only explanation as to how they made it that far in just a few days' time. Yi had considered finding shelter in a Grand Sky Coalition outpost, but doing so would surely endanger their ally. Not only that, an alliance pact was required to use another sect's divine opportunity column, and Lu Yi was the only one who had the authority to do so. Therefore, finding shelter in an allied outpost would only result in them being trapped with nowhere to escape until the outpost was conquered. Their allies might be able to escape in time, but they would surely fall to the enemy. That was why the myriad poison forest was their few remaining options. One thing Yi did not tell Lu Yi because she didn't want him to put himself at risk was that the Thousand Demon Ridge was no longer satisfied with just trapping them anymore. They were preparing to venture into the myriad poison forest and capture Wuxia alive. The reason they hadn't done so yet was because they were still gathering the antidote pills necessary to carry out the operation safely. The amount they needed was astronomical considering the amount of people who were participating in the hunt and how long the operation might take. Still, it was only a matter of time before they launched the operation. While flying to Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi checked his battlefield imprint yet again. There was a message from Wuxia. He didn't read earlier because of the urgency of the situation. A few weeks ago, Wuxia had returned to Mount Ying to claim the remaining portion of her inheritance. At the time, Lu Yi already had the feeling it wouldn't be the safest trip. If it was, Wuxia would have claimed the entire inheritance from the get-go. He had tried to change her mind, but he eventually gave in after noting that she was determined to go no matter what. He had tried messaging Wuxia multiple times while he was playing cat and mouse with the Thousand Demon Ridge in the Misty Mountains, but none of his messages had gone through for some reason. He only knew that she was still alive because her imprint was still present. The fact that Wuxia had sent him a message meant she must have left the inheritance site already. He wondered if she had succeeded. Wuxia's message stated, "Yi and Wuxia are trapped. I'm on the way to rescue them." Lu Yi hurriedly replied, "It's okay. I'm on my way." Wuxia responded a few seconds later, "Oh, you're still alive. I see you're doing pretty fine too." Har har. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. "What's that?" "Oh, it's none of your concern." Lu Yi wanted to probe her until she spilled, but knowing Wuxia she could stall him for days while dancing on a knife's edge. So he messaged again, "Just stay where you are for now. The situation isn't looking good." "Got it. Be safe. Your son can't afford to lose his father." Lu Yi nearly lost his mind at that. Is it just me? Or is she getting more and more impudent these days? He was just about to make a retort when suddenly, he sensed a presence swiftly approaching him from a distance. His head began to hurt when he saw who it was. It was none other than the tyrant-level female primal. He had no idea how she managed to find him. If it was a coincidence, then it was one hell of a coincidence. Her form was a little different from before. She was still in a humanoid form, but her arms had turned into wings. The feathers on her wings were fiery red. Now that he thought about it, the vermilion bird was a bird as well. He supposed it made sense that this female primal could sense the true phoenix flame from 50 kilometers away. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 370. Lu Yi is here. Lu Yi even suspected that the reason this female primal became so powerful was because she had spent many years absorbing the energy leaking out from the true phoenix flame. If that was true, then it was that no wonder she was fatally attracted to the flame. He immediately imbued his spirit boat with windwalk and kicked up his travel speed by another notch. However, the presence behind him only grew closer at an unbelievable rate. Just a short time later, he turned his neck stiffly to one side. The female primal was now flying right next to him. She was a bird and a tyrant. Even at his maximum speed, she had still caught up to him with insulting ease. Perhaps he could give her a run for her money if wings was still usable, but the tattoo-type glyph had reached its limit a long time ago. There was a silver lining though. The female primal hadn't attacked him even though she had caught up to him. The flame! The female primal said suddenly while staring at him with her crimson eyes. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat as he gripped his inviolable. He was going to hit her the second she asked a question he couldn't possibly answer. Amber and Ju Jia needed him right now, and he was in no mood to play 20 questions with the female primal. Sure, his chances of defeating her were incredibly slim, but he was going to make her work for it at the very least. I couldn't find it. It would be stranger if she could, as the tree of glyphs had gobbled up the true phoenix flame completely. He highly suspected that there wouldn't even be a burning lands in the future. I already told you I didn't see it, Lu Yi answered calmly. Perhaps you didn't try hard enough. Impossible. Despite the incredibly obvious, the female primal did not suspect for even a second that Lu Yi was the true reason her flame had disappeared. She was much stronger than Lu Yi, but even she was unable to claim the flame. Naturally, Lu Yi could not be the one who took it. You can't sense it anymore. The female primal shook her head dejectedly. Lu Yi thought for a moment before starting. It's like this. There are plenty of treasures in this world that naturally become sentient over time. Those destined to obtain a certain treasure might find it falling into their lap one day, but those who weren't may never even catch a glimpse of it. You were sure there was a flame there, but neither of us were able to see it. Perhaps this means that we weren't fated to get that treasure. Fate. Yes, fate. The female primal fell into deep thought. She only flapped her fiery red wings from time to time, but Lu Yi still wasn't able to shake her off. He could not imagine how fast she could go if she was flying at full force. A long time later she suddenly said, "You mean the flame is still there? It's just hiding from me, right?" "No, I never said that. Not even close." The female primal abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned back toward the burning lands. Somehow, she had interpreted Lu Ye's words as the flame actively trying to hide from her senses. Lu Yi sighed as the female primal vanished into the horizon. The Creator was fair after all. Some people appeared to have an unfair advantage over others, but they surely had a flaw or two that balanced out that advantage. Take this female primal for example. If she wasn't as ridiculously powerful as she was, she would have died a long time ago. He was glad that the interlude turned out to be a false alarm. He continued to fly toward the myriad poison forest at top speed. Looking at the 10-point map, he should arrive at the myriad poison forest in less than 2 days, but only if he kept Windwalk active the whole time. Of course, that was impossible. Even if his spiritual power could hold out that long, there was no way he could fight anyone. If he did not use Windwalk, then it would take twice as many days to reach his companions. However, his energy regeneration would just barely be able to keep up with the consumption. Even if his estimate was off, the mystic fruit cider should be enough to make up the difference. And so he kept shoving spirit pills into his mouth and refining them as quickly as possible. From time to time, he would activate Windwalk to give himself a boost. Meanwhile, the amount of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators surrounding the myriad poison forest had exceeded 3,000. More and more were gathering outside the forbidden area as time passed. News of the Lu Yi Elimination Front's failure had spread far and wide a long time ago. Thousands and thousands of people had participated in the hunt, but not only did they fail to achieve their objective, they had even lost hundreds to the vanquisher of sects. They could hardly believe it was true. It wasn't just one sect who lost face because of this. It was all of them. Lu Yi had basically planted his foot on their face and mopped the floor with it. It was a wake-up call for the entire 1,000 demon rich. They realized that this might very well be their last chance to eliminate Lu Yi. Previously, many Tier 1 sect cultivators and champions on the Scroll of Supremacy had refrained from joining in on the pursuit in the Misty Mountains because they considered the work to be beneath their status. It was different now. At least 20+ Scroll of Supremacy champions had gathered outside the myriad poison forest, and the strongest of them all was ranked in the 30s. It was even rumored that a top 10 champion had hidden themselves in the area. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to show up to deal him a fatal blow. Besides that, the amount of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators gathering outside the Myriad Poison Forest was greater than when they were hunting Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains. As if that wasn't bad enough, both the timing and geographical conditions were in their favor this time. The Misty Mountains were ridiculously vast and unique in some ways. Even if they managed to find Lu Yi, their manpower was spread thin enough that he was able to deal massive damage to them time and again. The Myriad Poison Forest was different though. For starters, it was way smaller than the Misty Mountains, small enough that they could surround the entire place with 3,000 cultivators. This ensured that Yi and Zhu Jia would be unable to escape. Second, they weren't afraid that Zhu Jia and Yi would hole up in the Myriad Poison Forest forever, because the area was permanently shrouded in a fog of poison. Even if they could hold out for a while, it was only a matter of time before they ran out of antidotes and died. This was exactly why the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted to venture into the Myriad Poison Forest and capture Zhu Jia. It had taken them considerable effort to finally corner the bastard. If he died in the Myriad Poison Forest, then Lu Yi would not show himself or willingly walk into the death trap they had prepared for him. Currently, their plan was to capture Zhu Jia alive and force Lu Yi to show himself. The antidote pills and poison-neutralizing treasures they were waiting for had finally arrived. It was time to enact their operation. As the orders were given, squads of cultivators began entering the Myriad Poison Forest from every direction in search of Zhu Jia. It didn't take long before a squad reported that they had encountered Zhu Jia and Lu Ye's white tiger. Unfortunately, he was able to escape. This news invigorated the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and motivated them to push harder. They were going to keep up the pressure until Zhu Jia had no choice but to walk into their arms. Zhu Jia had tried to fly to safety several times, but each time he was driven back into the forest. For a while, it felt like the Myriad Poison Forest would be his graveyard. It was at this moment the Thousand Demon Ridge received some great news. Lu Yi had finally shown himself, and he was less than half a day away from Myriad Poison Forest. To say that the Thousand Demon Ridge was excited would be an understatement. Knowing that their plot had succeeded, many cultivators immediately backed out of the Myriad Poison Forest. At the same time, they set up countless traps and wards all around the place. Now they were just waiting for their prey to step into them. The impatient ones even took off in the direction Lu Yi was expected to appear in hopes of intercepting and killing him before their peers. Half a day away from Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi continued to fly toward his destination at high speed. He was also being pursued by a good number of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. It was inevitable that he would be found out since he was traveling openly, not that he had planned on hiding his tracks from the start. He knew exactly what the Thousand Demon Ridge was plotting, though he was far less sure about Yi and Zhu Jia's situation. Every time he messaged the girl, she would tell him that they were still doing okay. It was obviously a lie. His appearance should alleviate some of the pressure on them. He counted at least dozens of pursuers behind him. Just like all the previous chases, every time someone fell behind because he was too fast, two would join the group. The good news was that Lu Yi had zero intentions of tangling with them. Every ounce of spiritual power was precious right now. He could not afford to waste any time or energy on these people. He was flying over a forest when suddenly, he sensed something and looked beneath his feet. He immediately saw a hail of sword lights bursting out of the tree leaves and flying straight toward the pursuers behind him. At the same time, a dozen or so cultivators in plain clothes took to the skies. "It's the Northern Profound Sword Clan." One of Lu Ye's pursuers screamed in panic. Lu Yi immediately did a 180-degree turn and charged toward his attackers. His 9 flying weapons, he had replaced the 3 he lost to the female primal with new ones, flew out of his weapon holder and reached them even sooner than he. The reason he didn't want to fight his pursuers wasn't just because he didn't want to waste his spiritual power, but also because he was alone. Even if he managed to kill some of them, there was a high chance he would be overwhelmed in the end. It was a different story if he had helped though, especially when these reinforcements were infamous for their bloodlust. Sword lights filled the sky, and blood-curdling screams rang through the air. Although these Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were numerous, even they were afraid to go up against the sword maniacs of the Northern Profound Sword Clan. After all, their sword telekinesis was said to be the deadliest telekinesis technique in all of JoJo. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi was part of the beatdown as well. His killing speed was as good or better than the sword cultivators. The 1,000 demon-rich cultivators lost many of their numbers after just a brief clash. Only a dozen or so people were able to escape in the end, and none of them were unscathed. They were ambushed by the infamous sword maniacs after all. It would be stranger if they managed to escape unharmed. Metal ringing filled the ears as Lu Ye's flying weapons returned to his weapon holder. After flicking off the blood on the inviolable and returning it to his sheath, he turned toward the leader of the sword cultivators. To his surprise, he found himself recognizing the man. During the Battle of Golden Tip, Li Baxian had once instructed the man to keep Lu Yi safe. At the time, his cultivation level wasn't very high yet. Now, he was a Heaven 9 cultivator. If Lu Yi remembered correctly, his name was Yu Lianzhou. "Hail, Senior Uncle Lu." Yu Lianzhou greeted and saluted Lu Yi seriously. The sword cultivators did the same thing. Lu Yi hurriedly stopped them. "Don't call me that. I'm younger than all of you." The reason Yu Lianzhou addressed Lu Yi as senior uncle was because Li Baxian was their elder in terms of seniority, and Lu Yi was Li Baxian's junior brother. Therefore, they should address Lu Yi as their senior uncle. In fact, only a handful of individuals across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield had seniority comparable to Lu Yi. Back then, Yu Xiao, the sect master of the Heavenly Derivative sect, had addressed Shui Yuan as his senior sister. Cultivators generally led very long lives, so it was quite difficult to ascribe seniority properly. Excluding those who were close enough to use first names, nicknames or other affectionate terms with each other, those within the same age range generally addressed each other as senior/junior brother/sister. "I'm aware you are reluctant to address me as a junior brother due to my fourth senior brother. So just call me fellow cultivator Lu." "Fellow cultivator Lu," Yu Lianzhou responded without hesitation. "So why are you guys here?" Lu Yi asked. It was clear that their presence here wasn't a coincidence. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 371 Spirit Storage. If the 1,000 Demon Ridge could recognize the threat Lu Yi posed and do everything in their power to eliminate him, then of course the Grand Sky Coalition could recognize his value as well. To the 1,000 Demon Ridge, the vanquisher of sects was a walking calamity and the source of all the chaos that had happened as of late, but to the Grand Sky Coalition, he was one of their rising stars and a future pillar. Their opinions were different because their standpoints were different. Anyone the 1,000 Demon Ridge wanted to kill, the Grand Sky Coalition would do their utmost to protect, and vice versa. It had been like this since the two cultivation factions were born. No one was going to give the other party what they desired without a struggle. In fact, the Northern Profound Sword Clan weren't the only ones who had shown up. Many Core Circle Grand Sky Coalition sects had taken action as well. They were just scattered all around the Myriad Poison Forest because they didn't know where Lu Yi would appear. If Lu Yi had flown toward the Myriad Poison Forest from a different direction, he might have encountered the Righteous Sect, the Green Jade Sect, or the Auspicious Cloud Palace. The Northern Profound Sword Clan did not recruit their disciples lightly. All hopeful cultivators must meet some of the stringent requirements ever in the history of Zhou to join the sect. It was why they possessed the fewest sect members of all the Tier 1 sects in Zhou. Their outpost in the core circle consisted of dozens of cultivators only. However, they still sent over a dozen sword cultivators to aid Lu Yi. While Lu Yi himself was worth the effort, Li Baxian was at least half the reason they were willing to risk this much. "Fellow cultivator Lu, you must not go to the Myriad Poison Forest. The 1,000 Demon Ridge has prepared well for your arrival, and now they are just waiting for you to fall into their death trap. My fellow disciples are trapped in there. I have heard. However, I would urge you to wait until our forces are assembled. Right now, it is the 1,000 Demon Ridge who holds the initiative. At least thousands of people have gathered outside Myriad Poison Forest already. We won't be able to break through their defense line without sufficient numbers. There's no time. Myriad Poison Forest is no place for a cultivator, and my fellow disciples have already been trapped for days. At this rate, they are going to succumb to the poison before we can reach them." Lu Yi then looked at Yu Lianzhou and asked, "What would you do if it was your disciples who were trapped in the forest?" Yu Lianzhou thought for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Let us make haste to rescue your fellow disciples then. Your compassion and selflessness are much appreciated, fellow cultivators, but you and I are both aware how dangerous this venture will be. You do not need to accompany me into the myriad poison forest. You plan to take on the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line alone, fellow cultivator Lu? Yu Zhou understood Lu Ye's meaning immediately. I may be able to breach their defense line and enter the myriad poison forest. Maybe. I have never tried this method before, so I am unsure how well it will go. Of course, I would appreciate it if you would escort me to my destination. The Thousand Demon Ridge knows where I am right now, and I am sure they will send many people to intercept me. I need to recover my spiritual power to carry out my plan. Even if you have a way to breach their defense line and enter the myriad poison forest, what can you do alone, fellow cultivator Lu? The place is permanently shrouded in poisonous fog, and it only gets worse the deeper you go. If you and your companions are unable to break out, it is only a matter of time before you all perish, no? I understand your concerns, but I have my ways. Please believe in me, fellow cultivator Yu. Yu Lianzhu frowned. He stared at him for a moment as if trying to determine if he was telling the truth. Lu Yi smiled. I promise that I treasure my life more than you treasure yours. It was only then Yu Lianzhou nodded. Then we shall do as you say, fellow cultivator Lu. However, please do not push yourself if it cannot be done. I understand. Then let us depart. After Lu Yi stepped up onto Yu Lianzhou's flying sword, the group of sword cultivators immediately took off toward the myriad poison forest. Previously, Lu Yi was worried that his spiritual power might not be up to the task. With Yu Lianzhou fetching him though, he could focus fully on recovering his strength. He shoved a good number of spirit pills into his mouth and activated the gluttonous feast. He started regenerating spiritual power at an accelerated rate while his stomach rumbled incessantly. At the same time, countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators received word of Lu Ye's whereabouts and immediately rushed to meet up with him. At first, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators continued to try and intercept Lu Yi. However, they ceased their attempts after losing several groups to the sword cultivators. They didn't even dare to tail them from afar because sword cultivators were notorious for their flight speed. The chances they might escape if the sword maniacs decided to pursue them were incredibly low. Their group grew bigger and bigger over time. It wasn't long before their numbers exceeded 200 people. However, the initiative was in the Thousand Demon Ridge's hands, so they were still going to be vastly outnumbered by the time they got there. Yu Lianzhou had hoped to persuade Lu Yi to wait a few more days. Days were all they needed to gather enough people to go to battle with the Thousand Demon Ridge. However, he did not succeed. The problem was that Zhu Jiai and Amber did not have days to spare. Even if they did, the best the Grand Sky Coalition could do was to create a standoff. Generally speaking, the cultivators of Spirit Creek Battlefield did not engage in battles involving thousands of combatants, unless the circumstances were truly exceptional. It was because the casualties would be unthinkable no matter who emerged victorious in the end. It was why the Thousand Demon Ridge was ultimately able to halt Lu Ye's advance in the inner circle by amassing an equally large force of their own. In the past, neither Grand Sky Coalition nor Thousand Demon Ridge would carry out an operation at this scale. After all, no one wanted to push the other cultivation faction so far that they would resort to drastic measures. That was until Lu Yi had caused a storm in the inner circle. These days they were almost expecting large gatherings like this to happen every once in a while. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had recovered to full strength. He was currently ruminating about the viability of his plan and wondering how he could increase its success rate. Glyph. Fire Phoenix was such a complex glyph that it took over 100 leaves to host it all. Lu Yi wasn't worried he might fail the construction because the tree of glyphs never failed to construct a glyph. No, he was worried that his spiritual power wouldn't last until the end of the process. He did not want to imagine what would happen if he ran out of spiritual power midway. The mystic fruit cider was a solution, but he wasn't sure if he could regenerate spiritual power faster than he injected it into the glyph. The best way to deal with this was to increase his spiritual power reserves, but that wasn't something that could be done in short notice. The obvious way was to unlock more spiritual points, but not even he could unlock that many spiritual points in such a short time. It was at this moment the answer hit him like a lightning bolt. Glyph storage. Storage was a glyph specifically used to store spiritual power. In JoJo it was called Spirit Bank. Every flying weapon carried an enhancement with Spirit Bank as the core, or it would be impossible to control the second physical contact was broken. There were two critical requirements that must be met before a cultivator could telekinetically control their spirit artifact. 1. The cultivator must reach the 7th order so that they could control the spiritual power outside their body. 2. They must charge the spirit artifact with their spiritual power. This would allow the cultivator to telekinetically control their spirit artifact. By applying storage to himself, he would be able to artificially expand his spiritual power reserves. And he knew it would work. If he could apply gathering spirits and blood rage to himself, then why not storage? The second he reached a decision, Lu Yi immediately constructed a storage at the center of his chest. Once it was complete, he proceeded to charge it with his spiritual power. Of course, storage itself requires some spiritual power to maintain, so it was more draining than it seemed. Moreover, the wash of spiritual power could easily disrupt the integrity of the glyph itself. If he did not maintain his focus, it would easily crumble from the injection of spiritual power and waste his efforts. It was definitely a challenge that sorely tested his spiritual power and mental fortitude. The good news was that his divine soul was powerful enough to handle the task. His control of his spiritual power was also perfect. As time passed, Lu Yi gradually became more comfortable with the task. The glyph showed no signs of crumbling either. After confirming that his plan was a go, Lu Yi began consuming spirit pills and a bottle of mystic fruit cider to replenish his spiritual power. More time passed when suddenly, Yu Lianzhou glanced back at Lu Yi. For a while now he had a feeling that something didn't feel quite right about Lu Yi. He even sensed a hint of danger from the young man. Of course he didn't mean in the sense that Lu Yi was planning to ambush him. He was referring to the young man's unstable spiritual power. It felt like a balloon that might explode any moment. He wasn't the only one who sensed this. His fellow cultivators were shooting Lu Yi wary glances as well. The storage Lu Yi had constructed on his chest had reached its limit. He literally could not pour more spiritual power into it even if he tried. A quick calculation later, he concluded that one storage could store roughly 30% of his total spiritual power. He still had plenty of mental energy to spare, so Lu Yi decided to create a second storage on his back. He had a much easier time since this was his second time doing this. Every time Lu Yi created a storage on his person, he was digging a pool where spiritual power could be stored. The second pool was connected to his body and the first pool as well. In total, the two pools carried about 60% of his total spiritual power. Lu Yi continued creating more storages until he finally felt that he had enough spiritual power to carry out the task ahead of him. In total, he had created 5 storages on his body. In front of the flying sword, Yu Lianzhou's eyes were twitching uncontrollably. The sense of danger behind his back had grown to unbelievable proportions in just a short time. If the young man felt like a bursting balloon a while ago, now he felt like a live volcano that was moments away from eruption. He had no idea what Lu Yi was doing, but he could feel with his own body that it was beyond dangerous. "Please speed up, fellow cultivator Yu," Lu Yi suddenly said. The group wasn't moving quickly because they were waiting for reinforcements to meet up with them. After all, they needed the numbers. Sure, it was nothing compared to the thousands and thousands of enemies already gathered at the edge of Myriad Poison Forest, but every trickle of reinforcement made the odds just a little more even. In fact, he did not truly believe in Lu Ye's claim that he could breach the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line and enter the Myriad Poison Forest. There was only so much a single person could do no matter how much of a genius they were, not to mention that quantity was a quality in its own right. While Lu Yi was busy doing his thing, he was discussing strategies with the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who had joined their group. So far, the plan was to make a charge, do their best to tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line, and rush into the Myriad Poison Forest before it was closed. If it looked like they weren't going to succeed, then they would withdraw and wait for a better opportunity. They could understand Lu Ye's urgent desire to rescue his fellow disciples. It was why they were willing to risk their own lives to help him. Now though, Yu Lianzhou was actually starting to believe that Lu Ye's claim wasn't just false bravado. If this method Lu Yi claimed could tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line was already this terrifying during the preparation stage, just how magnificent would it be when it was actually executed? Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 372. Birth of the Mythical Bird. Outside the myriad poison forest, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were waiting solemnly for Lu Yi to arrive. They were receiving messages constantly from their fellow cultivators. They knew exactly where Lu Yi was and what he was doing right now. Senior Brother Wu, Lu Yi is just 50 kilometers away from our location. He'll be arriving very soon, reported Qin Zheng of the Thousand Feather sect as he walked up to a man. The man he called Senior Brother Wu was the 33rd ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. He belonged to a Tier 1 sect and was much stronger than Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng had led the hunt for Lu Yi at the Misty Mountains, but it had ended poorly to say the least. He had brought great shame upon himself and the Thousand Feather sect. The Thousand Demon Ridge had mobilized many more elites this time, and at least a dozen Scroll of Supremacy elites were present for this mission. Naturally, the days where he was the commander of the operation were behind him. How many people does he have right now? Wu Beihan asked while looking in the direction Lu Yi was coming from. 50 kilometers was a very short distance for a core circle cultivator. He expected Lu Yi to show up in less than an incense stick. 300 to 400. That's it. Wu Beihan humphed. It is nowhere enough to threaten us. It was true. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators. Although they had to spread out their manpower to surround the entire myriad poison forest, over 700 people were standing by in the direction Lu Yi was expected to show up. If the Grand Sky Coalition thought they could break through when they were outnumbered 2 to 1 at the very least, he was more than happy to oblige them. Qin Zheng was going to warn Wu Beihan about the folly of underestimating Lu Yi, but they did outnumber the enemy 2 to 1. Lu Yi could be the greatest strategist in the world, and he would still be hard-pressed to overcome such a massive disadvantage. That was why he ultimately chose to keep his silence. Moreover, he had been criticized to the face and behind his back by countless people because of his failures at the Misty Mountains. They all blamed him for the massive loss of life and dignity. If he were to speak up now, they would only call him a coward and distrust him even more. In reality, Qin Zheng did not deserve his criticism. From the start, the Misty Mountains was a terrible place to hunt down someone due to its foggy terrain and unknown dangers. Second, he had stepped up not because he wanted to, but because the situation demanded him to. Of course, he wasn't able to perform to expectations. In fact, the ward cultivator had been led by the nose almost the entire time. Thankfully, Wu Beihan was a careful man. Although his side outnumbered the Grand Sky Coalition 2 to 1, and although he claimed that the enemy had nowhere near the numbers to threaten them, he still ordered his men to double-check their traps and their surroundings. They had set up a lot of wards in this area. Some of them had even forked out the contribution points to purchase a kind of spirit artifact that was specifically used for capturing difficult prey. The spirit artifact was a massive net that required several people to use properly. It was normally used to capture large spirit beasts that was difficult to handle at closer quarters. Despite its expensive price, they had purchased at least a dozen of them. If Lu Yi showed up, then he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Wu Beihan then shot a look at someone behind the defense line. He was a small, unassuming man who was born with a perfectly ordinary appearance. He was the type of person you wouldn't look at twice in a crowd. Even his aura marked him as just a Heaven 8 cultivator. It was one of the reasons why few people knew that he was the 9th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy, the ghost cultivator known as Guangzi. It was no longer a secret that Lu Yi could kill a Heaven 9 cultivator as a Heaven 7 cultivator. Against such a formidable foe, a ghost cultivator stood a better chance at dealing a killing blow than anyone else. As Guangzi was the strongest ghost cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield, his presence was deeply assuring to Wu Beihan. Everything was ready. Hundreds of cultivators focused their minds and readied themselves for battle. Now they were just waiting for the Grand Sky Coalition group to show up. Time passed bit by bit until finally someone cried, "Here they come!" A massive amount of auras appeared from the horizon. They were none other than the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators escorting Lu Yi. Leading the group were none other than the sword cultivators of the Northern Profound Sword Clan. The Thousand Demon Ridge was stunned by this. They weren't expecting the enemy to charge them so openly. It was like they didn't think they were worth using any tactics at all. For a time they felt both slighted and puzzled. What on earth were they thinking? Their fellow Core Circle cultivators could not be this dumb or conceited, could they? Meanwhile, a stern-faced Yu Lianzhou reported while staring at the myriad poison forest and the army of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators waiting for them. "We are 10 kilometers away, fellow cultivator Lu." "Got it." Lu Yi slowly rose to his feet before declaring, "I am most grateful for your aid, my friends. You may leave the rest to me now. If you wish to leave, then please do not hesitate to do so." A Heaven 9 cultivator laughed loudly. "I may not know what technique you're preparing, Brother Yi, but I'm pretty sure you'll have a hard time challenging several hundred enemies without backup. Since we have come this far, we might as well see you through the last stretch. That said, if it looks like a breakthrough is impossible, then do not hesitate to run for the hills, okay, brother? It's never too late so long as you are still alive to make things right." "Oh, I completely agree. 5 kilometers. Yu Lianzhou growled. At this range, they were close enough to sense the enemy channeling their spiritual power. Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and leaped off Yu Lianzhou's flying sword. He then zoomed to the forefront while drinking a mystic fruit cider he had held in his hand for a while now. An enormous amount of spiritual power flowed, gushed out, and merged together to form what looked like an egg. It covered Lu Yi completely from view. Shockwaves were spreading in every direction. Complex patterns could be seen evolving rapidly on the surface of the egg. The Grand Sky Coalition group had known that Lu Yi was preparing some sort of super technique for a while, so of course they, more than anyone else, wanted to know exactly what it was. However, the strange egg Lu Yi manifested had only left them even more puzzled. It was because they had never seen such a technique before. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were equally confused. From their perspective, Lu Yi had suddenly rushed to the open before wrapping himself in what looked like an egg. Was it a defensive skill? Was he planning to weather their attacks and force his way through or something? If that was true, then it was suicide. Even a real Lake Realm cultivator might want to avoid a concentrated bombardment by 700 Core Circle cultivators. Lu Yi's spiritual power continued to fluctuate wildly as the patterns on the egg grew clearer and clearer. At the same time, it started shining brighter and brighter. The spiritual power he stored in the spirit storage on his chest had been drained to the last in less than 3 breaths. It was the same for his 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spiritual power reserves as well. Even then it still wasn't enough. The technique was now draining the spiritual power in his spiritual points. Suffice to say, Lu Yi had never used so much spiritual power in one go in his life. From an outside perspective, it looked like the patterns had only appeared on the surface of the egg. In reality, there were even more patterns on the inside. It was a glyph so complex that it required over 100 leaves to host after all, and now Lu Yi, or rather the Tree of Glyphs, was constructing it all in just a short time. It drained not just his spiritual power, but his mental strength as well. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators following closely behind Lu Yi were the first ones to notice that something was wrong. It was because the spiritual power emanating from Lu Yi had grown so dangerous, they felt like they were being stabbed by a million needles. Originally, the plan was to attack the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line under Yu Lianzhou's leadership and force their way into the myriad poison forest. But now, everyone had stopped in their tracks at almost the exact same time. Their eyes twitched as they watched the egg still hurtling toward the Thousand Demon Ridge defensive line at high speed. Every cell in their body was screaming to stay away from Lu Yi. They still didn't know what technique Lu Yi was executing, but it was obvious that it was extremely powerful and dangerous. Friendly fire was a real risk if they got too close to Lu Yi. The Grand Sky Coalition group recalled Lu Yi's words. They finally understood why the young man had said what he said, and why he was fairly confident that he would be able to tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. Speaking of which, the group was now only 1.5 kilometers away from the defensive line, and the distance was still shrinking by the second. The Thousand Demon Ridge had finally realized that they might be in trouble, as well as the surface of the egg was so hot that it looked like it might explode at any moment. Its aura was so powerful that their hearts were shaking even though Lu Yi was still a good distance away. Wu Beihan's gaze was completely glued to the egg. The alarm bells in his head were telling him to get the hell away while he still could, but his pride ultimately kept him rooted to the ground. Lu Yi was just one man and they were hundreds. What would people say if they retreated now? He did not notice that Guangzi had already concealed himself and ran off. Powerful ghost cultivators like Guangzi were especially sensitive toward danger, and right now he felt like the heavens themselves were about to smite him with their judgment. Naturally, he dared not stay here for even a second longer. 1 kilometer 500 meters. Wu Beihan roared, "Attack!" The moment he gave the order, countless wards were activated, and hundreds of spells and telekinetic weapons were launched at the egg. Not only that, some brave cultivators even flew toward the egg and tossed their spirit webs over it. Creak, creak, creak. Cracks appeared all over the fiery red egg. The moment it shattered, a clear and melodious cry abruptly resounded throughout the area. Orange flames spread in every direction as a massive, flame-shrouded bird abruptly appeared in midair. It had a body length of 30 meters and a wingspan of 50 meters. It possessed a long tail and an elegant appearance. It was a technique of some sort and yet it looked almost lifelike. Even the patterns on its feathers could be clearly seen. It flapped its wings and continued flying toward the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. It gave off so much heat that the space behind it was distorting. The spells sank harmlessly into its body. The flying weapons lost their spiritual power, and all of their enhancements in an instant, half melted and crashing toward the floor. Even the spirit webs just barely slowed its elegant yet deadly advance. Today was the day a mythical creature manifested and shocked the world. Cultivators from both cultivation factions could only stare blankly and shakily at the giant bird. This time they did recognize the creature. That's the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts. Yu Lianzhou murmured in a daze. Even for a sword cultivator like him, he wasn't quite able to stay calm and keep his scalp from shivering. He had read of the 4 sacred beasts in the scriptures before but never seen one with his own eyes. Today he did. At the same time, he was infinitely glad that he was wise enough to heed his senses and stop following Lu Yi. Otherwise, they would have suffered massive damage during the manifestation of the vermilion bird. It wasn't just him. Every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in the group was hiding a huge sigh of relief. They knew that Lu Yi was planning to cast a powerful technique, but he still managed to exceed their expectations. Just what on earth was this technique? To think that he would manifest the vermilion bird itself into existence. Of course, they were aware that the vermilion bird before them was just a facsimile of the real thing. The real vermilion bird could probably shatter the entire Spirit Creek battlefield just by flapping its wings once. No, this was something Lu Yi had manifested with his own spiritual power. The real question was, how was it possible for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator to execute such a powerful technique? Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 373, A Glorious Ascent. Over 700 core circle cultivators were gathered at this side of the myriad poison forest to capture Lu Yi. Both the sky and the earth were sealed with wards and spirit artifacts. Even if the Grand Sky Coalition had their numbers, they would have had a hard time breaking through such a defensive line. However, the vermilion bird easily tore a hole in it like it was made of paper. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who attempted to catch Lu Yi with the spirit webs were the first to die. Their clothes and even the hair on their body started burning before the vermilion bird even got close. It was like their protective spiritual power did not exist. By the time they finally realized the danger they were facing and tried to escape, it was already too late. The vermilion bird flapped its wings a little as it elegantly glided through the impudent fools who dared to bar its path. Orange flames immediately enveloped their bodies. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the cultivators fell from the sky like raindrops. They were dead before they even hit the ground. More Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were caught by the orange flames and killed as it continued forward. Even the strongest Spirit Creek realm cultivator was but an ant before this technique. They had maintained a tight formation in order to handle the Grand Sky Coalition's charge better, but it turned out to be their biggest mistake instead. The vermilion bird flew over the spot with the most cultivators, its murderously hot energy killing everyone who wasn't fast enough to get out of the way and scorching the ground into black ashes. Finally, it entered the myriad poison forest. That wasn't the end of the technique, however. The vermilion bird easily burned a hole in the poisonous fog that permanently shrouded the forest. Wherever it traveled, the poisonous fog vanished like it was never there. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that a gap at least 50 meters wide had appeared in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. There wasn't a single person covering that gap unless one counted the charred corpses on the ground. The cultivators on both sides of the gap were staring at the orange figure with abject fear and trepidation. They had lived not because they were strong but because they were lucky. They were lucky that the massive figure hadn't chosen to fly over them. Not a single cultivator who was caught in the vermilion bird's range had lived. They had all turned into charred corpses. It had only been a dozen or so breaths since the assault began, and already they had lost over 200 cultivators. They had even lost a few Scroll of Supremacy cultivators, including the 33rd ranker, Wu Bei-han. On the surface, he was the commander and the strongest cultivator of their group. That was why he had ordered his people to attack instead of running or hiding when the vermilion bird first appeared. He had underestimated the Fire Phoenix's power, however. By the time the orange figure was in front of him, there was already no way to run. At least he had died before feeling much pain. After entering the myriad poison forest, the vermilion bird traveled another kilometer or two before letting out one last cry. Then it abruptly scattered into sparks of light. At the same time, a figure fell out of the vermilion bird and hit the ground with a thud. "That's Louis." A Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator let out a shivering cry. Lu Yi was the one who somehow manifested the vermilion bird of the four sacred beasts into existence. Since the mythical creature was now gone, it was only natural that Lu Yi would reappear. However, he didn't look like he was doing too well. "He's on his last legs," someone exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Lu Yi had killed over 200 people with a technique no one had ever seen before. As if to prove this, countless red dots were flying out of the dead bodies and homing in on Lu Ye's location. It was a powerful technique, all right, but was it something a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could execute without consequences? Of course not. At this level, there was no one who didn't know that there was no such thing as a powerful technique without a cost. They might not know how Lu Yi was even able to execute such a technique, but the important thing was that he looked to be on his last legs. He might even have crippled himself to cast that technique. In any case, he was at his absolute weakest right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to show weakness and would have caught his own fall. The abject terror that paralyzed them a while ago was suddenly replaced by equally huge delight. They all recognized this as an opportunity to kill Lu Yi. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was a walking vault. Anyone who killed him would be rewarded with an endless amount of wealth. That was why the survivors quickly got ready to give chase. However, they didn't manage to move a muscle before the air suddenly became filled with the ringing of swords. Someone shouted, "The Grand Sky Coalition is attacking." The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators whose attention had been drawn toward Lu Yi looked back. They saw the sword maniacs of the Northern Profound Sword clan forming a sword field and flying toward them like a dragon. Following right behind them were 300 to 400 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. The Vermilion Bird's manifestation was awe-inspiring. But the Grand Sky Coalition group wasn't the one who was being attacked. That was why they had recovered faster than the Thousand Demon Ridge. Yu Lianzhou and the others had immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity. They had attacked the second the Vermilion Bird crashed into the forest. Just like that, a major battle had broken out without warning. Over 3,000 Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were gathered around the myriad poison forest, and at least 700 people were gathered on this side. Even if they had lost over 200 to Lu Yi, they still outnumbered the Grand Sky Coalition group. However, sword cultivators were notorious for their killing prowess. Not to mention that the sword maniacs had come together to create a massive sword field consisting of over 1,000 swords. Like a meat grinder, the storm of swords crashed into the crowd and sent blood flesh and bones flying all over the place. Blood-curdling screams filled the air immediately. Not only that, the 300-plus Grand Sky Coalition cultivators behind them had immediately followed up with their own attacks. As a result, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. If the wards and traps they had prepared were still present, then perhaps they still could have used them to turn this around. However, the vermilion bird had destroyed everything when it broke through the defensive line, meaning that superior numbers was the only advantage they had right now. One advantage wasn't enough to repel the Grand Sky Coalition group, especially since they were battered, shocked, and caught off guard. For a time, it actually looked like they might lose until the nearest groups heard of their plight and rushed to their rescue. The Grand Sky Coalition group did not hesitate to escape the second the enemy reinforcements showed up. The Thousand Demon Ridge furiously gave chase for a time. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was running deeper into the myriad poison forest with all his might. He was covered in blood and extremely weakened right now. His consciousness was blurry, and fatigue threatened to overwhelm him at any moment. Not only that, he was nearly out of spiritual power. If he hadn't drunk that bottle of mystic fruit cider right before casting the fire phoenix, he would have been a lifeless husk already. Countless cracks had appeared all across his body. Even his muscles and internal organs were damaged to an extent. He was really glad he had saved up 5 spirit storage worth of spiritual power beforehand. Otherwise, he would have failed mid-cast. The glyph simply required too much spiritual power and mental strength to execute. He wasn't supposed to cast it at his level. Although he ultimately managed to create the glyph in the end, he was unable to control the fire phoenix at all. Otherwise, he would have slaughtered all 700,000 demon-rich cultivators instead of crashing into the forest. Also, the fire phoenix had dissipated not long after he crashed into the forest. It wasn't because its power was spent, but because he literally could not maintain it any longer. He was sure he would die if he tried. Lu Yi reckoned he had to reach the Cloud River realm at least if he wished to construct this glyph with ease and control it perfectly, and even that was a big if. The mystic fruit cider was still in effect and replenishing his depleted spiritual power, but the aftereffects of the fire phoenix were quickly showing themselves. He dared not linger at the same spot because he was sure there were other 1,000 demon-rich cultivators in the forest. Countless people had seen him crashing unceremoniously. Someone had to be coming after him. If he encountered even one of them before he met up with Jia, he didn't think he would survive. He was nowhere near his peak form right now. The good news was that he had messaged Yi about his arrival, and the trio were currently making their way toward him right now. Plus, Myriad Poison Forest was permanently shrouded in a poisonous fog, and not too dissimilar to the Misty Mountains. It would not be easy for them to track him down in this environment. He should be okay as long as he kept his guard up. He was just thinking this when he felt a heavenly power descending on him. The next moment, a half-translucent gigantic list appeared high above his head. There were 100 names on the list. It was none other than the famous Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Ye's movement stiffened for a second. Fuck. Lu Yi was of course aware of the Scroll of Supremacy. According to his 4th senior brother, all cultivators who entered the Spirit Creek battlefield for the first time would sense the heavens temporarily. If their performance was outstanding, it might even announce it in an innovative way as a form of acknowledgement and praise. In reality, though, only a handful of people had ever received the heavens' acknowledgement and praise. To be specific, only 1 in 10,000 people would receive this reward. And it happened only once every few years. Lu Yi was just planning to conceal himself when this gigantic, half-translucent list appeared above his head like the most obnoxious banner in the entire world. Excluding the blind, anyone within 50 kilometers should be able to see it. No, it couldn't be. Surely not. This is just. Meanwhile, countless people saw 5 names on the Scroll of Supremacy dimming all of a sudden before vanishing into nothing. This meant that these 5 people had either ascended to the Cloud River realm or died. At the same time, a gold emblazoned name appeared on the 33rd spot. Louis Bingzhou, Crimson Blood Sect, Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm. Everyone below the 33rd spot had gone up a placement. Besides that, new names, origin and cultivation level had been added to the bottom of the list. The scroll of supremacy was suspended high up in the sky. As Lu Yi feared, every cultivator within 50 kilometers of him could see the list. More importantly, they were all staring at the new 33rd placement, and especially the last 5 words at the end of the line. Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm. To say the words stabbed their eyeballs would be an understatement. A long time ago, the scroll of supremacy was completely made up of Heaven 9 cultivators. Then Li Baxin appeared and occupied a top 10 spot as a Heaven 8 cultivator. However, Li Baxin was originally a Heaven 9 cultivator, and he had entered the list as one. It was after he lost a spiritual point that his cultivation level was refreshed to the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Despite this, he remained an incredibly powerful cultivator as he was originally a Heaven 9th cultivator, not to mention that he was extraordinarily talented and capable of controlling 100 swords telekinetically. It was to the point where even the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword Clan had wanted to recruit him as his personal disciple a long time ago. This was the first time in history that anyone had ascended to the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 374, Jojo and Disbelief. The Scroll of Supremacy was a rank list generated by the heavens themselves. Countless cultivators roamed the Spirit Creek battlefield, but only the top 100 were displayed on the Scroll of Supremacy. It was a ridiculously high bar to say the least. While the heavens did not provide an explanation as to how one could enter the Scroll of Supremacy, enough time had passed that the cultivators of Jojo had figured out all the rules themselves. There were 2 ways to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. The first method was to battle before an audience and display your strength. If the heavens decided that you were strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy, you would. When Lu Yi met Li Baxin for the first time, he was ranked 10th on the Scroll of Supremacy. He had intentionally concealed his strength. The Scroll of Supremacy only updated his placing after the Battle of Golden Tip and his first duel against Yan Xing, elevating him from 10th place to 3rd. Later, Li Baxin challenged Yan Xing to a second duel, and slayed the man right outside of the Raving Blademan's outpost. The Scroll of Supremacy then elevated his placing from 3rd to 1st. The heavens determined that his strength had exceeded Feng Yuechan's. The second method was to challenge an existing ranker. The heavens had its own set of rules and methods. For starters, if a non-ranker challenged a ranker to battle and succeeded in defeating or killing them, then they would replace the ranker in question. The heavens offered many benefits to those strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. It was one of the main reasons why many Heaven 9 cultivators were reluctant to enter the Cloud River realm, even after they had honed their skills to perfection. If they entered the Scroll of Supremacy and obtained the heavens' rewards first, then their potential would be greater when they entered the Cloud River realm. The gap between 2 cultivators was much more noticeable when one had reached the Heaven Grade 9th Order. After all, not all cultivators were made equal even if they shared the cultivation levels. Although Lu Yi had killed plenty of Heaven 9 cultivators up until this point, none of them were Scroll of Supremacy cultivators. In fact, his chances of winning against a Scroll of Supremacy cultivator was debatable at best. After all, the impartial judge that was the heavens would have included him in the ranking list long ago if he was that strong. That all changed today. Today, Lu Yi had slain over 200,000 demon-rich cultivators with Glyph Fire Phoenix. Not only that, 5 of them were rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. The highest ranker of the 5 was the 33rd ranker, Wu Beihan, and Lu Yi was given his placement because he was the one who had killed him in combat. It did not matter how he did it. The fact that he succeeded was good enough. Of course, Fire Phoenix was powerful enough that not even the current champion, or any of the previous champions, could have survived it. Going by the first rule, Lu Yi should have ranked first on the Scroll of Supremacy. However, the heavens weren't a mindless golem that could only execute a given set of instructions rigidly. It possessed a mind of its own. It probably understood that Lu Ye's demonstration of power, while most impressive, wasn't a true indicator of his strength. After all, Lu Yi would never have gotten the chance to execute the glyph in a normal fight, not to mention that he literally did not have enough spiritual power to create the glyph. In fact, he had only successfully created the glyph this time because he had created 5 spirit storage and stored up 150% worth of spiritual power beforehand. Also, his enemies had just stood there and taken the attack because their pride had gotten the better of their survival instinct. In a real battle, his enemy would never give him the time to execute the technique. That was why the heavens had granted him Wu Beihan's placement, but not made him the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Regardless, it did not change the fact that Lu Yi, a mere Heaven 7 cultivator, had somehow squeezed his way into a ranking list that was supposed to be made up of Heaven 9 cultivators. As if that wasn't crazy enough, he had entered the Scroll of Supremacy as the 33rd ranker. To say that it blinded everyone who saw it, be it from the Thousand Demon Ridge or the Grand Sky Coalition, would be an understatement. No one had ever ranked this high the first time they entered the Scroll of Supremacy. Most of them had to crawl from the bottom of the ranking list. Once again, Lu Yi had made history. The cultivators began messaging their acquaintances, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield and the Jiuzhou like wildfire. Soon, there was no cultivator in the world who hadn't heard about this. The world was stunned, of course, and not just because Lu Yi had made history by entering the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator and the 33rd ranker. They were also stunned by the technique he had cast to make it all happen in the first place. No one knew what technique it was or how he did it. All they knew was that it had manifested the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts itself, and it had annihilated over 200,000 Demon Ridge cultivators like nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was feeling like shit in every sense of the word. He had taken off running the second he fell out of the vermilion bird and hit the ground. The myriad poison forest was permanently covered in poisonous fog, trees and foliage, so he stood a fairly good chance of shaking off his enemy. This was before mentioning that he had the concealment bracelet Lady Yuan had given him in glyph, invisibility. Unless his luck was absolutely rotten, he should be able to escape and meet up with Yi and the others without being undetected. Then the Scroll of Supremacy appeared above his head like a giant banner, showing the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were searching for him exactly where he was. Now his enemies were all moving toward him at high speed. To say that Lu Yi was overflowing with bitterness would be an understatement. As if that wasn't bad enough, he noticed that the name on the Scroll of Supremacy wasn't Lu Yi, but Lu Yi. Is the heavens mocking me or something? My name is Lu Yi, damn it. Someone will pay for this. Lu Yi continued to go deeper into the myriad poison forest, while clinging to his fraying consciousness and dragging his exhausted body. The poisonous fog might pose a problem for most cultivators, but it wasn't a threat to him in the slightest thanks to the Tree of Glyphs. As long as it didn't run out of fuel, it could burn away any and all poison that had entered his body. Thanks to his powerful perception, Lu Yi usually sensed his enemies before they sensed him, even with a Heaven's Forsaken, "I am here" banner above his head. Moreover, it was near impossible to see far in a forest filled with colorful poisonous fog. He had already put on the concealment bracelet. Every time he sensed that there was someone nearby, he would immediately activate its power and conceal himself. Once again, Lady Yun's gift had proven its usefulness. Although Lu Yi was swiftly regenerating his spiritual power, he would rather keep its consumption to a minimum. The amount of spiritual power needed to maintain the concealment bracelet was far less than invisibility, and the effect was better as well. Countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators passed through the area in search of him. Lu Yi waited until they were gone before he resumed his escape. He walked and stopped and walked for a bit until suddenly, alarm bells abruptly rang in his head. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and activated the bracelet once more. His surroundings were perfectly quiet, and he could not see a soul in the area. A while later, Lu Yi thought that his paranoia had gotten to him and tried to deactivate the bracelet. That was when his senses screamed in warning again. Realizing that it wasn't paranoia after all, he held his breath and examined his surroundings carefully. As with before, his exceedingly powerful senses saved his life once more. He sensed a faint flow of life force a short distance away to Lu Ye's side. Someone's there. Considering how powerful his senses were right now, few ghost cultivators could conceal their presence so well that he almost failed to detect them. Whoever the hidden ghost cultivator was, he must be among the best of the best. He quietly applied insight to his eyes. As he expected, He saw traces of spiritual power flowing in a humanoid form at that location. The ghost cultivator seemed to have noticed something as well. Still invisible, they wandered back and forth some distance away from Lu Yi until finally, they came to a stop less than 10 meters away from him. For a time the duo just stared at each other. Then the ghost cultivator's spiritual power suddenly sped up. It told Lu Yi that the ghost cultivator was about to attack. This didn't necessarily mean that the ghost cultivator had seen through Lu Yi. He was probably just checking if his senses were accurate. Metal rang as 9 auras burst out of Lu Ye's weapon holder. Of course he wasn't going to give the ghost cultivator the initiative. The ghost cultivator was so surprised by the surprise attack that he broke out of his invisibility, revealing a perfectly ordinary face. He was none other than the 9th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy, Guiyingzi. Spiritual power erupted as Guiyingzi swung his dagger so fast that it looked like a blur. The man was able to parry all 9 of Lu Ye's flying weapons. When he looked up, Lu Yi was also flying away from him on his flying spirit artifact. Guiyingzi was furious. This was the first time in his life that anyone had seen through him. He did not know how Lu Yi had done it, but to a ghost cultivator, being seen through by their prey was like having their underwear exposed. It was humiliating to say the least. Without hesitation, Guiyingzi summoned his own flying spirit artifact and gave chase. At the same time, countless cries erupted from every direction. Lu Yi is over here. The 1,000 demon ridge cultivators who were searching for Lu Yi in the sky had spotted him. The silent game of cat and mouse immediately turned boisterous. Countless pursuers launched their flying weapons and spells even before they got close to Lu Yi, forcing him to weave here and there to avoid their attacks. Thankfully, not long after he ventured deeper into the myriad poison forest, he suddenly saw an aura flying toward him. The pilot was a brawny man with a white tiger lying on top of his shoulder. He was none other than Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia's condition looked concerning, however. Both his skin and his spiritual power looked incredibly green, a sign that he was afflicted by some sort of dangerous poison. They had set out of their hiding spot the moment Lu Yi messaged Yi to meet up with him. Since Lu Ye's whereabouts were exposed, there was no need for them to conceal their tracks anymore. Speed was of the essence right now. After the duo met up, Lu Yi immediately leaped onto Zhu Jia's flying spirit artifact. Zhu Jia immediately turned around and fled deeper into the forest. At first, dozens or even hundreds of auras were chasing after them. As they got closer to the center of the myriad poison forest though, more and more people began to fall off their tail. Myriad Poison Forest was a deadly place where the fog grew increasingly poisonous the deeper you went. Although their pursuers had taken antidote pills and prepared some anti-poison spirit artifacts beforehand, they eventually reached a point where they just could not go deeper without risking their own lives. If they continued further, Lu Yi might die, but they would join him in the afterlife. What surprised them was that Zhu Jia was still alive. A blind man could have seen that he was seriously poisoned, but somehow he wasn't dead yet. His endurance was truly supernatural. A tea time later, the pursuers had finally given up on chasing them completely. They had reached the maximum a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could go without dying to the poison. Even with the antidote pill, the most they could linger at this point was an incense stick. Even Zhu Jia with his prodigious endurance was wobbling unsteadily and losing control of his flying spiritual artifact. In the end, he did lose control and crashed toward the ground. He and Yi had never gone this deep either. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 375. Not long to live. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia broke many tree branches as they crashed toward the forest floor. They just barely avoided a hard fall when it hurriedly emerged from amber and caught them with her spiritual power. Even so, Lu Yi was seeing double and stars filled his vision. The aftereffects of using glyph, Fire Phoenix had shown themselves a while ago. Though he was gradually regenerating his spiritual power thanks to the mystic fruit cider, the damage he did to himself after casting such a powerful glyph wasn't nearly as easy to remove. As if that wasn't bad enough, he hadn't had a moment of rest until he finally met up with Zhu Jia. There wasn't a patch of skin that wasn't cracked, and he was covered from head to toe in blood. He looked horrible to put it mildly. Are you okay, Lu Yi? He asked with an uncontrollable sob. The last time he looked this bad was when she carried him to Wuxia at Mount Ing. She hadn't seen him in such a terrible condition for a very long time. Lu Yi waved off her concern and sucked in a deep breath. He then took out the bottle of royal jelly and passed it to Yi, saying, "Give this to Zhu. Zhu was poisoned quite heavily and required treatment as soon as possible. Since Yi had told him that the ordinary honey they collected from the Misty Mountains possessed some poison-neutralizing qualities, he was certain that the royal jelly would only do better. While Yi was feeding Zhu the royal jelly, Lu Yi forced himself to stay awake and began setting up the wards. They were in the depths of myriad poison forest, and the poisonous fog was deadlier than ever before. Although the tree of glyphs could, theoretically speaking, protect him from all poison so long as it did not run out of fuel, Zhu and Yi were a different story. Without the wards, they were going to die very soon. He quickly took out his ward flags and constructed the frame of a simple protection ward. He then instructed Yi to place a sufficient amount of spirit stones in certain locations. Finally, he placed the ward flag responsible for controlling the ward at the center of the ward. The ward came active, and screens of light manifested into existence. A half-globe of energy around 30 meters in radius took form around them. That wasn't all. Lu Yi proceeded to construct gathering spirits in his spiritual points. It wasn't to restore his own spiritual power, but to consume the poisonous fog inside the ward. Only then would their environment be harmless, relatively speaking anyway. At his current cultivation level, it was all too easy for him to construct the glyphs even in his current state. The aquamarine fog in the ward began thinning at a visible rate as Lu Yi sucked it into his body. Soon the air inside the ward had become almost completely clear. Lu Yi checked out Zhu again. As expected, the royal jelly contained excellent poison-neutralizing effects. The unnatural green covering his skin had thinned considerably. Finally, he passed the storage bag containing the royal jelly and the superior quality honey to Yi and said, "Feed Amber the remaining royal jelly, and use the honey in this storage bag as antidotes if necessary. Keep watch over us, okay? I'm going to catch some rest now." He hurriedly nodded as she accepted the storage bag. When she looked up, Lu Yi had already fallen into a dreamless slumber. He was so tired he didn't even lie on the ground before losing consciousness. Yi walked forward and carefully laid him on the ground. Her heart ached when she saw the wounds covering his body and his blood-soaked clothes. Meanwhile, the news that Lu Yi had been driven into the myriad poison forest, and that he would soon perish had spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield and the Jojo almost immediately after the ascension to the 33rd place on the Scroll of Supremacy. The entire Thousand Demon Ridge was celebrating his inevitable demise. The times had undoubtedly been difficult, but the walking calamity was finally, going to cease existing. The Sanuvabich had been a thorn in their side since the day he was exposed as a Crimson Blood Sect disciple, and since then he just would not stop making waves every few months or so. The Battle of Golden Tip had resulted in some serious consequences, but at the time Lu Yi and the people he fought were all pretty weak. In the eyes of the true elites, the threat he posed at the time was insignificant at best and child's play at worst. However, the threat Lu Yi posed to the Thousand Demon Ridge grew exponentially every time his cultivation level increased. At the outer circle, he had ruined his neighbors so badly that their cultivators did not dare to venture out of their outpost all year long, and the 2,000 Demon Ridge sects located next to their outpost hadn't rebuilt their outposts to this day. As a result, the Crimson Blood sect practically ruled everything within several hundred kilometers of their outpost with an iron fist. It was all thanks to Lu Yi. It was even worse after he entered the inner circle. From the start, he had displayed the uncanny ability to breach grand wards, even though the techniques he revealed at the time were still easily countered. Then, he studied under the Heavenly Derivative sect and actually became proficient at breaching grand wards in just a short time. As if that wasn't bad enough, he decided to capitalize on his skill and created an ever-growing invasion army, conquering at least 100 outposts before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators finally put an end to his conquest. At least millions of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were affected by his activities. It was also the first time the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had to step up and intervene in the matters of the Spirit Creek battlefield. So Lu Yi had mucked up both the outer circle and the inner circle for the Thousand Demon Ridge. Faces turned green every time they recalled the amount of people and resources they had lost to the one man. Naturally, they all dreamed of the day when Lu Yi finally entered the core circle. They were going to teach him a lesson he would never forget and then some. To be fair, their wish came sooner than expected. The bastard had ascended to the heaven-grade 7th Order realm in just a short time. The outcome was different from what they had predicted, however. First, they had tried to hunt him down in the Misty Mountains only to lose several hundred people with nothing to show. Then, he had executed a never-before-seen technique that annihilated not just 200 cultivators in one go, but also 5 Scroll of Supremacy champions. It even included the third ranker Wu Beihan. As a result, Lu Yi made history by ascending to the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator. At this point, the guy wasn't just a walking calamity anymore. He was practically the bane of the Thousand Demon Ridge. Absolutely nothing the guy was involved in had ever worked out for them. Thankfully, their misery was finally over. The man had been driven into the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, one of the most infamous forbidden areas in the Spirit Creek battlefield. It did not matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could possibly survive this. Naturally, the Thousand Demon Ridge was overjoyed by this news. They even forgot the massive casualties they had sustained for the moment. After all, no amount of loss was too much so long as Lu Yi was dead. The guy was just growing too fast and too powerful in just a short time. It would be disastrous if they did not eliminate him when they still could. On a related note, the Scroll of Supremacy hanging in the sky earlier had vanished a long time ago. However, cultivators could still check the rank list through their battlefield imprint. This made checking Lu Yi's status very simple. All they needed to do was to check the list and see if his name had disappeared. During Lu Yi's time at the Heavenly Derivative Sect, the Sanuvabitch had pulled the wool all over them by faking his death. They had believed it and even celebrated for a time. 2 months later, he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield, created the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force, and wrecked them so hard their own mothers couldn't recognize them. Well, there was no faking his death this time. Unless he dropped off the Scroll of Supremacy, they could check his status every second of the day if they wanted to. There were also rumors that many Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were attempting to contact Lu Yi to no avail. This only affirmed their belief that Lu Yi did not have long to live. The fact that he hadn't responded to his allies' messages meant that he must have fallen unconscious. It shouldn't take more than a few days before the poison got to him and killed him. Just in case, they summoned reinforcements and surrounded the entire Myriad Poison Forest, so that not even a fly could escape. Both the sky and the ground were completely secured. The Grand Sky Coalition was doing their utmost to save Lu Yi, of course. The sects in Bingzhou had taken up leadership of the rescue force, and attempted to break through the Thousand Demon Ridge defense line a couple of times. Unfortunately, the disparity between their numbers was just too huge, and they were unable to make much headway. In the end, they had to wait for their numbers to grow some more. However, they all knew that Lu Yi wouldn't live until then. Myriad Poison Forest became increasingly toxic the deeper one traveled. Lu Yi was already not responding to their messages right now, and who knew how much time he had left before he finally perished. Could be 2 days. Could be 1. Could even be hours. In any case, the moment his name disappeared from the Scroll of Supremacy was the moment he died. Meanwhile, a woman with a wholesome figure was swiftly approaching the core circle from the inner circle. It was none other than Hua Si. Although she had promised Lu Yi not to go to the Myriad Poison Forest earlier, how could she not when she was fully aware of his plight? She wouldn't have gone if she hadn't claimed the rest of her inheritance, as she would only be making things worse for him. But she had reclaimed her inheritance, and her friends happened to be trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest right now. It was practically the perfect battleground for her. Right now, her face was covered in worry and urgency. She had been trying to contact Lu Yi non-stop through their battlefield imprint for a while now, but the man hadn't responded to any of her messages. She had heard of the situation in the Myriad Poison Forest. It was why she was traveling at max speed, regardless of the drain on her spiritual power. It was all just to get to Myriad Poison Forest even a second sooner. However, she was just an ordinary ninth-order cultivator, not to mention she was a medicine cultivator. She was deeply worried that she wouldn't make it to Lu Yi and the others in time. It was at this moment a couple of auras appeared in the distance. They did not hesitate to approach her. Wuxia stopped in her tracks and watched the strangers warily. She was technically on the border between the inner circle and the core circle. It was why the cultivators she encountered in the area were all overwhelmingly stronger than her. As for these strangers, their aura was thick, and their flight speed was incredibly impressive. It was clear they had cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The leader of the group was a Heaven 8 cultivator. He shot her a cold look before showing off the battlefield imprint at the back of his hand. It glowed red. Normally, cultivators would avoid getting close to each other while flying, much less reveal their affiliation right from the get-go. This meant that the cultivators before her didn't plan on wasting any time on her. If they belonged to the same cultivation faction, then all was well. If not, then they were going to kill her without mercy. They could see that Wuxia was just a ninth-order cultivator. Half of them would have been enough to kill her. Instead of raising her own hand in response, Wuxia replied calmly, "I am a medicine cultivator." Medicine cultivators enjoyed special privileges in the Spirit Creek battlefield due to their rarity and incredibly important power. One such privilege was the right to be taken alive by the enemy. It was the main reason Lu Yi had chosen to capture Feng Yu instead of killing her outright the day he attacked Clan Feng's outpost. Otherwise, she could kowtow on the floor until her skull had split open, and she still wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. The young man who showed his battlefield imprint raised his eyebrows before declaring, "Words are cheap." He then shot a flying weapon straight at her. Wuxia did not attempt to dodge the attack. Right before it would hit her solar plexus, it abruptly changed directions and left a deep cut on her arm. Blood splattered out of the 3-inch-long wound, and it was almost deep enough to reveal the bone underneath. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 376, Wuxia's True Power. It was very simple to verify if someone was a medicine cultivator or not. They only needed to check their treatment skills. That was why the Heaven 8 cultivator had cut Wuxia. Wuxia flipped her hand over and summoned a warm and gentle aquamarine light on her palm. The light washed over the wound for around 3 breaths before the bleeding had ceased completely. Another dozen or so breaths later, Wuxia deemed the wound sufficiently treated and stopped. The group of cultivators were all looking at Wuxia's arm with raised eyebrows. It was because the wound was showing signs of recovery already. When Wuxia had displayed her spiritual power attribute, they already figured out that she was likely telling the truth. After all, only medicine cultivators possessed such warm and gentle spiritual power. Now though, they realized that they had underestimated the woman. Not all medicine cultivators could heal a wound this quickly. It proved that she wasn't just a medicine cultivator, but an extremely skilled one. "Which sect do you come from?" the Heaven 8 cultivator asked. "I'm an independent cultivator." Of course Wuxia wasn't stupid enough to tell them her true affiliation. The Heaven 8 cultivator made a non-committal grunt. Independents were made up of all kinds of cultivator factions just like the sects, but they possessed the least amount of medicine cultivators since few of them would choose to remain as independent cultivators. After all, there was no such thing as a sect with too many medicine cultivators. The medicine cultivator could be the lousiest of the entire Spirit Creek battlefield, and they would still be welcomed with open arms. Wuxia was a ninth-order cultivator, an uncommon breed even if she belonged to a different cultivator faction. A medicine cultivator? They would have to be incredibly stupid to believe her claim. That said, they did not force Wuxia to divulge the truth. Since they had captured her, the only way she might regain her freedom was if the sect she belonged to contacted them and paid the ransom money. They would figure out her background then. It was one of the unspoken rules that hadn't changed since the Spirit Creek battlefield came to be. Wuxia did not bother to resist. In fact, she tossed them her storage bag of her own accord. It wasn't like she brought any valuables with her anyway. There were only a handful of spirit stones, spirit pills and spirit artifacts in it. The Thousand Demon Ridge group set off to their destination once more, this time with a prisoner in their midst. Their leader, the Heaven 8 cultivator who cut her just now, thought that her flight speed was too slow, so he fetched her on his flying spirit artifact. No one tried to torture her or even bind her. They did not think a ninth order medicine cultivator could threaten them whatsoever. Where are you going? Wuxia asked. Myriad Poison Forest. The Heaven 8 cultivator fetching her replied carelessly. Wuxia nodded and kept quiet after that. The group would never know that the answer had inadvertently saved their lives. In the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi slowly awakened from his dreamless slumber. He felt weakened and tired despite his sleep. It wasn't something he was going to recover from without a few days of rest at least. Someone had taken off his bloody clothes and wrapped his wounds for him though. It was probably Yi's handiwork. He asked, "How long was I asleep?" "Almost 2 days," Yi replied while handing him a water skin. Lu Yi took a few greedy gulps before he finally checked out his surroundings. The ward he had set up was still working, so the poisonous fog was unable to enter. However, the surroundings outside the ward were overflowing with aquamarine, poisonous fog. The energy globe keeping the poisonous fog from coming in was sizzling non-stop, a clear sign that the fog was corroding the fog. It was fine though. As long as they had enough spirit stones, the fog would not be able to make it through. Yi's skin was looking a little green. Despite being an apparition, the poison was clearly corroding her somewhat. Jia was doing even worse. Despite the royal jelly, there wasn't an inch of his body that wasn't covered in green, and his eyes looked deeply sunken. He looked like he might pass away at any moment. In fact, he would have died 2 days ago if he wasn't as strong as he was. The only one who looked perfectly healthy was Amber. His aura was perfectly clear as well. My items didn't work? Lu Yi asked with a deep frown on his face. They did, but senior brother Jia had probably accumulated too much poison in his body. The items could suppress its effects for a time, but not expel it completely. Jia had shielded Amber with his spiritual power the entire time before Lu Yi showed up. As a result, Amber managed to avoid being poisoned. Yi was safe until Jia had lost control of his flying spirit artifact, and she had to emerge from Amber's body to catch their fall. As it turned out, not even an apparition was immune to the poison. The bad news was that she couldn't consume the royal jelly because she was an apparition. The good news was that her symptoms were moderate at worst because she wasn't exposed for too long. While Lu Yi was unconscious, Yi had fed Jia the royal jelly as he instructed. At first it looked like Jia would be saved after all. However, it wasn't long before the deadly poison in his body returned in full force. Worse still, the royal jelly was growing less and less effective with repeated usage. Lu Yi looked at Jia and asked, "How do you feel?" Jia shot him his usual silly grin. He would have looked better if he cried. Lu Yi knew that Jia was in grave danger, but they had very few options right now. He did not expect the poison in Jia to be so bad that even the royal jelly could not neutralize it. The only way he might be saved was if he returned to the headquarters, and his senior sister treated him in person. However, they were currently surrounded in the Myriad Poison Forest, and he himself wasn't at his peak form right now. How could he possibly break them out of the encirclement and lead them to safety? He might not know what was going on outside, but he knew that the Thousand Demon Ridge must have them surrounded completely. No, they would only die if they showed their faces. What if I try burning the poison with the Tree of Glyphs? It shielded me from the heat before. Perhaps it can affect another person as well? Unfortunately, it didn't work. The Tree of Glyphs was firmly rooted in his source spiritual point, and while he could consume energy by channeling its power and causing its invisible roots to appear from his body, he could not burn the poison in Jujia's body no matter what he tried. The only other option was to channel his fire attribute spiritual power into Jujia's body, and literally burn away the poison. However, not only was it highly inefficient, it would severely damage Jujia's insides as well. Can't you think of anything, Lu Yi? He asked while watching Jia worriedly. For the past couple days, she could only watch the big man weaken little by little without being able to do anything. She was beyond frustrated and anxious to say the least. Lu Yi thought for a moment before looking at Jia. Can you ascend to the Cloud River realm? On the surface, Zhu Jia was just a Heaven 7 cultivator. In reality, Lu Yi knew that this was far from his limit. Zhu Jia possessed a unique mutant core that could store a tremendous amount of spiritual power like his spirit storage, but way better. The reason the body-tempering cultivator did not unlock more spiritual points wasn't because he couldn't, but because he refused to. Maybe it was because he wanted to ascend to the next cultivation level together with Lu Yi, or maybe it was because he had formed an unbreakable habit while he was traveling with Sima Yang. He loved cultivating, but he would never allow his cultivation level to exceed his companion's cultivation level. This was something Lu Yi had realized a long time ago. Lu Yi did not know how much spiritual power the big man had saved up in his mutant core, but the crisis would resolve itself if he could ascend to the Cloud River realm. The Spirit Creek battlefield was a place for Spirit Creek realm cultivators and no one else. If Zhu Jia ascended, then he would automatically be kicked out of the Spirit Creek battlefield and back to their headquarters in Zhou. His second senior sister would be able to save him then. Since ancient times, many cultivators had chosen to ascend to the Cloud River realm in their outpost because it contained a rich amount of spiritual qi, and it was a safe environment. Naturally, everyone knew that a cultivator would be kicked out of the Spirit Creek battlefield after they had ascended to the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi had never witnessed it with his own eyes, however. I'm not sure, Zhu Jia replied. Give it a try. Even if Zhu Jia failed in the end, it couldn't hurt to be at a higher cultivation level. It might buy them enough time to think of an alternative solution. Zhu Jia nodded and closed his eyes. The moment the body-tempering cultivator channeled his spiritual power, Lu Yi immediately heard a series of strange popping sounds coming from his body. This wasn't the first time he had experienced Zhu Jia's unlocking speed, but he still couldn't stop his eyes from twitching with incredulity. Most cultivators took at least some time to break through the barrier around their spiritual points, but Zhu Jia? Heavens, it was like he was popping bubbles. Wherever his spiritual power traveled, the barriers crumbled like they didn't even exist. Lu Yi reckoned it was because he had more than enough spiritual power to make the breakthrough. A dam could cut off a river, but not a flood. 60 pops came and went in an unbelievably short time. After that, Zhu Jia took a moment to connect his new spiritual points into microcosmic orbits and ascend to the heaven-grade 8th order realm. The pops began once more, and this time both Lu Yi and Yi were counting the number in their heads. When it stopped at 60 pops once again, Lu Yi realized that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual power in the body-tempering cultivator's mutant core this whole time. Zhu Jia was qualified to become a Cloud River realm cultivator ages ago. In the past, the biggest roadblock in Zhu Jia's cultivation was his lack of contribution points. He was unable to purchase the heaven-grade cultivation technique he needed to continue his cultivation. After Lu Yi had got him the contribution points though, there was nothing stopping him from ascending all the way to the Cloud River realm. Now Zhu Jia had unlocked all 360 spiritual points in his body, although he hadn't connected them to his cosmic orbit circulation yet. As a result, he still appeared to be a Heaven 8 cultivator. Now that his spiritual points had been fully unlocked, he could ascend to the Cloud River realm at any moment. Tell Sister Shui and the sect master that they do not need to worry about me, Lu Yi instructed while pulling out the loot he had collected for the past few weeks. He then put it all in a storage bag and tied it to his waist. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level had increased, but Zhu Jia's complexion looked better than it was before. Zhu Jia watched him for a moment before turning all of a sudden and leaning against a tree trunk. He then crossed his arms and turned his back toward Lu Yi. What does he mean by this? Lu Yi was completely confused by his body language. He explained he doesn't want to leave. He's worried about you. Lu Yi broke into a smile and walked up to Zhu Jia. He then crouched beside him and said patiently, "You don't want this place to be your resting place, do you? Head back to the headquarters and seek out our second senior sister. Right now, she's the only one who can save you. I'm not trying to push you away, but this is literally the only way left to save you. You don't need to worry about me. You might have noticed, but I'm immune to poison. This place might be extremely dangerous to most people, but it is nothing to me. I can break you out of here," Zhu Jia suddenly declared with a fierce expression. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 377 Zhujia Ascends. Don't be silly. Lu Yi gave Zhujia a pat on the shoulder. The Thousand Demon Ridge vastly outnumbers us. They want us to show ourselves so they can eliminate us all. Right now, this is the safest place in the core circle for me. Zhujia looked a bit dejected. Despite his protest, he knew that Lu Yi was probably right. Ascend and return to the headquarters, Zhujia. And please give the sect master and second senior sister my regards. Zhujia was still silent, but Lu Yi had already walked away from him and begun perfecting the ward he had set up earlier. It wasn't that the ward wasn't functional, because it was, but he was dead tired when he had set it up at the beginning and did not make it as good as it could be. After he installed a couple more ward flags into the ward, its stability and range immediately increased visibly. Zhujia watched Lu Yi until the young man was finally done. Then he said, "You must live." Lu Yi looked back with a smile. "I will." Zhujia finally sat down on the ground and regenerated his spiritual power to full. Then, his cultivation level began falling drastically. It wasn't difficult to ascend from the Spirit Creek realm to the Cloud River realm. In fact, it was way harder to unlock the spiritual points. As long as the cultivator met the base requirement to ascend to the Cloud River realm, the ascension process itself was almost risk-free. It took Zhujia only a while to stop all the microcosmic orbits in his body to stop circulating completely. Then, he started penetrating his spiritual points one after another, starting from his source spiritual point. The more spiritual points he penetrated, the stronger his spiritual power became. In fact, they could even hear the energy flowing inside his body. It wasn't that obvious at the beginning, but like a tiny stream that steadily grew bigger over time. The noise grew louder and louder. When he finally penetrated all 360 spiritual points in his body, his spiritual power had become as loud as a roaring river. They could practically feel the vibration on their skin. Then, a radiant spiritual light and an invisible shockwave erupted from Zhujia's body. Just like that, the body-tempering cultivator had become a Cloud River realm cultivator. In fact, the name of the cultivation realms directly described the flow of one's spiritual power. A Spirit Creek realm cultivator's spiritual power flowed like streams within a microcosmic orbit circulation system, and their cultivation level was determined by the amount of microcosmic orbits inside of their body. This was why they didn't name the cultivation level after the 9th order as the 10th order, the 11th order, and so on. There was no 10th or 11th microcosmic orbit. But of course they were treated as such when contribution points were involved. For example, a 9th order cultivator who killed a Heaven 7 cultivator would be rewarded, as if they had killed someone a level above their cultivation level. Unlike a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, a Cloud River realm cultivator only had one cosmic orbit that encompassed every spiritual point they had unlocked. For someone who unlocked all 360 spiritual points in their body like Zhujia, it could be said he had a perfect cosmic orbit circulation system. Since the cultivator's spiritual power was now fully connected in one big cosmic orbit, instead of many microcosmic orbits, it was like combining many creeks into one giant river. In this unified system, the cultivator's strength and control would undergo a qualitative increase. This was why most Spirit Creek realm cultivators chose to unlock as many spiritual points as possible before ascending to the Cloud River realm. It was also why many Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators would rather languish for decades than ascend to the Cloud River realm as they were. The more spiritual points they unlocked, the more spiritual power and control they would get when they connected their spiritual points into one massive river. Naturally, their future potential would be greater as well. Every additional spiritual point made a cultivator stronger when they were at the Cloud River realm. In fact, that one extra spiritual point might be the difference between ascending to the Realm Lake realm or not. Everyone knew that there was nothing more important in cultivation than a solid foundation, and to a cultivator, that foundation was the Spirit Creek realm. Every cultivator strove to solidify their foundation to the utmost degree because the amount of spiritual points directly affected one's strength when they ascended to the Cloud River realm. Both a cultivator with 240 spiritual points and another with 360 spiritual points could ascend to the Cloud River realm. However, the power gap between the two was almost day and night. In the Spirit Creek realm, the ability to overcome the cultivation gap and defeat a stronger foe was generally a right that belonged to geniuses only. But at the Cloud River realm, it was an all too common sight. This was the first time Lu Yi witnessed someone ascending to the Cloud River realm. Since this was a process he was going to undergo eventually, he kept a close eye on Zhu Jia in hopes of gleaning some useful insights. However, there wasn't much to learn. As the people claimed, the process of ascending to the Cloud River realm was almost a risk-free process. Unless the cultivator was trying to ascend with less than the minimum amount of spiritual points, the process was practically smooth sailing the whole way. Almost the second Zhu Jia had ascended to the Cloud River realm, the space around him suddenly distorted unnaturally. Zhu Jia clearly noticed this anomaly as well and hurriedly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but the distorted space had already returned to normal. The body-tempering cultivator was also gone without a trace. Lu Yi immediately messaged Xue Yuan. A while later, she responded saying that Zhu Jia had appeared at the Sanctum of Providence, and that she was inspecting his condition right now. She told him not to worry. Lu Yi was feeling the opposite of worry. Last time, his second senior sister had saved Zhu Jia from a much deadlier poison. This should be child's play for her, especially since she was now a divine ocean realm cultivator. Zhu Jia was finally out of danger, but worry returned to his face when he looked at Yi. Unlike Zhu Jia, the girl was nowhere close to ascending to the Cloud River realm. She would not be able to exploit the heavens' rules and return to the headquarters. Worse still, an apparition was incapable of eating anything. I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable is all. He immediately consoled him after sensing his worry. Has Amber eaten the royal jelly? Yeah. Do you feel like you're better after it ate the royal jelly? He was hoping that Amber eating the antidote might improve Yi's condition, but unfortunately the girl shook her head. She then held his arm and placed her head on his shoulder, saying, "Stop worrying about me and focus on your recovery first. If you feel that something is off, you must tell me immediately, understand?" Lu Yi instructed seriously. When the girl did not respond, he flicked her in the forehead hard and asked again, "Do you understand?" "I get it already. Bully." He rubbed her forehead with an aggrieved expression. Lu Yi checked his battlefield imprint. He had been unconscious for 2 days, and he discovered that he had a ton of unread messages. They were more or less all asking about his condition. Even more people told him to hang on just a bit longer, and that they were going to coordinate with him and save him as soon as they had gathered enough manpower. Even some of his acquaintances from the inner circle were on their way to the Myriad Poison Forest. There was Luo Fu of the Silverlight Island, Zhou Pei of the Lofty Plume Court, Zhao Li of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and more. They were all worried about him. Lu Yi replied to each and every message. He assured them that he was safe, and that they didn't need to worry about him. Roughly 50 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, over 2,000 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had gathered together in a hidden location. They were led by the cultivators of the major sects of Bingzhou. Right now, they were gathering around Yu Lianzhou of the Northern Profound Sword Clan, and waiting for him to finish his conversation with Lu Yi. An entire incense stick later, Yu Lianzhou finally finished the conversation and looked up at the crowd. A cultivator from the righteous sect immediately asked, "How is it?" Yu Lianzhou swept his glance across everyone and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu strongly advises us against engaging the Thousand Demon Ridge in a large-scale battle. He does not wish for our blood to be on his hands." Lu Yi was well aware that a large-scale battle involving thousands of people was going to result in massive casualties, no matter who emerged victorious in the end. This was his biggest worry when he learned that the Grand Sky Coalition was organizing a rescue operation for him. He also said that he is in no danger right now. He is in no danger of dying from poison because he has secured a safe area with his wards. He is wounded, but not so wounded that he requires emergency treatment. He also said that he's probably going to cultivate until he reaches the Heaven Grade 9th Order realm before coming out of the Myriad Poison Forest. Everyone wore strange expressions after they heard this. They had been terrified and on edge for the past couple of days because Lu Yi hadn't responded to their messages. They all worried that every second they delayed might mean the death of one of the greatest rising stars the Grand Sky Coalition had ever seen in the Spirit Creek battlefield. But now, Not only was Lu Yi safe, it sounded like he had found the perfect refuge to hide in until he became a Heaven 9 cultivator. Assuming he wasn't just trying to assure them, it would be ill-advised to clash with the 1,000 demon ridge forces gathered around the myriad poison forest. Do you think he's telling the truth, brother Yu? There was a chance Lu Yi was lying to save their lives. He swore a heavenly oath in the message. Yu Lianzhou replied with a complicated expression on his face, so, yes, I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth. So, are we still going to continue with the rescue operation? If Lu Yi really was doing as well as he claimed, should they continue with the rescue operation or not? If they abandoned the operation now, well, they had already come this far. It would feel weird to go back without having done anything. But if they continued with the operation, it didn't sound like Lu Yi needed saving, not to mention that it might have the opposite effect. Yu Lianzhou said, "Fellow cultivator Lu told us to return to whatever it was we should be doing. While the 1,000 demon ridge has surrounded the entire myriad poison forest, they don't dare to pursue him deeper. In other words, they are wasting time they could be spending on cultivating their power." Fellow cultivator Lu said that he is only all too happy to waste the 1,000 demon ridge's time, not to mention that the day he ascends to the heaven grade 9th order realm is the day he breaks free. It was no empty boast. Lu Yi was already capable of killing heaven 9 cultivators as a heaven 7 cultivator, not to mention that he possessed that fire phoenix technique that had propelled him to the third spot on the scroll of supremacy. Once he became a heaven 9 cultivator, was there anyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield who was a match for him? When the day came, the 1,000 demon ridge could gather everyone and still not prevent him from breaking free. I guess we are going to leave him to his own devices then. Fellow cultivator, he truly is one of a kind. Still, we have come all the way here. We can't leave without at least killing some 1,000 demon ridge cultivators, can we? Plus, it's not every day we gather this many people in the core circle. We gotta do something. Yeah, the 1,000 demon ridge went so far just to kill fellow cultivator Yi. Even if his safety is assured, we can't not show them we're not to be trifled with. They're going to think us cowards and weaklings otherwise. The group started discussing their next course of action. The leaders of the group, all rankers on the scroll of supremacy, already knew from the start that there was no chance they were disbanding the group without doing something. Now that rescuing Lu Yi was no longer a pressing matter, they were actually free to act however they liked. It wasn't long until they came to a decision. Soon, their group of 2,000 broke up into countless smaller groups and scattered in every direction. Lu Yi didn't need rescuing, and they couldn't attack the enemy forces in Myriad Poison Forest. In that case, they were going to intercept the 1,000 demon ridge cultivators looking to join their brethren at the Myriad Poison Forest. It wasn't the grand battle they had envisioned, but it was still better than returning empty-handed. They could always assemble and discuss a new plan if the operation turned out to be less fruitful than expected. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the 1,000 demon ridge were all wondering the same thing. Why was Lu Yi not dead yet? Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 378. Wonder Woman Hua Ci. 2 days ago, Lu Yi summoned the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts, using an unknown technique, and annihilated over 200 cultivators in one strike. While the technique was powerful beyond measure, there was no way he had cast it without an unimaginable cost. Later, he met up with Zhu Jia and escaped into the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, going further than any Spirit Creek realm cultivator had ever gone without dying. They all thought that he would be poisoned to death at any moment. However, it had been 2 days since Lu Yi went in, but the bastard was still alive. And how could they tell? His name was still present on the scroll of supremacy. How is he still alive? That was the question every 1,000 demon ridge cultivator was asking themselves right now. Even if he was a master of wards, and he was able to create a livable environment for himself, he was already poisoned the moment he entered the Myriad Poison Forest. He shouldn't be able to hang on for so long. Maybe we're overthinking this. Maybe he's going to die any moment now. Any moment now. It was that hope that kept them waiting at the edge of the Myriad Poison Forest. They could not rest until Lu Yi was well and truly dead. They weren't going to leave until they saw his name disappearing from the scroll of supremacy with their own eyes. Unfortunately, they received some bad news while waiting for Lu Yi to perish. The Grand Sky Coalition was intercepting all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were making their way to the Myriad Poison Forest, and already they had lost a lot of good people. They had predicted this though. They had gone above and beyond to hunt down Lu Yi. Of course the Grand Sky Coalition was going to dish out some payback. However, the Grand Sky Coalition could not attack the defense line because they were outnumbered, so they opted to intercept their reinforcements instead. So, the Thousand Demon Ridge began warning everyone making their way over to the Myriad Poison Forest to be careful. At the same time, they also dispatched some squads to receive their allies. About 100 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, a battle, or rather, a one-sided massacre had just finished a while ago. A couple of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were lying dead on the ground. Beside the bodies was a quiet and demure woman calmly raising her hand to reveal her affiliation. She was Wuxia, of course. Right now, Wuxia was feeling quite exasperated with her now dead escorts. She was hoping that they would take her all the way to Myriad Poison Forest so she could find an opportunity to slip through and seek out Lu Yi, but these bastards were unfortunate enough to pass through an area that just happened to be hiding a squad of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Naturally, they were slaughtered without resistance. Left with no choice, Wuxia could only reveal her battlefield imprint. The Grand Sky Coalition squad numbered 8 people in total, and their leader was a Heaven 9 cultivator. His sword was 3 inches away from Wuxia when he noticed the blue light on her hand and ceased his attack. He exclaimed in surprise, "Junior sister, why are you with the Thousand Demon Ridge?" Wuxia explained, "I'm a medicine cultivator. They took me hostage while I was coming to the core circle." Everyone let out exclamations of realization. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, it was quite common for medicine cultivators to be captured by the enemy. Generally speaking, the cultivators would not mistreat their prisoners too much unless they were exceptionally sadistic. Naturally, they had no idea that Wuxia was one of theirs until she had revealed her battlefield imprint. "This place isn't very safe right now, junior sister. Would you like to travel with us?" the swordsman asked. Although Wuxia was just an ordinary 9th Order cultivator, she was qualified to explore the core circle. More importantly, she was a medicine cultivator. Cultivators got hurt all the time, and having a medicine cultivator in their squad would allow them to push themselves further. When Wuxia shook her head, the swordsman nodded. "You should leave as soon as possible. The Thousand Demon Ridge may visit this location very soon. Safe travels, junior sister." With that, they got on their flying spirit artifact and took off. After seeing off the group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, Wuxia glanced at the lifeless bodies beside her again and felt a wave of scorn toward them. They had acted like they were invincible when they ran into her. But in reality they were so weak that the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had slaughtered them like helpless chicks. The problem was that she was relying on them to take her into the Myriad Poison Forest, something her Grand Sky Coalition comrades couldn't do no matter how helpful they were. 100 kilometers, sigh. She had no choice but to bring out her own flying spirit artifact and continue toward the Myriad Poison Forest. Her storage bag was currently in her rescuer's hands. They thought it had belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge group, and she hadn't mentioned it because there was nothing valuable in it anyway. The flying spirit artifact beneath her feet was literally her only possession right now. Thankfully, her luck took a turn for the better after this interlude. She did not encounter any more Grand Sky Coalition or Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators until she reached the edge of the Myriad Poison Forest. It was there she saw large groups of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators surrounding the forest. From a bird's eye view, it was easy to tell that the Thousand Demon Ridge had the place surrounded not just on the ground, but in the sky as well. Countless Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were patrolling the area just in case Lu Yi decided to escape through the sky. Unfortunately, they weren't able to look into the forest despite their vantage point. Its thick, poisonous fog was obscuring the view. Wuxia did not descend to the ground. Instead, she floated in midair and stared at the poisonous forest before her for a moment. Some thousand demon-rich cultivators noticed her presence but paid her no heed. At most, they stared at her a second or two longer because she was beautiful. After all, no one thought that a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator, a medicine cultivator no less, would be bold or crazy enough to reveal herself before them, much less float in the midair as if she was afraid they wouldn't notice her. Excluding familiar faces, it was impossible to tell if a stranger belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition or the Thousand Demon Ridge, unless they revealed it themselves by willing their battlefield imprint to glow. However, who would check her affiliation when she had so brazenly showed herself to her supposed enemies? It was a classic case of human error. Is there anyone here who's a medicine cultivator? We need a medicine cultivator. Suddenly she heard a cry from nearby. Wuxia turned her head and saw a young man hollering on top of his lungs. She was going to ignore him when his next words changed her mind immediately. We're looking to enter the forest to search for Louis Yi. Will any medicine cultivator lend us their assistance? I am a medicine cultivator, she said while landing in front of the young man. The young man examined her for a moment. While she was certainly easy on the eye, good looks weren't what he was looking for right now. Your cultivation level is a little too low. He wanted a medicine cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, because his party would be safer assuming they were planning to venture deeper into the forest. Wuxia added, I am well versed in the art of poison removal. The young man shot her a suspicious look. He then walked up to a man with a thin face and sharp chin and whispered a little something. The man let out a chuckle and took out a pink-colored spirit pill from his storage bag. The young man took the spirit pill and handed it to Wuxia. He then asked, assuming that someone was afflicted with this poison, can you cure it? Wuxia grabbed the pill, and without even bothering to check what pill it was, tossed it into her mouth immediately. Everyone around her was stunned by this. The young man who gave her the pill could barely keep his jaw off the floor. He was just going to test her claim. He did not expect her to eat the spirit pill like it was candy. The owner of the spirit pill, the man with a thin face and sharp chin, could not help but step closer and look Wuxia up and down for a reaction. A long time later, he finally uttered in disbelief, "You're fine." The spirit pill wasn't a deadly poison, but it was something most women greatly abhorred. It was because it was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac that could stoke even the lust of a female cultivator who had switched to a cultivation technique. For obvious reasons, the pill was usually consumed behind closed doors. They had never seen someone bold enough to eat it in public. If the user didn't know what they were doing, there was a 100% chance they were going to engrave themselves into the history of JoJo in the most embarrassing fashion possible. Do you have more? Wuxia actually asked with a wishful expression, causing the pill owner's eyes to twitch once. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a strange woman. Your poison removal skills are truly remarkable, junior sister. The young man beside her let out a hearty laugh. All right then. We will be in your care. Wuxia smiled kindly. Do not worry. I will take good care of your lives. Her response sounded a little strange, but the young man did not think much about it. He made a wave and said, all right, we have everyone we need. Let's go. At his command, over 20 cultivators gathered around the young man before heading into the forest with him. Although the Thousand Demon Ridge was sure that Lu Yi was going to die very soon, they made sure to venture into the forest from time to time just in case he tried something tricky. If they were lucky, they would find him skulking about the trees. If not, they were putting pressure on the young man at least. They could not allow him to sneak back to the outer edge and potentially recover from whatever poison was afflicting him right now. The dangers of the myriad poison forest did not consist of the poisonous fog alone. There were countless poisonous creatures living in the area as well. The only reason the Thousand Demon Ridge was fine was because they had more or less cleared out all the poisonous creatures living at the edge of the forest. The group of 20 did not spread out too far after they entered the myriad poison forest. Lu Yi had taught many of their comrades a fatal lesson at the Misty Mountains, and they weren't about to make the same mistake. Wuxia was at the center of the group because she was their only medicine cultivator, Not to mention that she hadn't switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique yet. It would be horrible to lose her in this deadly poisonous forest. Why aren't you shielding yourself with your spiritual power, junior sister? I know you're great at poison removal, but still. The leader of the group warned in a hurry when he noticed that Wuxia wasn't shielding herself at all. Sure thing, Wuxia replied carelessly before covering herself in a layer of protective spiritual power. It was only then the young man relaxed and returned his attention to their surroundings. They traveled a few kilometers in the forest until the poison in the air became almost unbearable. Despite having consumed a couple of antidote pills beforehand, the poison was starting to affect their health. The leader of the group decided to retreat then. This wasn't their first search attempt, and it wouldn't be their last. They hadn't found even the shadow of Lu Yi so far. But in this case, failure was actually good news. It meant that Lu Yi was still stuck within the inner depths of the myriad poison forest. The young man was just about to give the order when suddenly, he heard a soft thump. Immediately after that, someone cried, "Shit! Junior brother Wang has collapsed." As if on cue, a couple more thumps happened all around them. One of them yelled right before he fell unconscious, "Run! The poison is too." He fell silent before he could even finish his sentence. This sudden turn of events scared the rest of the group, because they had never experienced this during their previous searches. It wasn't like this was the first time they were at this depth either. They did not understand why it was happening now. In just the blink of an eye, only a few people were still standing. However, even they were feeling faint and wobbly on their feet. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 379. Who says medicine cultivators cannot kill? Oh! The leader of the group immediately realized that they were in big trouble. He did not know what exactly had befallen the group, but they had been poisoned by a deadly and nigh undetectable poison. None of them had noticed it coursing through their veins until it was too late. It was scary to say the least. His first reaction was to leave the place immediately, but the thought had just crossed his mind when he felt his spiritual power falling apart against his will. He instinctively grabbed Huasi's arm and said, "Save." His eyes widened in shock. He saw 24 red dots flying into the back of the medicine cultivator's hand. It was a scene he was all too familiar with. The contribution points of his dead allies had been absorbed into her battlefield imprint, meaning that she was the one who poisoned them. His eyes were full of disbelief as he blurted, "You." He cut himself off and looked down on his arm. He had instinctively grabbed Huasi's elbow just a moment ago, but now he had lost all feeling in it. At the same time, he recalled what the medicine cultivator had said to him earlier. As it turned out, she had meant what she said literally. "Why are you doing this?" the young man asked through gritted teeth. He just could not understand why she would go so far against a group of strangers. Huasi smiled kindly. "Did I not introduce myself earlier? I am a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect." The young man's pupils contracted into needles. He looked like he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of the truth. A disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. He had brought a medicine cultivator of the Crimson Blood sect into the myriad poison forest with them to search for Lu Yi. No wonder she had poisoned them all. He deeply regretted not checking Huasi's affiliation before accepting her into his party, but then again, how could he possibly anticipate that a Crimson Blood sect disciple would be bold enough to waltz right up to an entire defense line full of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators? "I'll kill you." As his consciousness blurred, the young man made a desperate final attempt and launched a palm strike. However, Huaxia easily dodged the attack just by jumping a few steps to the back. Thump! The young man hit the ground, and the last red dot flew into the back of Huasi's hand. Huasi felt like she was living a dream as she stared at the bodies around her. She knew that her inheritance was powerful, but this outcome was beyond even her greatest expectations. In the past, she could only use her mushrooms to fight against the enemy. Not only that, it grew increasingly ineffective as her opponents grew stronger, not to mention that she needed to plant the mushrooms on the ground. There was little her mushrooms could do against a flying opponent. After she claimed the remaining portion of her inheritance though, Her mushrooms weren't her only methods of killing anymore. If she wanted to, she could poison a target anywhere, anytime. These 1,000-demon-rich cultivators had operated with her for a long time. Naturally, she had all the time in the world to poison them. She stared at her shivering hands and felt the rapid beating of her heart. It wasn't fear that was gripping her right now. Who says medicine cultivators cannot kill? With that done, she dispelled the protective spiritual power around her and inhaled the surrounding fog deeply. The poisonous fog was so deadly that even the cultivators of the core circle could not withstand it, but to her, it was better than even world spiritual chi. She felt like she was inhaling the sweetest air in the world. After she had calmed herself down, she hummed a small tune while picking up the storage bags around her. Finally, she put the swiftly rotting corpses behind her and continued deeper into the forest. Deep within the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi was receiving Yi's care when suddenly, he felt a strange reaction from his battlefield imprint. It wasn't quite like what he normally felt when he received a message. As it turned out, it wasn't. It was a challenge request. This reminded Lu Yi that it had been 3 days since he ascended the Scroll of Supremacy. In fact, his second senior sister had mentioned this when he was conversing with her via messaging. When a cultivator first ascended the Scroll of Supremacy, they were given 3 days to prepare themselves. When 3 days had passed, they would gain the right to challenge a higher ranker and be challenged by a lower ranker. In other words, a cultivator who first ascended the Scroll of Supremacy would not be able to challenge or be challenged during the first 3 days. Besides that, he could not challenge or be challenged by those who were more than 5 ranks above or below him. For example, Lu Yi was ranked 33rd right now. This meant that the highest ranker he could challenge was the 27th ranker, and everyone between the 38th spot to the 34th spot could challenge him. The 39th ranker would not be able to challenge him because he was 6 spots away. The challenge rules were one of the most interesting things about the Scroll of Supremacy. It was because the heavens were directly involved in it, and why it had all kinds of unbreakable rules. The challenge did not need to be issued face-to-face either. While most Spirit Creek realm cultivators were active in the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were some who lingered in Jojo for one reason or another. If the challenge had to be issued face-to-face, a ranker might choose to hide in their outpost or their Jojo headquarters permanently to avoid being challenged. To issue a challenge, all a ranker needed to do was to use the battlefield imprint. It was incredibly convenient since the heavens did most of the heavy lifting. Take Lu Ye's first challenge for example. The challenger's identity was unknown, but Lu Yi was given 4 hours to prepare for the challenge. It allowed him to adjust himself to the best condition before facing the opponent. When the time came, the heavens would teleport Lu Yi and the challenger into an exclusive battlefield. Not only that, the challenged ranker was allowed to choose the battlefield from a vast selection of terrains. Since Lu Yi was the one being challenged here, he could choose a terrain that best enabled his qualities. The choice would be in the other person's hands if he was the challenger. Of course, the challenged ranker could choose to reject the challenge. However, rejecting the challenge was the same as losing the challenge, so the challenger would claim his rank. Lu Yi had never experienced this before, even though he had heard many things about it. Naturally, he was surprised to receive a challenge. Now that he thought about it, the 1,000-demon Ridge was probably wondering why he wasn't dead yet and getting impatient. They couldn't check his status in person either since he was hiding in the myriad poison forest. That was probably why they were challenging him through the Scroll of Supremacy. If he was stupid enough to accept the challenge and enter the battlefield, then even better. This way they could kill him without risking their lives in the myriad poison forest. He inspected all the information he received through the battlefield imprint carefully, and found that they were exactly as his second senior sister had told him. Now he had 2 choices. He could either accept the challenge or reject it. Lu Yi thought over the options for a second before accepting the challenge. He immediately felt the heaven's invisible power descending on him and granting him even more information. He now had 4 hours to prepare for the challenge. He could also decide the terrain he wished to fight his challenger at while preparing. As Lu Yi browsed through the list, he also received the rough information of the terrains. It showed him pictures, size, unique features and so on. There were roughly 100 terrains he could choose from. There were ruins, heaths, deserts, forests, and even the sea. Each terrain differed not just in type, but also in size. Some were a few kilometers wide, and some were only the size of an arena. Since this was the first time he experienced this, Lu Yi wanted to acquire as much information as possible. He tried checking the challenger's information to no avail. For whatever reason, the heavens decided that the challenger could use some invisible protection. He checked the scroll of supremacy next and eyed the 5 rankers between the 34th spot to the 38th spot. 3 of the 5 rankers belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge, and they were all Heaven 9 cultivators. His challenger had to be one of the 3,000 Demon Ridge rankers. Yi had been watching his odd behavior curiously. "Are you talking to someone, Lu Yi?" "No. Someone on the scroll of supremacy issued me a challenge," he replied distractedly. "Really?" Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Did you accept it?" "I did." "But you're still not recovered yet," she said worriedly. 3 days had passed, but Lu Yi was still suffering from the side effects of using Fire Phoenix. It would be incredible if he could unleash even half of his normal strength. "I'm not actually going to fight them. I just want to check out the place." Just because he accepted the challenge didn't mean he must meet his challenger in battle. He could simply forfeit the battle once his 4-hour preparation time was up. Sure, he would lose his placement as a result, but it was a small price to pay compared to his life. After assuring, Lu Yi moved on to check the top 10 rankers on the scroll of supremacy. Every single one of them belonged to a Tier 1 sect in Zhou. In fact, the top 15 rankers all came from a Tier 1 sect. Cultivators from Tier 2 sects only appeared starting from the 16th spot, and Tier 3 sects starting from the 51st. Not only that, there weren't many Tier 3 sects on the scroll of supremacy in general. Speaking of which, Yu Lianzhou was ranked 7th on the scroll of supremacy. It was quite impressive. The champion of the scroll of supremacy was a man named Shi Guang from the Wei Profound sect Tianzhou. Lu Yi wondered if he was the former 3rd runner-up of the rank list. Yin Xing was dead, and Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian had both ascended to the Cloud River realm. Since the 3 tumors occupying the top rung of the scroll of supremacy were finally gone, the 3rd runner-up should automatically ascend to the 1st place. If that was true, then Shi Guang owed Lu Yi a thanks at the very least. If he hadn't bought Li Baxian 2-point restoration pills and sent him on his way, he would never have taken the 1st place. After Lu Yi was done figuring out the intricacies of the scroll of supremacy, he withdrew his mind and continued recovering. He didn't waste his time doing nothing either. He studied a book he had taken from Lady Yun's study and consumed spirit pills to cultivate at the same time. The existence of the protective ward actually prevented him from constructing a circle of boon or gathering spirits inside his spiritual points. If the world's spiritual qi in the area flowed too quickly, it would cause the poisonous fog to corrode the ward much faster than normal. Thankfully, his cultivation speed remained pretty quick even though he was just consuming spirit pills. In fact, consuming spill pills had always been his main method of cultivation. For hours came and went just like that. Lu Yi connected his mind to the battlefield imprint and forfeited the battle immediately. He checked the scroll of supremacy once more. He had dropped from the 33rd spot to the 37th spot, while the former 37,000 Demon Ridge cultivator had taken over his position. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly as he memorized the guy's name and origin. Before he could withdraw his mind though, he felt yet another challenge request entering his battlefield imprint. Just like the last time, he accepted the request before leaving it to dry. At the same time, a message was spreading across the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators like wildfire. It was said that Lu Yi was probably in a bad state because he had repeatedly refused the challenge requests of the Scroll of Supremacy. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 380, Wuxia arrives. As Lu Yi had guessed before, the 1,000 Demon Ridge was trying to sound out his condition by issuing him challenge request. Lu Yi had not died from poison even though it had been 3 days since he crossed the point of no return, and the 1,000 Demon Ridge did not dare to follow him into the death zone. Therefore, this was the only realistic way they had to check his condition. Lu Yi had accepted the challenge but forfeited every time his 4-hour preparation time was up. This proved that his condition was poor, or considering his personality he would not have given up without putting up a fight. Moreover, the battle of the Scroll of Supremacy did not always end in death. If one of the combatants felt like they were in danger of dying, they could just yell, "I yield," and the heavens would automatically take them away from the battlefield. The fact that Lu Yi did not even dare to show his face could only mean that he was afraid that the Thousand Demon Ridge would find out his real condition. Their anxiety subsided greatly when they learned this. Now they truly believed that it was only a matter of time before Lu Yi perished. Another 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yi slipped from the 37th spot to the 41st. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't done with him though. Yet another challenger had issued him a challenge request. In the Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi was growing impatient with the constant interruption. Every time 4 hours had passed, someone would issue him a challenge and interrupt his recovery, cultivation and study all at the same time. While he could earn himself 4 hours of peace by accepting the challenge and leaving it to dry, it did not change the fact that he was being interrupted. That was why Lu Yi declined the third challenge request straight up, causing his ranking to decline to the 46th spot. For the next incense stick, everyone who possessed the right to connect to the heavens and check the Scroll of Supremacy watched as Lu Yi nosedived all the way from the 41st spot all the way to the bottom. Finally, he vanished completely from the Scroll of Supremacy. 3 days ago, Lu Yi had made history by ascending to the 33rd spot as a Heaven 7 cultivator. 3 days later, the rising star had dropped out of the rank list almost just as quickly. It was the literal definition of a flash in the pan. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were satisfied that Lu Yi had finally stopped poking their eyes with his existence in the Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Yi was also satisfied that no one could interrupt him through the Scroll of Supremacy anymore. He was going to catch a good rest when suddenly, he frowned and called out. Yi was in the middle of barbecuing some raw meat. She turned toward him distractedly as she asked, "What is it?" It was then she noticed that Lu Ye's expression was off. He was staring in a certain direction and slowly rising to his feet. His spiritual power suddenly circulated at high speed, as if he was preparing for combat. In fact, he was. He immediately sank into the underground while Amber leaped onto Lu Ye's shoulder. The tiger looked like it was being useless, but in fact it was ready to respond to any danger. Somehow, someone had made it all the way to their location. This was the last thing Lu Yi was expecting. The Myriad Poison Forest had been fully surrounded by the Thousand Demon Ridge, so this mysterious stranger could only be their enemy. The fact that they made it this far showed just how strong they were. He wondered what rank they were on the Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Yi held the inviolable with one hand and a ward flag with the other. He might not be able to unleash even half of his full power right now, but he had set up a number of wards in the area. No matter how strong the mysterious stranger was, they weren't going to kill him this easily. Creak, creak, creak. By now, the stranger was close enough that he could hear them crushing some tree branches beneath their feet. They were slowly passing through the thick aquamarine fog and making their way toward the ward. Despite imbuing his eyes with insight, he was still unable to see through the poisonous fog and see the newcomer's face. Judging from the vague outline, it was probably a woman. A short while later, the stranger finally arrived at the edge of the ward and beamed at Lu Yi. If the stranger's arrival had shocked him before, now he was completely flabbergasted. "Sister Wuxia," he exclaimed in disbelief as she emerged from the underground. The last person she had expected to see here was Wuxia. No, wait, she must have come all the way to find us. Yi was just about to jump into Wuxia's lap when Lu Yi abruptly caught her shoulder, causing her to look back in puzzlement. Lu Yi squinted a little at the Wuxia outside the ward and said, "I'm pretty sure our medicine cultivator does not have the ability to pass through the Thousand Demon Ridge's encirclement and come all the way here. Who are you?" His words struck Yi like a thunderbolt. She had been so overjoyed that she completely failed to realize it should be impossible for Wuxia to make it here alone. Furious at the deception, she stared at Wuxia and yelled, "Who are you? How did you disguise yourself as Sister Wuxia?" Huaxi broke into a wry smile before shooting Lu Yi a somewhat aggrieved look. She then let out a sigh, rubbed her tummy and pretended to cry, "Oh, you poor, poor child. Your dad doesn't want us anymore. What are we going to do?" Wei Yi's eyes widened like saucers. What does that mean? Lu Yi was even more shocked than she was. He felt like he had taken a lightning-invoking talisman paper to the face. Initially, he was certain that the Huaxi in front of him was fake. After she said this though, he wasn't quite sure anymore. No one except that woman would be so foul-mouthed in front of him. He quickly recalled a way to verify this and sent Huaxi a message through his battlefield imprint. The woman immediately responded, "Daddy, your child and his mother have come to see you. Aren't you happy?" Lu Ye's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he waved his flag. A gap opened in the ward, and Huaxi stepped in. Lu Yi was unaware of the message and so asked distrustfully, "Is she really Sister Huaxi?" "She is." "Sister Huaxi." He immediately hopped, skipped and jumped over to Huaxi. She was beyond happy to see her here. Lu Yi had also sat down while looking Huaxi up and down. He still felt like was dreaming because he did not think that Huaxi would come all the way to find him, much less succeed. Also, her aura marked her as a ninth-order cultivator. This clearly did not line up with what he remembered of her cultivation speed. After he had finally calmed herself down, Lu Yi finally asked, "How on earth did you get here?" "With my own 2 feet, duh." Huaxi replied matter-of-factly. "Did the Thousand Demon Ridge evacuate already?" "No. I count at least thousands of people covering both the sky and the ground of the myriad poison forest. There are many squads going in and out of the forest in search of you as well. You're well and truly trapped, dear." "Then how did you walk in, dear?" "I'm a medicine cultivator. There was a search party who requested a medicine cultivator to join them, so I did." Lu Yi was going to ask where that search party went when he saw her carrying at least 30 to 40 storage bags on her waist. That was his answer. Lu Yi was shocked yet again. What on earth had she received at Mount Ing? She was just a 9th-order medicine cultivator, and yet she had wiped out an entire squad of core circle cultivators single-handedly. Judging from the amount of storage bags on her waist, the squad must have numbered at least 20 people. That wasn't even his biggest question. How on earth was Huaxi able to resist the poisonous fog? She might be an outstanding medicine cultivator, but there was only so much one could do against the deadly phenomenon. He could resist it because he had the Tree of Glyphs. More accurately, the Tree of Glyphs burned away the poison before it could do any real harm to his body. It had to have something with her inheritance. Suddenly, Huaxi spoke up, "The meat is blackening." "Ah." He hurriedly went back to the bonfire and flipped the meat around. Huaxi examined Lu Yi up and down while asking, "You're not poisoned?" The reason she came all the way despite the dangers was because she was afraid that Lu Yi would succumb to the poison. However, the guy looked poison-free despite his weakened condition. If anything, was the one who looked like she could use some poison removals. "I'm immune to poison," Lu Yi replied before throwing the question back to her. "How are you not poisoned?" "What a coincidence. I'm immune to poison as well." Huaxi shot him a benevolent smile before walking up to Lu Yi and crouching beside him. She instructed, "Give me your hand." Lu Yi obeyed, and Huaxi placed 2 fingers on his wrist. Although he looked like he was fine on the surface, there were countless poisons that were both deadly and undetectable. She would not be able to rest easily until she had checked his condition herself. A moment later, she finally confirmed that Lu Yi wasn't poisoned. "Open your mouth." Lu Yi did as she said. "Stick out your tongue." Enough. Lu Yi realized she was toying with him and did not obey her this time. That isn't your choice to make," Huaxi said while grabbing his hand suddenly. It felt soft as silk and warm as sunlight. At the same time, he suddenly felt numb as if he had been stung by a venomous bee, though the feeling faded as quickly as it came. After that, Huaxi immediately grabbed Lu Ye's mouth in an attempt to force out his tongue. Before she could even begin squeezing though, Lu Yi had responded by grabbing her own face. I think I can get used to this." Huaxi's mouth turned into an O shape, and not because Lu Yi was squeezing her. She blinked in confusion as they stared into each other's eyes. This isn't right. He should have been paralyzed the moment I touched him. What are you doing? Lu Yi asked in an unclear voice. How are you? Wuxia did not know what to say. Meanwhile, Yi was watching the duo squeezing each other's cheeks, puffing up their lips and staring into each other's eyes soulfully. When she recalled what Wuxia had said at the beginning, she stomped her foot and vanished into Amber's body. I'm not watching this. On Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber had covered its eyes with its paws as well. Did you just poison me? It was only now Lu Yi realized what Wuxia had done to him. The tree of glyphs residing in his sore spiritual point had released a large puff of gray fog, a sign that the poison was being purged from his body. How are you fine? Wuxia just could not figure out why. I told you I'm immune to poison. Impossible. Wuxia clearly did not believe him. There was no such thing as immunity to all poison. Can you release me now? You first. Okay. Lu Yi let go of Huaxi's face, and Wuxia Lu Ye's. However, Wuxia was still holding his hand tightly. At the same time, the gray fog expelling from the three of glyphs grew thicker. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 381, You Toxic Woman. Lu Yi shot the tree of glyphs a glance before looking back at Wuxia. Why are you trying to poison me, you toxic woman? Wuxia exclaimed in amazement. Are you really immune to poison? What, you thought I was joking? I don't believe you. Whatever. By the way, it's my turn to ask questions. What on earth is this inheritance of yours? Lu Yi did not think that Wuxia was actually trying to kill him, of course. However, he was curious to know how she suddenly gained the ability to poison someone without being noticed. After all, she practically looked the same as before. The only difference was her increased cultivation level. No, wait, it's like her very body is full of poison. All she did was grab his hand, and toxins began invading his body. If his assumption was true, then his random jab about her being a toxic woman wasn't just accurate but literally accurate. He grew even more curious about her inheritance at Mount Ing. She had clearly told him that the inheritance was a medicine cultivator's inheritance, so why on earth had her abilities grown in the opposite direction? On second thought, Huaxi's ability to grow horrifying mushrooms had come from that inheritance as well, so he supposed it wasn't that strange. Plus, there were plenty of medicine cultivators in Zhou who were experts in poison. Toxicology was a part of pharmacology after all. Still, he was expecting a medicine cultivator's inheritance to be 90% about saving lives, and 10% about poisoning others. For it to be the other way around, whoever had left behind the inheritance seemed to be pretty suspect. Are you sure you're fine? You do not need to force yourself. The duo were holding each other's hands and conversing just a few inches away from each other's faces. If it wasn't for the fact that there was green light flashing around Lu Ye's wrist again and again, anyone would have thought that they were partners confessing their longing for one another after a long separation. Oh, I've never been better, replied Lu Yi smoothly while holding Huaxi's hand with his left hand and enjoying the sensation. You're the one who's suffered much to come this far. On the outside, Huaxi shot him a beatific smile and said, It is my responsibility. On the inside, she swore she was going to show him who's boss if it was the last thing she did. After obtaining the full inheritance from Mount Ing, Huaxi had thought that the days where Lu Yi one-upped her were finally over. However, not only did the guy actually look like he was immune to poison, the first thing he did after they met was to take advantage of her. She was, in a sense, a walking sack of deadly poison. If she wanted to, there was no one in the world who could touch her without being poisoned. However, nothing she did to Lu Yi was working. Aquamarine light kept flashing and vanishing from both of Lu Ye's hands. In his source spiritual point, the tree of glyphs was giving off an impressive amount of gray smoke. Finally, Huaxi could not stand his ministration any longer and uttered, Let go already. Lu Yi merely shot her a sunny grin. He still did not know what kind of inheritance she had obtained from Mount Ing, But she had clearly been trying to take him down a peg, not realizing that the tree of glyphs prevented any and all poison from doing him harm. As a result, not only did she go for wool only to come back shorn, she couldn't even pull away from his grasp. Wuxia looked at Amber and cried, "He's bullying me. I need you to discipline him." It was only then that Lu Yi finally let go of her and said with mock seriousness, "Let's spar again in the future. And you're not allowed to call for help next time." Wuxia merely glared at him while giving her hand a shake. He had caressed it so much that it was hurting a bit. With that mini interlude behind them, Wuxia looked around her before asking, "If I knew you guys were mostly fine, I would not have rushed over. Where is Jia, by the way? I thought that the three of you were together." He ascended to the Cloud River realm and went back to the headquarters. Wuxia wasn't expecting that. Jia ascended to the Cloud River realm? But how? I thought he was only Heaven 7. Let's just say that his talent is extraordinary. He did not elaborate because he and Yi were the only two people who knew about Jujia's mutant core. He saw no reason to spill his secret even between close friends. Wuxia nodded before calling out again. The girl appeared with her head drooped and her cheeks red. That was literally the first time she saw two people acting lovey-dovey with each other, so to speak. As a result, she wasn't quite able to look at Wuxia in the face even now. Wuxia shot her a kind smile as she grabbed her hand. A quick inspection later, she said, "It's no big problem." After pulling Yi to one side and sitting on the floor, the greenish color on Yi's skin began vanishing at a visible rate. No one knew how Wuxia had done it, but it made sense that she could cure someone as easily as she could poison them, especially since Yi's condition wasn't severe to begin with. It wasn't long before she was fully cured. "Thank you, Sister Wuxia," I thanked her with a sweet smile. Wuxia gave the cute girl a reassuring pat on the back of her hand before turning back to Lu Yi. The young man was now chowing down on the meat Yi had cooked earlier. "What are your immediate plans in the future?" "Recover and cultivate." "I'm glad you're not diving head first into recklessness for once." The Thousand Demon Ridge was currently in a state of total lockdown, and even with Huaxi's newfound power, the three of them plus Amber still weren't enough to break out. Lu Yi could try executing Glyph, Fire Phoenix again, but the side effects were so that he wasn't willing to use it as anything but a last resort. Their surroundings were hardly friendly, but at least they were in no danger of dying. Now that Huaxi was here, they had even less to worry about the poisonous fog around them. Lu Yi had told Yu Lianzhou in his message that he was going to cultivate until Heaven 9 before breaking out, but honestly, he did not think that was going to happen. At his current level, it would take ages to make it to Heaven 9. No, he was going to break out when he was Heaven 8. He thought he would be able to do it at that cultivation levels. Yi was sitting next to Huaxi while the latter was catching up with Lu Yi. For some reason, the girl kept shooting Huaxi's tummy an odd look from time to time. Finally, she caved to her curiosity and gave Huaxi's tummy a rub. Huaxi's arrival had undoubtedly given Lu Yi and Yi an additional layer of security. Inside the ward, Lu Yi was resting and cultivating as usual. Outside the ward, Huaxi and Yi were running about and busying themselves with something. Just a day later, the women had constructed a simple, 3-floor-high wooden building and even a wooden fence outside the building, effectively forming a courtyard. Finally, Lu Yi established a number of wards surrounding their new residence before moving in. With this, their quality of life had skyrocketed by several leagues. Lu Yi could not help but think how different his quality of life was with, and without a woman. Yi was just a girl, so she didn't count. If Lu Ye's life in the myriad poison forest was as plain as it was boring, then Huaxi's life was the opposite. He didn't know what she was doing in the norm, but she was so busy that he only got to see her a few times a day, if at all. One thing was certain though. Her presence had brought the Thousand Demon Ridge much suffering. How could he tell? It was because she always returned with dozens of storage bags around her waist. Sometimes she only brought back a dozen or so storage bags. Sometimes she brought back as many as 30 storage bags. She always handed him the storage bags so that he could unlock them all and split the loot. As a result, Lu Yi grew even more interested in Hua Xi's inheritance. Just what did she obtain to allow her, a ninth-order medicine cultivator, to slaughter the core circle cultivators like helpless chicks? In just a few days, the amount of storage bags she brought back had exceeded 100. Time passed slowly, and the Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't feeling very good as of late, to be honest. For one, the Vanquisher of Sex was still alive. Although he had vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy, there were other ways to check his status. And he was definitely still alive. Somehow, the young man was still breathing even though it had been half a month since he was trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest. Currently, the Thousand Demon Ridge had arrived at two popular theories. 1. The Vanquisher of Sex had a method to resist the deadly poison of the Myriad Poison Forest. This theory was deemed unlikely though. The forest was deemed a forbidden area for a reason. It should not be possible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to resist its poison for so long. The second theory was that he had found a safe area that was untouched by the poison of the Myriad Poison Forest. That was how he was able to live until now. If that was true, then that bastard must have used up all of his luck to find it. Such a place should not exist within the Myriad Poison Forest, but since Lu Yi was still alive, they had to assume that it did exist, and he had somehow stumbled upon it, the lucky bastard. The Thousand Demon Ridge had never stopped sending people into the Myriad Poison Forest in search for Lu Yi. At first, the exploration proved to be difficult but not particularly dangerous. Their cultivators always managed to exit the forest before they succumbed to the poison. However, things took a turn for the worse on the third day. First, they had lost an entire squad of over 20 cultivators. By the time someone had found their remains, they had already rotted into skeletons. The next day, another squad had vanished without a trace. Since then, they kept losing people to the forest no matter what precautions they took. It was as if this forbidden area was a sleeping giant, and their presence had awoken it from its slumber. Now it was killing them continuously to appease its own rage. No one knew how their allies had died. Looking at the info they had gathered before things went to shit, the locations they went to should not have resulted in total annihilation even if the cultivators in question were complete idiots. Moreover, they had never gone deeper than a few kilometers. In any case, their casualties had hiked to previously unthinkable levels due to Lu Yi. Not only that, they were now faced with a difficult choice. It had been half a month since they gathered outside the Myriad Poison Forest, and their cultivation progress was suffering because of this. That they were all core circle cultivators only made things worse. They were all people who were expected to have a bright future, but it was impossible to make any progress so long as they remained at the Myriad Poison Forest. They were effectively stunting their growth for one Lu Yi. On the other hand, few people could bear leaving without confirming Lu Yi's death. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Grand Sky Coalition had been harassing them this whole time. While the Grand Sky Coalition was unable to amass enough numbers to pose a threat, they kept ambushing the comrades who were coming over to join them. Despite their best attempts to mitigate this, they were still losing people every day. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators could not understand why this was happening. The situation should have been overwhelmingly in their advantage. It should have ended with Lu Yi being lured to the Myriad Poison Forest and killed with little resistance. So how did it turn out like this? That was when they received even worse news. Zhu Jia, the body-tempering cultivator who should have been trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest just like Lu Yi, had been sighted in the Cloud River battlefield. They felt like they were going insane. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 382, Hua Xi's Soup. In the building, Lu Yi was studying Lady Yun's books as usual. While carrying a clay pot in her hand, Hua Xi walked into the room and knelt beside him. She then grabbed a bowl and filled it with what looked like milky white soup. A fragrant scent immediately permeated the room. "It's time to drink your soup, dear," Hua Xi said gently as she placed the bowl in front of Lu Yi. An outsider might have thought that she was his lover or his wife. Lu Yi knew better than that though. He set down his book and stared at what he strongly suspected to be a scorpion tail in his bowl, eyes twitching. Ever since Wuxia had shown up at their temporary doorsteps, his health had been recovering steadily. He had to admit that his recovery probably would have taken twice as long without her. His injuries were mostly gone a few days ago, and today he was back at peak strength once more. It was all thanks to the herbal soup Wuxia cooked for him every day. The herbal soup was as potent as it was tasty. If the tree of glyphs didn't release a massive cloud of smoke every time he finished drinking it, he would have believed that it was cooked using some incredibly rare herbs. In reality, all the ingredients had been procured from the myriad poison forest. If the most common thing in the forest was the poisonous fog that shrouded it all year, then the second most common thing was its poisonous creatures. Spiders, toads, scorpions, vipers, centipedes. He had seen them all in Wuxia's clay pot. While the ingredients were novel to say the least, he could not deny their efficacy. According to Wuxia, she saw no reason not to use her full capabilities to treat him since he was immune to poison. Lu Yi thought she was just using this opportunity to get some payback and schadenfreude. Lu Yi accepted the bowl and slowly drank the soup. Wuxia had also poured a bowl for herself. She suddenly looked at Amber and asked, "Would you like a bowl too?" The tiger had been staring at the duo with incredulity. The moment it heard Wuxia's question, it immediately leaped out of the window. Amber feared nothing and no one but Wuxia. She was a different story. "Oh right, this is for you." Lu Yi suddenly recalled something and produced a bracelet from his storage bag. Wuxia squinted at it and asked, "What is this? A token of love?" "Oh yes. It's the family heirloom of my Lu family, and only the first wife has the right to receive it." Wuxia accepted it and put it around her wrist. After she activated the bracelet and figured out what it was for, she tried to hand it back to Lu Yi while saying, "You need it more than me." The bracelet could conceal a person's presence and turn them invisible. It was none other than the concealment bracelet Lady Yun had given Lu Yi before. Lu Yi activated invisibility without a word. It was only then she put the concealment bracelet back on her wrist. She had been hunting the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge every day, and her method of killing was to poison her targets without their knowledge. Since the myriad poison forest was overflowing with poison to begin with, practically no one had ever found out that her victims were really killed by a cultivator. The item would ensure that it stayed that way. As for Lu Ye's claim that the bracelet was a family heirloom and something to be passed down to the first wife only, it went in one ear and out the other as a matter of course. It wasn't long before the duo had cleaned out the entire clay pot of soup. After Wuxia had cleaned up the dishes and left the building, she sought out a suitable location nearby and sat down. Then, she started inhaling the surrounding aquamarine fog into her body. Ever since she fully inherited the inheritance at Mount Ing, her cultivation method had become very different from an ordinary cultivator's. For starters, her need for world spiritual qi had greatly lessened. 2. Poison accelerated her growth much faster than world spiritual qi. The deadlier the poison, the greater the boost to her cultivation. The myriad poison forest might be a forbidden area to most cultivators, but to Wuxia, there was no better cultivation environment in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. On the third floor, Lu Yi was lazily flipping to a new page when suddenly, he sat up straight and turned serious. It was because the page was displaying a type of glyph he had never seen before. Generally speaking, the glyphs he knew could be split into two types. The first type was of course the glyphs he inherited from the Tree of Glyphs. The glyphs he picked up from the Tree of Glyphs could be constructed any time he wanted and without fear of failure. In fact, he had never failed to construct a glyph that was born on the leaves of the Tree of Glyphs. For example, Fire Phoenix was the biggest and most complex glyphs he had ever known, and he had still successfully constructed it on the first try, though the side effects were definitely nothing to scoff at. The second source was the books he had obtained from Lady Yun's study. Unlike the first type, there was a not insignificant chance he might fail when constructing these glyphs. The more complex the glyph, the greater the chance of failure. That was why Lu Yi rarely used the glyphs he had picked up from the books in combat. A single mistake could result in his death. That said, it wasn't like the second type of glyphs were useless. On the contrary, they could be applied to wards to great effect. Different glyphs had different levels of complexity. In fact, one could rank a glyph by the amount of yin and yang elements they were constructed from, though no one actually did this because there was no such thing as a useless glyph as long as they were applied in the right places. Lu Yi himself categorized the glyphs he knew by difficulty. Glyphs that took over 100 yin and yang elements to construct were Tier 1 glyphs, glyphs that took over 200 yin and yang elements to construct were Tier 2 glyphs, so on and so on. The categorization did not apply to Fire Phoenix because Lu Yi reckoned that it was made up of at least 100,000 yin and yang elements. It was an unimaginable number to say the least. Every glyph Lu Yi had mastered so far was only made up of several hundred yin and yang elements at most. In fact, a small amount of them only consisted of 1 to 200 yin and yang elements. None of them even came close to the 1,000th mark, much less the 100,000th mark. And today, he finally saw his first 1,000-element glyph. The glyph before his eyes was made up of nearly 3,000 yin and yang elements. He had no doubt that it was incredibly difficult to construct. However, the introduction and the description of the glyph's effects intrigued Lu Yi deeply. The glyph was without a doubt a powerful glyph. Although it wasn't useful in combat, it could be absolutely incredible if used in the right time and place. Lu Yi immediately gathered his concentration and began disassembling the glyph as per Lady Yun's teaching. Disassembly was an indispensable process in learning any glyph. To successfully construct a glyph, one must first familiarize themselves with its structure. They must know exactly how many yin and yang elements it was made up of, and how they connected to one another. If the glyph weaver made even one mistake, then chances were they were going to fail to construct the glyph. This was why glyph weavers were a rare breed, and why most of them only focused on one particular field of glyphs. For example, ward cultivators only focused on glyphs that applied to wards, artificers only focused on glyphs that applied to artificing, and glyph warlocks only focused on glyphs that applied to combat. It wasn't that they didn't want to master more glyphs. They simply did not have the energy or the ability to do so. Given enough time, these glyph weavers might be able to expand their breadth of knowledge to another field. But the way of glyphs was as deep as it was profound. They could easily spend their whole lives studying the way of glyphs and never reach total mastery of even a single field, much less all of them. Lu Yi was aiming to master them all not because he had an exaggerated belief of his talent, but because he had the tree of glyphs, something no one else possessed. It took Lu Yi a full day before he finally finished disassembling the glyph and familiarizing himself with its structure. Now he was ready to construct it. He took out a crystalline wafer and began constructing the glyph on it. Constructing a glyph on a crystalline wafer made it easier to observe the glyph and summarize one's mistakes. It also made the glyph more stable, and failure would not damage him anyway. If he had tried to construct it like normal, the resulting explosion could have hurt him greatly. Lady Yun had taught him all about the benefits of using the medium since the beginning. Time passed. The myriad poison forest was fairly quiet these days. The Thousand Demon Ridge was still surrounding the forest because no one knew if they would get another chance like this if Lu Yi did, as unlikely as it seemed, survive this tribulation. They had no choice but to keep waiting no matter how impatient they were. In the wooden building, Lu Yi did not forget to cultivate while familiarizing himself with the glyph. He continued to chug down pills like the glutton he was and unlock his spiritual points one after another. When he first entered the myriad poison forest, he had only unlocked 248 spiritual points, or 8 additional spiritual points since he departed from the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. It had been a month since he entered the myriad poison forest, and he now had 275 spiritual points unlocked. This meant that he had almost unlocked a spiritual point every day. His cultivation speed was something no Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in the Jojo could match. It was because he had a massive stock of spirit pills and fuel. Besides the 6 to 8 hours he spent on resting, he spent almost every waking hour cultivating and reading his books. As he mentioned before, his imprisonment in the myriad poison forest might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. This was especially true after Wuxia arrived, and he could afford to set up a circle of boon and construct gathering spirits in his spiritual points once more. His cultivation efficiency improved tremendously after that. The reason he didn't do that in the past was because he was worried that the flow of world spiritual qi would put too much pressure on the protective ward. If the ward was damaged, then he and Amber would be poisoned for sure. But now that Wuxia was here, he did not need to worry about that anymore. Even if the ward was completely wrecked, they had Wuxia to cure them of their affliction. This was the core circle, so the concentration of world spiritual qi of the forest was pretty good even though there were no divine opportunity columns to amplify the effects. He was now only 25 spiritual points away from Heaven 8. At first, he was planning to break out of the forest after reaching that cultivation level, but his original idea expanded after he saw the glyph in the book. Hopefully, its execution would be up to par with his planning. Speaking of which, Lu Yi had successfully constructed the complex glyph already. However, his success rate wasn't very good yet. He would have to keep practicing. There was no rushing this. A few days later, Wuxia entered Lu Ye's room with a clay pot in her hands as usual. However, the young man was staring at her in shock. He examined her a few times to confirm that he wasn't seeing things before asking, "You're Heaven 7 already?" "Yep. I just ascended today," Wuxia replied while filling up his bowl. Lu Yi could hardly believe it. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 383, Heaven 8 in Glyph Void. From the beginning of his cultivation journey, he had been able to consume spirit pills to increase his cultivation without limit thanks to the Tree of Glyph's poison-neutralizing effects and the Gluttonous Feast's support. It was why he was supremely confident in his speed at unlocking spiritual points. In fact, he dared to claim that no one in the Jojo was a match for him. After all, using Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm as the standard, who else but him could unlock a spiritual point a day in this less-than-ideal environment? That was until he saw Wuxia. When Wuxia had left the outpost for Mount Ing, she was just an 8th Order cultivator. Not long later, she entered the Myriad Poison Forest as a 9th Order cultivator. This didn't surprise Lu Yi because she had reclaimed her inheritance. He assumed that her inheritance had boosted her cultivation level somehow. However, it had only been a little over a month since she entered the Myriad Poison Forest. How on earth did she ascend from the 9th Order realm to the Heaven Grade 7th Order realm in such a short time? After reaching the 9th Order, a cultivator must unlock 60 spiritual points to enter the next cultivation level. This meant that she had unlocked 1 or 2 spiritual points per day. There is no way I can compete against that right now. Lu Yi wasn't completely ignorant in regards to Wuxia's cultivation method. After all, the woman spent the large majority of her time cultivating outside the wooden building. There was no poisonous fog inside the building because of the wards. He just wasn't expecting her unnatural way of cultivating to boost her cultivation speed so much. Now that they were both Heaven 7s, it was only a matter of time before her cultivation level surpassed his. For some reason, the revelation made him feel a surge of competitiveness and tension. Zhu Jia had ascended to the Cloud River realm before him because the body-tempering cultivator had hoarded an ocean of spiritual power in his unique mutant core. In fact, he was qualified for ascension a long time ago. If Wuxia entered the Cloud River realm before him, then actually that's not a bad thing. After all, it means that her future is bright. Just like that, his tension disappeared like it never was. Another month passed as Lu Yi continued to unlock a spiritual point a day. Finally, he shattered the barrier surrounding a spiritual point, injected it with his spiritual power, and officially unlocked 300 spiritual points. It had been over 2 months since he was trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest. Despite this, he still managed to brute force his way to his 300 spiritual point. Now that he had met the requirements, it was time to increase his cultivation level. He channeled his spiritual power and linked the 60 free spiritual points together into a new microcosmic orbit. When the spiritual power in the orbit began circulating on its own without needing his intervention, he officially entered the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Lu Yi spent the next day solidifying his foundation and making sure that his circulation system was flawless. Finally, he rose to his feet and left his room. He went to the courtyard and began planting his ward flags. The frame of a ward slowly took form. Yi asked while watching him curiously, "What are you making, Lu Yi?" "A fun ward," Lu Yi answered carelessly. He wasn't trying to hide the truth from me on purpose, but this would be the first time he created this ward. It would be embarrassing if it failed after he boasted in front of the girl. After the framework was complete, Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and began constructing the inner structure of the ward. He left the core for last. The core was none other than the glyph he had spent over a month studying and practicing tirelessly, the glyph that was made up of over 3,000 yin and yang elements. He had practiced the glyph until he could create it with a reasonable success rate. It wasn't 100%, and it never would unless he was constructing a glyph from the tree of glyphs, but the risk was now within acceptable limits. His first attempt went very well. He was able to form the glyph at first try. Yi had accompanied Lu Yi for a long time, so she wasn't completely ignorant to the way of glyphs. Even so, the glyph at the center of the ward was one of the most complex glyphs she had ever seen. She clicked her tongue in amazement while asking Lu Yi, "This glyph looks really complicated. What is it?" "Void." "Void." That's right. The name of this glyph is Void. It was a glyph that was related to space, so it could be used for many different things. If it was constructed at the center of a ward though, then most likely the ward had to be the famous teleportation ward. There weren't too many teleportation wards in JoJo because the Divine Opportunity column itself already supported teleportation. Normally, the cultivators simply teleported to their destination or close to their destination using their own or their allies' Divine Opportunity column. Not only that, it required a significant amount of investment and time to establish a teleportation ward, not to mention that it needed constant maintenance. On the other hand, the Divine Opportunity column was an object granted by the heavens and nearly indestructible. The teleportation ward Lu Yi had laid down was incredibly rough and simple because its framework was made up entirely of ward flags, and the internal structure and core were built using his spiritual power. Not only that, Lu Yi had to tweak the teleportation ward to gather world spiritual chi on its own so that it wouldn't run out of spiritual power and collapse. He was now proficient enough in the way of wards to make such a modification. Ideally, the teleportation ward would be established using a ward nexus. In general, a ward that was built using a ward nexus was more stable. On the other hand, a ward that was built using ward flags was more flexible. Theoretically speaking, Lu Yi could create any ward he had already mastered using the 32 basic ward flags in his repertoire. A ward nexus only worked on a single or several types of ward, which was why it was less flexible than ward flags. The ward was now complete, but Lu Yi wasn't sure if it would actually work. Still, nothing could be done if one never dared to take the first step. Now that he was a Heaven 8 cultivator, he was sure he could break out of the 1,000 Demon Ridges encirclement if he wanted to. However, what worried Lu Yi was what happened after he broke out. For starters, he would still be hunted all over the core circle like a rat. Hiding in an ally's outpost would only be bringing them trouble and destruction as well. He might even go as far as to say that there was almost no safe place for him in the core circle at all. That was how much the 1,000 Demon Ridge feared him. That was why the Myriad Poison Forest was a great refuge. Since it was a forbidden area, the 1,000 Demon Ridge could gather 10 times the number, and still not be able to lift a finger against him. If they dared to venture into the forest and search for him, Wuxia would send them to the afterlife long before they could reach him. That was why he was going to prepare some insurance before breaking out, an escape route that was always available to him anytime, anywhere. The escape route was the teleportation ward he just built, and his refuge the Myriad Poison Forest itself. While the forest's world spiritual chi was undoubtedly lousier than an outpost's, cultivation wasn't a problem as long as he had enough spirit pills. At worst, his cultivation efficiency would suffer a little. Most cultivators required an excellent environment to cultivate their spiritual power, but in his case it was almost unnecessary. Sometimes life was just unfair. After checking the teleportation ward again and confirming that everything was in order, he instructed, "Keep an eye on the ward, will you?" He then went outside of the protective ward surrounding the wooden building. As with most things, there were more than one type of teleportation ward. First, there was random teleportation. The ward would randomly teleport the person to anywhere within a certain range of the ward. Second, there was directional teleportation. Depending on the configuration, a directional teleportation ward could be one-to-one, one-to-many, or many-to-many. A directional teleportation ward that supported one-to-one teleportation consisted of two connected teleportation wards. Usually, the passenger could teleport to and fro both teleportation wards. A directional teleportation ward that supported one-to-many teleportation consisted of one central ward and many subwards. The passenger could teleport between the central ward and the subwards, but not between the subwards themselves. Finally, there was many-to-many teleportation. The teleportation wards were both central wards and subwards. The arrangement of two teleportation wards could differ drastically depending on their intended function. Lu Yi was currently setting up a one-to-one directional teleportation ward. The teleportation ward he had created outside the wooden building was the central ward. This meant that he would need to create a subward to complete the setup. Nighttime arrived, and Wuxia returned from her cultivation. When she saw Yi sitting in the courtyard with Amber beside her, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lu Yi set up a ward and told me to keep watch, Yi replied honestly. "Where is he?" "I don't know." A while later, Wuxia and Yi were both sitting at the courtyard and staring blankly at the teleportation ward. "Yi, did he tell you what this teleportation ward is for?" "Nope. He's as secretive as usual." Meanwhile, at a clearing about 10 kilometers away from the wooden building, Lu Yi stepped on the subward he just created and inhaled slightly. When he activated the subward, he immediately felt it resonating with the central ward he had created at the wooden building. So far so good. The fact that the two teleportation wards were resonating meant that it was working as intended at the basic level at least. Now it was time to test if it would actually work. As soon as he channeled his spiritual power into the subward, the surrounding space began distorting without warning. The next moment, he felt himself being enveloped by an indescribable power before falling. He felt as if he had suddenly been dropped into a bottomless abyss. The sensation went as quickly as it came. By the time he came to, he was no longer where he had been. At the same time, Yi and Wuxia suddenly straightened up a little. It was because they suddenly heard a weird, indescribable noise from nearby. "What's that?" Yi asked curiously. "Perhaps one of the locals is passing through the area?" Wuxia replied while tilting his head. If that was true, its size must be pretty impressive to have caused such a loud noise. She reckoned that it was a venomous python or something. She had encountered plenty of boas in the forest, and most of them had gone into her and Lu Ye's stomach as soup. "Look, the ward is broken. What happened?" Yi exclaimed in surprise. The ward before them had begun acting weirdly the moment they heard the weird noise from before, and now the space within the ward had become so distorted they could barely see through it. Finally, its spiritual power fell into disarray, and the ward broke completely. "Yi, is it just me? Or is someone crying for help?" Wuxia suddenly asked while holding a hand to her ear. "Really? Really? Listen carefully." Yi did as she was told. A second later, his expression turned odd. "It sounds like Lu Yi." The two girls exchanged a glance with each other before hurrying toward the source of the voice. A moment later, they spotted a man hanging limply on a tree branch tens of meters away from the wooden building. "Lu Yi!" Yi exclaimed in shock before flying up to him and carrying him back to the ground. His clothes were torn up like they had been cut by a million blades, and some of his wounds were deep enough to see the bones within. He was also drenched from head to toe in blood. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 384, Teleportation Ward. Lu Yi looked green as he lay on his bed and recalled what happened after he activated the teleportation ward. This wasn't his first experience with teleportation. Every time he traveled from the headquarters to the outpost or vice versa, he teleported using the Divine Opportunity column. The trip was always swift and harmless. One second he was here, and the next he was already at his destination. That was why Lu Yi never thought that teleportation could be a horrific experience, until now. When he activated the subward, he immediately felt like the ground had vanished from beneath his feet, and that he was falling through an infinite abyss. The teleportation process was way longer than when he teleported using the Divine Opportunity column as well. As if that wasn't bad enough, he felt an indescribable energy pulling and pushing him like he was a dough. It did not stop until he was finally back in the real world. He believed himself to be a fairly brave man. At the peak of the Golden Tip, he had fought 43 matches in a row as a fifth-order cultivator without fear from the start to finish. He could not help but shiver when he recalled the teleportation though. Throughout the whole process he had felt like a dead leaf that was completely at the mercy of the howling wind. He wasn't even able to summon his spiritual power during the teleportation process. He had felt incredibly insecure to say the least. Even worse, he was injured during the teleportation process. While he was stuck in the unspeakable abyss, sharp, invisible energy had cut him from every direction and turned him into the bloody, tattered wreck Wuxia and he had seen after he was spat back into reality. The good news was that his physique was tough enough that the wounds were superficial at best. He quickly recovered after Wuxia treated him. The bad news was that the trauma was going to take some time to remove, especially since he was going to do it all over again. A day later, a refreshed Lu Yi returned to the courtyard in a new set of clothes. At the side, both Yi and Wuxia were watching him with worry. "Are you really going to try it again?" "Of course. It didn't go quite as I expected the first time because there were some minor issues. I'm sure it'll be fine after I make some adjustments," Lu Yi declared confidently before giving himself an encouraging slap to the face. "As long as the ward is accurate and stable enough, I'm sure that horrible experience won't repeat itself." "Yeah." And so he replaced the damaged teleportation ward in the courtyard under Yi and Huaxi's worried gazes. He then returned to the place he had laid down the subward. The location he had chosen to lay down his subward was deep enough that the 1,000 demon-rich cultivators couldn't make it this far, and the creatures living in the forest wouldn't be interested in the ward flags. Still, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he noticed that the ward flags he left behind were still present. 2 hours later, Yi and Huaxi suddenly heard a strange noise coming from nearby. The duo exchanged a glance with each other before walking toward the source without a word. A short while later, they were greeted by the sight of a tattered and bloodied Lu Yi yet again. "Help!" the young man exhaled while stretching a hand toward the two girls. He was forcing himself to look up, but his face was white as a sheet, and he was so dizzy he could not even climb to his feet without aid. Another day passed, and the trio were standing at the courtyard once more. This time, Yi and Huaxi merely stared at Lu Yi with a blank expression. Lu Yi declared solemnly, "Third time's the charm. I've already located the problem, and it can be fixed with just a minor adjustment." Oh. 2 hours later, Huaxi carried a bloodied Lu Yi back into the wooden building. The fourth day at the same location. "I know you're not going to believe what I say, but that's fine. Seeing is believing." Amber shot Lu Yi a pitying look from the windowsill on the third floor before looking away. It then grabbed a spirit stone from the storage bag hanging around its neck before tossing it into its mouth. The fifth day, Lu Yi tried to say something against Yi and Huaxi's inquiring look but could not think of anything. In the end, he left without saying a word. After Lu Yi was gone, Huaxi asked Yi with an amused look, "Where do you think he'll appear this time?" Yi placed a finger on her lip and thought seriously. A while later, she pointed in a certain direction and said, "There." Huaxi smiled. "I bet he'll appear from there." The girls waited patiently while listening attentively for the familiar noise. Not long later, Huaxi smiled and said, "It's your win." Yi had managed to guess the exact direction where Lu Yi would appear. "Let's go," Huaxi added before taking off toward Lu Yi. It was quite scary the first time, but the two girls quickly adapted to their new lifestyle of Lu Yi turning himself into a bloody wreck, and the two of them carrying him back to the wooden house for treatment. If they didn't know what he was planning, they would have thought that he had a hidden masochistic side in him. This time though, they didn't go far before they saw Lu Yi shambling his way toward them like a drunkard. His face was just as white as last time, but he didn't look injured, and even his clothes looked perfectly unblemished. He hurried over to catch him. He shot her a grin and declared, "I did it." The effects still weren't exactly as he had imagined, but he was finally done with the adjustments. Unfortunately, the sub-ward still could not teleport him back to the central ward precisely. Logically speaking, he should have appeared directly over of the central ward, but in reality he had appeared at least 30 meters away from it. His setup was fine. It was just that the ward wasn't stable enough. That was why there was some slight deviation during the teleportation process. The further apart the two wards, the greater the deviation. The solution to this problem was actually quite simple. He simply needed to improve his cultivation level or improve the stability of the wards. Unfortunately, neither solution was available to him right now. Also, Lu Yi had a feeling that the maximum range of his teleportation wards was 50 kilometers. Any further than that, and they literally wouldn't work. He was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. When he grew stronger, his teleportation wards would naturally improve in stability and range. Lu Yi spent the day meditating and returning to peak condition after finishing the adjustments. He then finally revealed his plans to Wuxia. As expected, both girls wanted to come along with Lu Yi. Wuxia was a Heaven 7 cultivator now, and her method of killing was practically impossible to defend against. Barring the forbidden areas, there was nowhere in the core circle where she couldn't venture alone. And Amber had been improving by leaps and bounds as well. Despite their cultivation level, Lu Yi was certain that they would not slow him down. That said, "Trust me, it's better if I go alone. Also, I'm 100% sure you do not want to go through what I did. Not to mention that my teleportation ward's carrying capacity is quite limited right now. It can teleport one person without too many issues, but more than that, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't work or worse, failed mid-teleportation." That mollified the two girls immediately. They weren't afraid to get hurt, but they weren't as tough as Lu Yi. They didn't want to appear covered in blood and tattered clothes. "You must be careful," Wuxia warned. "I know. Just stay here and wait for me." There was nothing to prepare, so Lu Yi took off immediately. First, he went to his sub-ward and retrieved the ward flags. Then he summoned his spirit boat and took to the sky. It had been 2 whole months since Lu Yi was trapped in the myriad poison forest. At the beginning, the Thousand Demon Ridge thought that it was only a matter of time before they got word of his demise. In reality, the guy was still alive as well to this day. By now, they were certain that Lu Yi had found a safe zone in the myriad poison forest. There was no way he could have survived for this long otherwise. They had lost their patience a long time ago, but they were reluctant to call it a day and withdraw either. That was why the entire myriad poison forest was still surrounded to this day. They were even patrolling and searching the skies to prevent Lu Yi from escaping via his flying spirit artifact. Lu Yi flew up in a straight line. It wasn't until he was tens of meters above ground that he finally escaped the poisonous fog. When he passed through the boundary and emerged into the sunlight, he almost felt as if he had been reborn. He sucked in a deep breath and basked under the sun for a bit. Then he slowly turned toward the man, regarding him with shock and suspicion about 30 meters away. The man was obviously one of the cultivators responsible for patrolling the sky and searching for Lu Yi. For 2 months his efforts were completely futile and almost pointless. It was why he failed to react immediately when Lu Yi suddenly appeared before him. It wasn't until he met Lu Yi's eyes that he finally exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Lu Yi." It wasn't until Lu Yi flew toward him that the patrol recalled his prowess and achievements and turned deathly white. Lu Yi's appearance was so unexpected and exciting that he had forgotten about them until now. He also realized that he was absolutely no match for the Vanquisher of Sects despite being at the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Realizing that his life was in grave danger, he immediately shot a flying weapon at Lu Yi and took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag at the same time. Golden light surrounded him the moment he slapped it on his person. Spirit talisman papers were more common among low-level cultivators because their repertoire of techniques was quite limited. Spirit talisman papers could make up for this weakness and even have a major effect under the right circumstances. Most of the cultivators Lu Yi encountered while traveling from the Green Cloud Mountain to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost used spirit talisman papers. However, this did not mean that cultivators forewent spirit talisman papers completely after they reached a high cultivation level. Yes, they used offensive spirit talisman papers far less frequently after gaining access to the far more economical option that was flying weapons at the 7th Order, but defensive or supportive spirit talisman papers remained incredibly useful. Plus, they could afford to purchase higher quality spirit talisman papers. For example, the Heaven 8 cultivator before Lu Yi had used a middle-grade golden body talisman paper. Not even a Heaven 9 cultivator would be able to break through its protection in short order. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Not only were there core circle cultivators who employed offensive spirit talisman papers as part of their repertoire, and they were usually trump cards that could turn the tables or put the final nail in the coffin in an instant. This was why one had to be careful regardless of conventional wisdom. The Heaven 8 cultivator had activated his golden body talisman paper at the same time he fired his flying weapon at Lu Yi. While his reaction speed could be better, his chosen countermeasures could only be described as the experience of a true veteran. He knew exactly what to do when going up against an enemy who was stronger than him. Unfortunately, there were some people in the world who defied experience and logic. There was a flash of light and fiery red energy, and fear filled his heart in an instant. It was because Lu Yi had shattered the middle-grade talisman paper and cut through his neck in one strike. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 385, Breaking Out. As his consciousness blurred, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator finally realized that Lu Yi was Heaven 8 as well. They were technically at the same cultivation level, and yet he had failed to block even a single attack. Just how sharp and powerful was his saber to shatter even a middle-grade golden body talisman paper in one strike? It just didn't make any sense. As the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator's head went flying, and his headless corpse fell toward the ground while spewing blood from the neck, a flying weapon shot out of Lu Ye's weapon holder and sailed across his waist. When it returned, a storage bag was hanging off the tip of the blade. Lu Yi had killed the man and robbed his storage bag in one fell swoop. This was just the beginning though. More people started coming toward him from every direction while shouting, "Lu Yi has appeared! Lu Yi is here!" Lu Yi squinted a little as he kept the inviolable pointed toward the ground and stared at the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators closing in on him. Then he charged toward them with a surge of spiritual power. He was Heaven 7 when he had broken through the defense line and entered the Thousand Demon Ridge. Now he was Heaven 8. He wanted to know if he could single-handedly break out of the encirclement. The Thousand Demon Ridge had kept him pinned down for over 2 months. Of course he had to repay the favor. It didn't matter even if they were too much for him. He could simply drop back into the forest if the danger grew unmanageable. They could be millions, and they still wouldn't be able to do anything against him. The group he was charging toward were only made up of 5 cultivators. They immediately fired their flying weapons at him from multiple angles. Lu Yi nimbly dodged all the attacks he could dodge and blocked those he could with the inviolable. The distance between them was being shortened by the second. The group of 5 looked increasingly serious as Lu Yi grew closer and closer. They scattered in every direction before they could enter his attack range, or so they thought. Lu Ye's 9 flying weapons shot out of the weapon holder in unison and flew toward the group of 5, their speed and power far exceeding anything they had tried to attack him with. An instant later, blood spewed from broken bodies, and blood-curdling screams filled the air. 3 of them fell uncontrollably toward the deadly forest beneath their feet, and the remaining 2 were injured as well. While this was happening, Lu Yi was already pouncing toward what was probably a, judging from the amount of vitality coursing around his body-tempering cultivator. He tried bringing his shield spirit artifact down on Lu Yi, but a single slash was all it took to widen his eyes like saucers and send him flying uncontrollably through the air. The body-tempering cultivator could hardly believe what was happening. How is he a combat cultivator? He's even stronger than I am. That was all he managed to think before a fiery red blast covered his vision. He saw the beautiful figure of a fire phoenix before he was engulfed in flames. It was Lu Ye's fire phoenix technique. He had first obtained the spell technique from the Red Lotus Sky mnemonic. After he had picked up the glyph, Fire Phoenix, the spell had become much more powerful than before. Not only was the spell shaped exactly like the Fire Phoenix, it looked so detailed that one could see even the contours of its feathers. It looked like a mini version of the all-destroying bird he had conjured that day. The Fire Phoenix technique easily burned through his vitality and protective spiritual power, causing him to scream in pain. He too fell into the forest like his 3 companions. Lu Yi turned to look at the last 1,000 demon-rich cultivator of the 5, but the man had already escaped far, far away. Lu Yi did not give chase, not just because it would be a waste of energy, but also because there was a massive hole in the man's stomach that was leaking blood and innards by the second. It was unlikely he would survive even if he managed to get to a medicine cultivator in time. The spirit boat took off like a beam of light once more while his 9 flying weapons flew back into his weapon holder. Meanwhile, the news that Lu Yi had finally shown himself was spreading in every direction like wildfire. Countless 1,000 demon-rich cultivators were leaping onto the flying spirit artifacts and making a beeline for his location. They had waited 2 heavens-damned months for the bastard to show himself. Now was the time to throw everything they had against him and wipe him out once and for all. From a bird's-eye view, one would see countless auras taking to the sky from all around the Myriad Poison Forest and converging on Lu Ye's location. Above Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi was flying almost without pause while fighting against group after group of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators. Wherever he went, bodies kept falling toward the ground while dragging long trails of blood. A while later, a massive number of auras suddenly emerged from the horizon. It had to be the 1,000 Demon Ridge's main force. At a glance, he counted almost 1,000 people stretching from the left all the way to the right. Although Lu Yi was a Heaven 8 cultivator right now, there was no way he could fight this many enemies alone, not unless he used his Fire Phoenix once more. However, he had to assume that his enemies were ready for it after the massive damage he dealt to them the first time. The distance between the one man and one army of cultivators swiftly shortened. He could hear them yelling at him and calling for his death. When they were about 600 meters away from each other, Lu Yi abruptly swooped upward. At first glance, it looked like he was trying to avoid the main force and kill his way through a weak spot in their defense. Realizing this, the main force immediately reacted by climbing to a higher altitude as well. Those on the ground saw countless auras dragging colorful tails of light behind them and climbing higher and higher into the sky until finally, they passed through the clouds and became completely invisible. No one knew how high the sky of Jojo or the Spirit Creek battlefield was because no one had ever flown beyond the boundary. Even the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could not go beyond a certain limit. It wasn't because they physically could not fly that high, but because the judgment of the heavens awaited all who flew past the limit. The higher they flew, the deadlier the lightning would become until finally, even a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator would not be able to survive the punishment. It was rumored that those who managed to overcome the judgment of the heavens would be able to break through the Divine Ocean Realm and achieve the cultivation level beyond. It was why countless Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had done just that after they had reached the absolute pinnacle of their abilities. Unfortunately, as far as they were aware, no one had ever succeeded. Naturally, a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could not fly higher than a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator. In fact, the higher Lu Yi went, the more he felt himself slow down as if an invisible pressure was preventing from going further. Finally, he reached a level where he physically could not fly higher even if he pushed with all his might. Moreover, he could sense a hint of danger lurking in the clouds above his head. If he wasn't mistaken, his senses were warning him about the legendary judgment of the heavens. He looked back at the main force and saw dozens of cultivators speeding toward him at high speed. They were moving faster than expected, and he could even hear the singing of swords from their auras. His acute perception made him feel as if someone was poking his skin with multiple swords. His senses were correct. The group of dozens were all sword cultivators. In JoJo, there was no cultivator faction that was superior to these sword maniacs in terms of killing power and telekinesis speed. Both sword cultivators and ghost cultivators that naturally possessed the power to kill opponents above their cultivation level. But the reasons they were successful weren't the same. Ghost cultivators could kill those who were stronger than them because of their concealment and assassination skills. Sword cultivators could overcome the gap because they had poured all their heart and soul into the way of killing. Their single-mindedness was why they were able to carve out a place in JoJo. Unfortunately, it was also why their total number was the lowest of all cultivator factions. They were even rarer than medicine cultivators because the requirements one must meet to become sword cultivator was no joke. Take the Northern Profound Sword Clan for example. They were a Tier 1 sect in Bingzhou, and yet they did not even have 1,000 members. This would be an impossible sight for any other Tier 1 sect belonging to a different cultivation faction. Despite this, the entire JoJo would quake in their boots if 800 sword cultivators were to descend from Heavenstone one day. It was because it meant that the entire sect was mobilizing for whatever reason. Of course, sword cultivators weren't exclusive to the Grand Sky Coalition. The Thousand Demon Ridge owned many sword cultivators as well. The dozens flying toward Luyi right now were a culmination of various sects, and one could even say they were the true main force of the main force. When Luyi first entered the core circle, his pursuers had been made fully aware of his ridiculous telekinesis speed. Since then, they realized that the only ones who might catch up to the bastard were sword cultivators. The dozens of sword cultivators did not disappoint either. Not only were they flying way faster than their comrades, even Luyi had to admit that he was a tad slower than them. Although Luyi wanted to test their mettle very much, he was neither crazy nor stupid. Sword cultivators were infamous for their devotion to the killing arts, and he knew there was no chance he would be able to defeat dozens of them alone. If they managed to catch up to him, then he was going to suffer some serious injuries at the very least. That was why he did a sharp turn and nosedive the moment he reached the top. The dozens of sword cultivators were surprised to see him zooming toward the ground even faster than when he ascended. It was true that Luyi was slower than these sword cultivators, but that was without using Windwalk. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators immediately realized they had been hoodwinked when they saw this. In their attempt to pursue Luyi, what was a tight mix of cultivators of all strengths and skills had unwittingly separated into several tiers. Generally speaking, the ones at the top were the strongest, the ones at the middle were SOSO, and the ones at the bottom were the weakest of them all. In less than 10 breaths, Luyi was less than 70 meters away from the poisonous fog. There was a flash, and the spirit boat abruptly made another sharp turn and flew parallel to the ground. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators at this location were mostly Heavenly 7 cultivators. There weren't even many Heaven 8 cultivators in the mix. They attacked the moment they saw Luyi flying toward them. The entire sky was filled with flying weapons and spells. Combat in the air and on the ground were two different things entirely. Not only did the act of flying itself take mental energy to maintain, there was far more space to maneuver when fighting in the air. This was why those with great mental strength held far more advantage than those who didn't in the air. Luyi darted swiftly around the incoming storm. He got away from the area with the densest amount of projectiles, dodged as many spells and flying weapons as he could, and parried the rest by swinging the inviolable repeatedly. Finally, he collided with the enemy's formation. His weapon holder buzzed as 9 flying weapons scattered in every direction. Together they weaved a storm of death and destruction. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 386, Terrible Humiliation. A shower of blood erupted in the sky as the flying weapons went to town on the poor Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. The screams sounded like they would never end. Blood, flesh and bones trailed after Luyi wherever he went. Dots of red light also chased after him like fireflies. Each dot represented the death of a cultivator, so 30 dots equaled 30 kills in total. Even more were injured by his unstoppable assault. They vanished after they made contact with Lu Ye's battlefield imprint. It was literally raining bodies in the myriad poison forest right now. Countless people, dead or alive, were falling into the poisonous aquamarine-colored fog. 30 dead was hardly an insignificant loss, but considering that the 1,000-demon Rich force he was contending against easily numbered over 1,000 people, it wasn't that much. It was at this moment he heard the ringing of swords. The sword cultivators had finally caught up to him. Swords wreathed in dazzling sword lights sailed toward him at high speed. They were nimbler and deadlier than any other flying weapon he had encountered until now. His hair stood on end before the attacks even got close to him. It should be obvious, but a sword could travel much faster than a cultivator could fly. They were in front of him almost immediately after the sword cultivators had launched them. Without hesitation, Lu Yi plunged into the seemingly borderless fog of poison beneath him and vanished. The sword cultivators did not let up on their attack, but soon they discovered that their flying swords had become much slower after they entered the poisonous fog. Not only was their connection to their flying weapons deteriorating, the sword's spiritual power was decreasing rapidly as well. As it turned out, the fog was as corrosive as it was poisonous. It greatly limited their ability to control their spirit artifacts. The sword cultivators all wore grim expressions on their faces. This was bad. They could be many times stronger and more numerous than they were now, but so long as they continued to fight above the myriad poison forest, the initiative would always be in Lu Ye's hands. Technically speaking, they could chase Lu Yi into the poisonous fog. However, they were well aware that doing so would only fast-forward their demise. Several hundred meters away, Lu Yi abruptly flew out of the poisonous fog and charged toward an unsuspecting group of 1,000 demon ridge cultivators. The group wasn't particularly strong, and they were busy trying to locate Lu Yi through the fog. Although they scattered immediately after Lu Yi showed himself, some of them just weren't fast enough to escape the man. A couple more bodies instantly fell toward the fog while screaming the entire way. The dozens of sword cultivators immediately made the decision to split into two groups. One would hover just above the poisonous fog and prevent Lu Yi from diving back into it, and the other would keep chasing after Lu Yi. This way, Lu Yi would not be able to escape back into the poisonous fog without engaging them first. Naturally, Lu Yi wasn't going to clash against the sword cultivators. He picked a random direction and charged full speed ahead. All around Lu Yi, 1,000 demon rich cultivators attempted to intercept him and stop him in his tracks. However, all they managed to do was to repeat the same mistake as before. The stronger ones were at the forefront of the group, and the weaker ones lagged further and further behind. Eventually, Lu Yi did a massive U-turn and rushed straight toward the cultivators at the tail end of the group. The unfortunate cultivators turned green in the face when they realized this. That surprise maneuver from earlier had already cost them dozens of lives. This one was probably going to turn out more or less the same way. Although the sword cultivators were trying to keep up with Lu Yi as best they could, the unfortunate fact was that they couldn't keep up with Lu Yi with Windwalk active. The best they could hope for was to not be completely left in the dust. By now, the main force's formation was in complete disarray. The weak cultivators Lu Yi was targeting weren't just going to stay still and let him kill them like helpless chicks, so most of them scattered in every direction, and the rest grouped up and summoned their defensive spirit artifacts, hoping that that would be enough to dissuade Lu Yi. Lu Yi blurred past them in the blink of an eye. Fire Phoenix spells engulfed the group while his 9 flying weapons cut through them. Not a single person in the group was able to withstand his attacks. Not even a body-tempering cultivator with a shield spirit artifact was able to block a strike that was empowered with 2 sharp edges, not to mention the Fire Phoenix spells. The scene suddenly turned comedic. From a third person's perspective, it looked like Lu Yi was leading his pursuers on a wild goose's chase while cutting them bit by bit. Unfortunately, neither his pursuers nor the unfortunate bastards he had designated as prey were able to do anything to stop this. The bodies just wouldn't stop raining. It wasn't until more 1,000 demon rich cultivators joined in on the pursuit that they finally put an end to Lu Ye's mad maneuvers. At least several thousand cultivators had surrounded the entire myriad poison forest, and the one Lu Yi was facing was only 1,000 or so people strong. The forest was pretty massive. It took them some time to fly all the way to Lu Ye's location. Several thousand cultivators surged toward Lu Yi. Even more spirit artifacts and flying weapons filled the sky. It reminded Lu Yi of the mutant wasp swarm that had hunted him like a rat 2 months ago. Lu Yi had already escaped in the opposite direction, of course. The reason he was able to do what he did was because he was only dealing with 1,000 or so pursuers. Now that their number had grown to thousands, of course his tactics wouldn't work anymore. Plus, he had used up a lot of spiritual power even though the fight was short. This was especially true for the glyph, Windwalk. At least 60% of his used spiritual power had been fed into the glyph. Currently, Lu Yi was dissatisfied with his control over his flying spirit artifact. While he wasn't expecting to get to Jujia's level, the body-tempering cultivator could probably thread a needle with his flying spirit artifact. He at least wanted to get to the point where fighting in the air felt perfectly natural to him. As of now, he still felt like he was limited in some ways. Then again, perhaps he felt this way because he was comparing himself to Jujia. His level of control was already outstanding compared to most cultivators. He was still being pursued by an ungodly number of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators. The sword cultivators especially clung to him like the maggot to bones. Lu Yi had Windwalk, and the sword cultivators had their own secret arts. While they didn't last long as a matter of course, at least they didn't need to worry about being left in the dust for now. This experience was terribly humiliating for the 1,000 demon-rich to say the least. After waiting for over 2 months for Lu Yi to show himself, they had been led around like a cat chasing after its toy. Not even the sword cultivators were able to do much to improve their situation. Lu Yi had successfully broken out of their encirclement with nary a scratch. But this pursuit had cost them over 100 people already. For a time they could not stop cursing Lu Yi for his cowardice, and scorning him for picking off their weak and avoiding their strong. The bigger emotion that dominated their heart was fear, however. It had only been 2 or so months, and the bastard was Heaven 8 already. How much longer would it take for him to reach Heaven 9? At the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm, Lu Yi was undoubtedly far stronger than the man they had hunted at the Misty Mountains. Moreover, most of the casualties he had inflicted were caused by his wards and other indirect methods such as the mutant wasps. However, he wasn't doing any of that right now. He was fighting them directly via his own strength and skill. Sure, he targeted their weaklings and only their weaklings, but the fact that he was able to stay ahead of the hammer itself was a testament to his strength, was it not? For the past 2 months, after the 1,000 Demon Ridge had mobilized thousands of Spirit Creek realm cultivators to trap him within the myriad poison forest, there wasn't a single person who didn't wish to know what his ultimate fate would be. Naturally, countless people were speechless when today's news finally made it to Zhou. It was said that Lu Yi had single-handedly broken out of the 1,000 Demon Ridge's encirclement. Although they were still chasing after him right now, the fact that he managed to leave Myriad Poison Forest at all meant that 1,000 Demon Ridge's 2-month-long encirclement had ended in failure. Starting today, the chances that the 1,000 Demon Ridge would get another shot like this was incredibly slim. The heavens themselves would have to conspire against Lu Yi to bring him to heel. At least the 1,000 Demon Ridge was beyond feeling embarrassment already. What was one more when they had already lost their face to Lu Yi repeatedly in the past? As the saying went, the difference between 100 ticks and 10 ticks was just the number. It was uncomfortable either way. The pursuit was still ongoing, but most people could not keep up with Lu Yi anymore. Although a small group of people, especially the sword cultivators, were still giving chase, the bastard was slowly but surely pulling away from them. 2 hours later, even the sword cultivators had lost track of Lu Yi completely. The defeat was difficult to swallow, but even the sword cultivators had to admit that Lu Yi was faster than them in terms of telekinetic speed. The bastard was just too fast. His speed made no sense whatsoever. Once again, the entire 1,000 Demon Ridge was searching for Lu Yi. Although they had lost his trail, the operation to kill him was far from over. It was the wishes of the higher-ups as well. The Real Lake Realm and Divine Ocean Realm cultivators recognized the threat that Lu Yi represented even better than the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Once upon a time, the Crimson Blood Sect had produced Feng Wujiang. They did not wish to see the same thing happening all over again. At the beginning, Qin Zheng of the Thousand Feather Sect had created the Yi Elimination Front with the explicit goal of killing Lu Yi. However, it was disbanded after the failure at Misty Mountains because it was just a temporary organization that had been haphazardly put together to maintain morale. Today, the organization had resurfaced as an official organization. In just half a day, the current champion of the Scroll of Supremacy, Shi Guang of the Wei Profound Sect, had announced that hundreds of core circle sects would be joining the Yi Elimination Front. Almost every 1,000 demon-rich cultivator on the Scroll of Supremacy would be joining as well. Their goal was to eliminate Lu Yi before he ascended to Heaven 9. On one hand, the higher-ups had given them the order to eliminate Lu Yi at all costs. On the other, the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators literally did not dare to allow Lu Yi to live even a second longer. The bastard was already nigh unmanageable as a Heaven 8 cultivator. He would literally be invincible if they allowed him to ascend to Heaven 9. The Yi Elimination Front waited patiently, while countless people were searching all over the core circle for Lu Yi. Even the most cultivation-obsessed cultivator had temporarily paused their cultivation so that they could join in on the hunt at first notice. Over 500 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, at a divine trade bazaar. While there were plenty of bazaars made up of independent cultivators in the outer circle, the same could not be said for the inner circle or the core circle. It was because most of the bazaars in these circles were built and managed by the Divine Trade Association. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 387. I'm not here to hide. Divine trade bazaars could be found everywhere in the inner circle and the core circle. There were even cities named the City of Heavens which directly referred to the powers above. Theoretically speaking, any cultivator with a sufficient amount of contribution points could enter the Vault of Providence and purchase anything they wanted through the Divine Opportunity column. In reality, few people would spend their contribution points frivolously because it was a rare currency. The reason the Divine Trade Association was a cultivator's first choice of trading, and not the Vault of Providence, was very simple. The Divine Trade Association traded in spirit stones, not contribution points. Generally speaking, cultivators only spent their contribution points during emergencies, or when they were purchasing rare items. Regardless, the existence of the Divine Trade Bazaar and the City of Heavens made trading extremely convenient for cultivators. They also gave the independent cultivators the freedom they yearned for, and the mortals a place to live. This Divine Trade Bazaar was pretty huge, though the same could be said for all Divine Trade Bazaars within the core circle. It was because most of the cultivators in the core circle had already changed to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and so could afford to spend more, which in turn made the Divine Trade Association quite wealthy. In the outer circle, the attendants were generally weak in terms of cultivation level. But here, everyone was at least a 7th or 8th order cultivator. More importantly, they were extraordinarily good-looking. Few people could walk into a building and feel unwelcomed. Today, a female attendant was walking up to a young man and greeting him earnestly when suddenly, her smile froze on her face. That said, she quickly recovered and said with a polite bow, "Greetings, senior brother. Are you here to buy or sell?" "I am here for both." "I see. This way, please." A moment later, a manager who looked to be in his 40s or 50s entered a private room. Although he was only a 9th order cultivator, his spiritual power was pure and bright. It was clear that he was an old-school 9th order cultivator. Heavens know if he would ever be able to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The manager clasped his hand respectfully and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The young man in the room was none other than Lu Yi. He was sipping a cup of tea before the manager came in. By now, Lu Yi was used to being recognized at first glance. The Thousand Demon Ridge had spread his image across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield since ages ago. Of course, the Divine Trade Association would recognize him as well. "May I know your surname?" "I am Zhou." "Fellow cultivator Zhou. This Divine Trade Association is most honored by your arrival, and we would be even more honored if you would accept this gift of ours, fellow cultivator Yi," Manager Zhou said smilingly while pushing a storage bag toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi was puzzled. This wasn't the first time he had visited the Divine Trade Association, but it was certainly the first time he had received a gift from them. Manager Zhou explained smilingly, the Divine Trade Association is but a humble business place, and not a place of war or an asylum. You may see this as our token of apology. Now Lu Yi realized what was going on. The manager must have thought that he had come here to shelter from the Thousand Demon Ridge. Your humility is unbecoming, Manager Zhou. I am aware how powerful the Divine Trade Association is. Also, the Divine Trade Bazaar and the cities of heavens have always been places of peace and occasionally, shelters to people who wish to lie low a little. Why am I an exception to the rule? Manager Zhou replied, that's because you and the others are not the same, of course. As you said, we have sheltered plenty of people who seek to hide from their enemies, but none of them have ever single-handedly triggered the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge to mobilize at such a scale before you came. But of course, if you must hide in our humble abode, then the Divine Trade Association will accept your patronage. We promise that no one will be able to lay a finger on you so long as you remain within our premise. The Divine Trade Association promotes peaceful trading, but we are not afraid to use violence to enforce said peace. His statement was phrased in a way that was neither servile nor domineering. While the Divine Trade Association would rather stay out of trouble, they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty if necessary. Since the beginning, Lu Yi had thought that the Divine Trade Association was no simple organization. You could tell this from their chosen name alone. Divine Trade Association? City of Heavens? There were countless sects and groups in the Zhou, but no one had ever dared to name themselves by the powers that be except the Divine Trade Association. Not even Grand Sky Coalition or Thousand Demon Ridge had the balls to do so. Don't worry, I am not here to seek shelter. Lu Yi pushed the storage bag back to Manager Zhou. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, my apologies for being presumptuous then. Lu Yi then handed him 2 storage bags and a jade slip before saying, I would like to sell some stuff and to purchase some items. Manager Zhou accepted the items and checked them briefly. Despite his composure, he was unable to stop his eyes from twitching in shock when he saw the contents of the storage bags. Just how many people did Lu Yi kill to amass this much loot? They were quite varied too. At least the contents of the jade slip were pretty normal. Most of the items listed in the jade slips were common items such as ward flags. They had more than enough such items to fulfill his demand. When would you like to collect your items, fellow cultivator? When would you like me to leave? It might surprise you, but I don't want to be trapped in this premise either. I've had enough of that for the past 2 months. Understood. Please give us a moment, Manager Zhou said before turning to leave. One more thing. I would like to use your Divine Opportunity column. Of course, fellow cultivator. Please follow me. Lu Yi followed Manager Zhou out of the private room. A female attendant then escorted him to the Divine Trade Association's Sanctum of Providence. Just like the other sects, the Divine Trade Association had their own Divine Opportunity column. Even better, anyone regardless of affiliation could use their Divine Opportunity column. Though Lu Yi did hear that the user must pay a certain amount of contribution points to use it. In other words, there was a usage fee. The Sanctum of Providence was completely empty. Lu Yi walked up to the Divine Opportunity column and connected to the Vault of Providence immediately. As expected, it cost 50 contribution points to connect to the Vault of Providence using the Divine Trade Association's Divine Opportunity column. It might not be a lot of contribution points, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either. If he were to calculate it based on cultivator lives, he would have to kill a few heaven-grade cultivators to accumulate that amount. Speaking of contribution points, he currently had 9,843 contribution points. This was after the usage fee was deducted. He had spent 4,000 contribution points when he purchased the ward flags at the Three Sages School. In less than 3 months, he had more than doubled that number. He did not think there was anyone in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield who could match his earning speed. There were many reasons why he was able to accumulate this many contribution points in the past, but as of late, it was because he had slain a lot of enemies. This was especially true when he was still a Heaven 7 cultivator. While killing a Heaven 7 cultivator only awarded 10 contribution points, he was awarded 22 contribution points for killing a Heaven 8 cultivator, and 36 for a Heaven 9 cultivator. The Heavens had always rewarded cultivators handsomely for killing enemies beyond one's cultivation level. Lu Yi considered his options for a moment before spending 8,000 contribution points to purchase 40 Flame of Earthen Spirits. Now he only had 1,843 points left. Right now, the biggest use of contribution points to him was buying Flame of Earthen Spirits to feed the Tree of Glyphs and unlock more glyphs. He did not spend everything he had because he had to save some for emergencies. In fact, he almost never spent everything he had unless the circumstances were unusual. When he walked out of the Sanctum of Providence, he noticed that Manager Zhou was already waiting for him outside. They were definitely working fast in order to send Lu Yi away as soon as possible. Manager Zhou handed the 2 storage bags back to Lu Yi and said, "These are the ward flags you have ordered, fellow cultivator. Please confirm that that is the case." Lu Yi opened the storage bags and probed its contents. A second later, he nodded in satisfaction. He did not bother calculating if the ward flags he bought were of equal value to the items he sold. Considering the current circumstances, the Divine Trade Association would be crazy to try and scam him and risk delaying his departure even further. They were all hoping he would leave before the Thousand Demon Ridge, and the Grand Sky Coalition decided to turn their premise into a battleground. Lu Yi put away the storage bags and began striding toward the exit. Naturally, he was aware that a few pairs of eyes were glued to his back. They were obviously Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who caught wind of his appearance and decided to check if the information was true. He only counted 5 of them in the hall, but then again, it had only been half a tea time since he entered this premise. Hordes of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators must be rushing to this bazaar at full speed right now. He would be surrounded if he did not leave as soon as possible. The moment Lu Yi walked out of the building, he immediately summoned his spirit boat and blasted into the sky. He had just taken off when the 5,000 Demon Ridge cultivators did the same thing and gave chase. At the same time, more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were closing in from outside the bazaar. For a while, auras of all colors and sizes streaked across the sky. While chasing after Lu Yi, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators did not forget to message their friends and allies. Suddenly, someone cried out in warning, "Watch out! He's coming after us!" A group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators looked up and saw that that was indeed the case. Lu Yi had turned around and charged straight toward them. They outnumbered Lu Yi at least dozens to 1, but they couldn't help but panic anyway. These people had participated in the aerial battle of Myriad Poison Forest, and so were aware exactly how powerful the young man was. If even 1,000 people were unable to stop Lu Yi from playing them like a fiddle, how could they hope to do anything with just dozens? Avoiding combat was impossible though. The bastard flew faster than even a sword cultivator. To avoid combat was to be taken down one by one without resistance. So the Heaven 9 cultivator leading the group shouted, "Prepare for battle." They immediately spread out into formation and waited nervously for Lu Yi to enter their range. As usual, the flying weapons and the spells were the first things to fly his way. Lu Yi nimbly weaved through the attacks while blocking those he couldn't with protection. Standing at the forefront of the group were several body-tempering cultivators. They were all holding their defensive spirit artifacts with grim expressions. Lu Yi slammed loudly into the body-tempering cultivator with the weakest cultivation level before bringing down his flame-wreathed saber, causing the poor guy to fall toward the ground like a meteor. The worst part was that the collision didn't slow him down in the slightest. Not only that, he passed through the enemy formation like they did not exist and drew a trail of blood with the inviolable. Even more people fell toward the ground after the body-tempering cultivator. That single exchange had already cost them a few lives. Their expression grew even grimmer. The Heaven 9 cultivator growled, "Do not panic. He can't keep this up forever." Although they had lost several people, Lu Yi had withstood a good amount of attacks as well. The only reason he was unhurt was because they were blocked by protection. Not only that, a fight like this cost him a ton of spiritual power. No one here was an idiot. They all knew that he could not remain unstoppable forever, Not to mention that reinforcements would arrive if they could delay him long enough. It would be worth it if they succeeded. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 388. Where is he? Oh. The second the Heaven 9 cultivator said this, Lu Yi turned around and attacked them once more. The exact same scene replayed in front of them. Their attacks couldn't do any harm to Lu Yi because most of them were dodged, and the few that hit were blocked by his protection. As if that wasn't enough, his fiery red saber and flying weapons had claimed a couple more lives. In the sky, Lu Yi paused what he was doing and looked down on his spirit boat. One of the attacks had nearly hit his spirit boat, and there was a dent on the side of the spirit artifact to prove it. Thankfully, it did not affect the spirit boat's overall function. Small flying spirit artifacts generally had lousy defenses, and the spirit boat was no exception. If it took too many hits and broke, he wouldn't die, but he would certainly be trapped with little to no way to escape. His enemies had clearly noticed this as well, whispering among themselves and plotting to attack his flying spirit artifact if he got close again. Lu Yi's chances of escape would nosedive if they could destroy his flying spirit artifact. It was at this moment Lu Yi pointed his hand in their direction and fired what looked like a fire phoenix. The spell crossed dozens of meters in an instant and threatened to engulf the group. The group was able to block the spell in time, but a second, third and many more followed in short order. It was as if the barrage of spells would never end. It was one thing if the spells were weak, but they were big enough to cover a lot of space, and hot enough to distort space itself. The 1,000 demon-rich cultivators blanched at the sudden turn of events. For a time they even wondered if Lu Yi was really a spell cultivator all along. It still wouldn't explain why his spell casting speed was off the charts though. After all, not even a Heaven 9 spell cultivator could fire such a powerful spell so frequently. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi wasn't only shooting his fire phoenix technique at them. His flying weapons were using the distraction created by the spell technique to kill them one by one. The second their defense line was blown apart, people immediately started screaming and dropping like flies. In just a moment, a dozen people were dead just like that. Now, it was no longer even possible for them to defend against Lu Yi's attacks. When Lu Yi charged them once more, the Heaven 9 cultivator finally lost his composure and yelled, "Run!" He was the first to take off after saying that. The rest of the group scattered in every direction as well. Lu Yi was about to give chase when a massive amount of auras abruptly emerged from the horizon. They were clearly 1,000 Demon Ridge reinforcements. He had no choice but to abandon his plan and leave. Meanwhile, the slumbering monster that was the elimination front had finally awoken. Countless messages were sent to every corner of the core circle. As soon as someone had located Lu Yi, the nearest elimination front cultivators would immediately rush over to stop him. They weren't going to give him even a moment to breathe. For the next few days, Lu Yi would fight against the cultivators of the elimination front at least dozens of times. On average, he had to fight at least 7 or 8 battles per day. If the enemy group was smaller than he expected, then Lu Yi would do his best to kill as many of them as possible. Otherwise, he would fly away without looking back. The elimination front lost a lot of good people because of this. A good amount of them were Heaven 9 cultivators. In a mountain forest, an army of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators were searching the sky and the ground for Lu Yi. Due to the sheer amount of people who were involved in the pursuit, Lu Yi was unable to stay hidden for long even if he managed to shake off his tail for a time. Without exaggeration, every 1,000 demon-rich cultivator in the core circle had placed killing Lu Yi as their top priority. Everything else could be set aside for the moment. An hour ago, a group of elimination front cultivators encountered Lu Yi in this forest and fought a great battle against him. It had ended with the young man escaping. They didn't know where he disappeared to, but they were certain that he was still in the area. Frankly, Lu Yi's performance for the past few days had stunned them all. For starters, he was strong enough to kill a Heaven 9 cultivator as a Heaven 7 cultivator. After he ascended to Heaven 8, Not even a normal Heaven 9 cultivator could present a challenge to him anymore. What really confounded them, however, was his endurance. Lu Yi had only ascended to the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm a while ago, meaning that he had over 300 spiritual points of spiritual power. However, they had been hunting him for days and giving him almost no time to recover. Just how was he still able to keep going? Even a Cloud River realm cultivator should have been on their last legs in his position. In reality, Lu Yi only looked a little fatigued during the latest battle. His strength appeared to be as dominant as ever. One thing was certain though. No matter what the young man had done to recover his spiritual power, there was no way he could keep this up forever. He had to be nearing his physical limit already. In other words, today would be the day they kill Lu Yi. In a hidden cave inside the forest, Lu Yi was setting up a teleportation ward. The Thousand Demon Ridge's strategy was correct. Lu Yi had nearly reached his limits. His body felt heavy, and his mind was shrouded by a fog that refused to clear unless he consumed a drop of soul-cleansing water, which he wasn't about to do. Despite his ability to consume spirit pills and replenish his spiritual power without limit, he was still losing more spiritual power than he was putting into his body. Right now, he had less than 20% spiritual power left. He could still fight, but even the idea of fighting made him feel like throwing up. This was before considering he was moderately injured even with protection, and his spirit boat could break down at any moment. Several days of high-intensity battles with almost no pause in between would do that. Any other Spirit Creek realm cultivator in his position would be dead 100 times over already. That was why it was time to return to Myriad Poison Forest and rest up. The cave he had chosen to hide himself in was less than 25 kilometers away from the edge of Myriad Poison Forest, and less than 50 kilometers away from his central ward. Assuming that nothing went wrong, he should be able to teleport back to the wooden building without a hitch. Of course, Lu Yi could have fought his way back to the Myriad Poison Forest. He had broken out when the Thousand Demon Ridge was at their strongest. Naturally, he could break in since most of them had left the forest. However, the Thousand Demon Ridge would also know that he was hiding there. If they decided to surround the forest once more, he would have to waste his time and energy plowing through them a second time. That was why he was going to teleport back to the Myriad Poison Forest. Even if they somehow found out about the ward, they still wouldn't know where he had teleported to. It would be perfect. While he was resting in Myriad Poison Forest, the Thousand Demon Ridge would be searching the entire core circle like headless chickens. It felt good to toy with thousands and thousands of enemies. As usual, he planted the ward flags first and constructed the teleportation ward's frame. He then constructed the inner structure with his spiritual power. Finally, he created void at the center of the ward and made the necessary adjustments. He stood in the middle of the teleportation ward and activated it with his spiritual power. He immediately sensed the ward resonating with another ward somewhere in the distance. Everything had gone perfectly. The sub-ward beneath his feet had linked up with the central ward in the Myriad Poison Forest. He recalled the sensation of teleportation and grimaced a bit. Still, he gritted his teeth and fully activated the ward. His heart lurched, and the ground abruptly vanished from beneath his feet. As he fell through what felt like an infinite abyss, he felt himself being compressed by an omnipresent pressure. It was like an invisible hand was pulling and pushing, squeezing and stretching him from every direction. The worst part was that he was completely helpless to resist it. He could only channel his protective spiritual power and hope that it would end soon. He did not think he would ever get used to it. Almost the second Lu Yi had fully activated the sub-ward, a squad patrolling in the air had sensed the energy disturbance. It wasn't long before a message was sent, and countless cultivators had converged at this location. Just a moment later, the cave entrance was blocked, and even the sky was crawling with cultivators. Now they just needed Lu Yi to show up so they could kill him once and for all. "Are you sure he's here?" a Heaven 9 cultivator asked suddenly. The person who discovered the disturbance first reported, "Our men had never explored this cave, and yet we had felt a spike of spiritual power from within. I'm pretty sure it's Lu Yi. I couldn't sense any life force inside though. I can go in and take a look," A brawny body-tempering cultivator offered. What if it's a trap? The Heaven 9 cultivator shook his head immediately. Lu Yi is an expert in the way of wards. I wouldn't be surprised if he's booby-trapped the place. Is there anyone here who's a golem master or a beast tamer? I am a golem master. An ordinary-looking cultivator stepped out. Can you please scope out the cave with your golems? The golem master nodded and pulled out a golem that looked like a cat. After the mechanical object was activated, the cat darted lithely into the cave. Just a few seconds later, boom! They all felt a massive spike of spiritual power right before jets of flame shot out of the cave entrance. The cultivators were both stunned at the strength of the explosion and glad that they had decided to send in a golem instead of a cultivator. Only the toughest of them might have survived an explosion of this magnitude. We need a ward cultivator. The Heaven 9 cultivator called out again. This time a lot more people stepped into the open. He randomly picked a couple of people before waving for them to follow him. We're heading inside. Oh. The small group quickly entered the cave. A few minutes later, they walked out with nothing to show. They weren't able to find any useful information. The explosion had destroyed everything. All they knew for certain was that Lu Yi had definitely set up an explosion ward. An hour ago, the Thousand Demon Ridge had lost Lu Yi in this area. The explosion ward basically proved that he had stayed in the cave before. So the question was, where the hell was Lu Yi? They had the sky and the ground surrounded. Lu Yi should not be able to escape without a trace even if he was twice as powerful as he was. And yet he had. No one was able to come up with a sure answer. In the end, they could only assume that Lu Yi had somehow eluded their search using some sort of concealment ability. They sincerely hoped that their theory was wrong. If it was true, how on earth were they going to find him? Meanwhile, in the inner depths of the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi had suddenly appeared in midair. As expected, he had not appeared on top of the central ward, though he reckoned that he couldn't be too far away. The problem was that he had appeared in the sky. He began falling the second he realized he was back in reality. Thankfully, the ground was only 30 or so meters away from him. It was well within his endurance limit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.